It's a bit of I mean, when it's Leeds office just different things.
Yeah.
You just drink there.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same in my
Right, can I have a pen, please? Yes, of course you can. Can I have one of your special ones? Sorry. He has a pen, that. He's got that one. I mean, it's the most exciting I've ever seen. You don't mind me asking, how old are you, man?
32.
Yeah, see, when you get to 35, that's the problem. That's his age. So,
Downhill.
yeah, you've got 2.5 good years left to go.
Yeah. I mean, most of them.
Right, you know the drill by now, lads.
At least I see one, it's hard to put them on the seat.
Yeah, exactly.
It's better pen than this.
That's for paper.
Dave, have you got any pens on your mate? This one just Simon gave me a pen that's pulled out that week. Yeah, please, if you don't mind. Thank you. Sometimes I think he doesn't. I don't think he's actually that smart. Oh, thank you. Let's try this again. Is he taking it? Do you agree or disagree, man?
I agree.
That makes sense.
I would consider the wager.
Behind the bar, there's a fridge right?
There's a fridge over there, but there's waters next to it. I don't think it's not yet. Oh! I've got two. So alright, mate. Nice one. Are you the liar?
I think we'll see. I always seem to get featured table.
Are you English, I assume? Yeah. It's because they do nationalities in the streams, I've got to ask. Just for C2, just your name, signature, whether you agree or disagree to your name being used online. I just
the reason why we're asking is when you put the name of the stream, you get photographed and also a wee flag.
Because I feel like the Scottish ones are going to want to be Scottish, not British as well.
No, that's obviously the UK. At the moment, we're going to try and get UK tickets, Scotland.
Oh, so it is actually down to UK for everyone, okay.
We're going to try and get Scotland and Ireland, Wales.
I like that, I think that's better. Need to get a Scottish flag. I don't want to be down.
You say Scouse flag?
Yeah, Scottish flag, whatever that is. I know Scottish.
Hey. Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
How are you, man?
Yeah, good.
Sleep well?
Actually, yeah, slept well.
Alarm went off at 9, went for a jog?
Nah, no chance.
Alarm went off at 11:30, going at 11:40. Morning, everybody. These are the chip counts from yesterday. Hope you're all having a great morning. Good morning, Apostle Florian. Good morning, Andy Newton. The early starters in the chat. 199,500. He could have made it 200.
Yeah, I know.
He could have just nicked the blinds and the antics to make it 200k. But
runaway chip leader at the moment, Mo. See if anyone can catch him today.
Paul Green, former champion and mini champion this week. Neil Feenan, local guy, played here. I'm pretty sure he's final table one of these before, Neil. Eddie Swales, who was down and out.
Yep,
And down and out for about 7,000, and he ended up with a stack of 90.
Dave Docherty just below him, Lloyd Jack, Ewan McNicholas, decent bags, around 60, 70 bigs coming back for day 2.
Ken, it was a quick chat in the chat. Can you give some analysis on the hand that happened yesterday? 3 hours 42 minutes into the stream. It was the second back-to-back 555, but nobody commented, and he was still commentating on the first one. He's the guy that can remember everything, so we'll come back to that.
Do you know what? It's actually Andrew. I spoke to Gary Whitehead last night at the bar, and he was saying to me, "What do you think about that pocket fives hand?" And he said to me the hand. I went, "Didn't see it." I went, "I didn't see it, Gary." He went, "No, you were there." I was like, "No, I didn't see the hand, but maybe that's the hand you're talking about, Andrew, because we had the pocket fives hand before."
That's right.
When there was the flush versus the boat, the nut flush versus the boat, so we were talking about that still, and maybe we just missed the hand with Gary and with the pocket fives.
We'll try and re-watch it and give you a little bit of an update a little bit later. Did the Wakers live in the Marriott? No, the sign worked.
Did it?
The sign worked, so that was all good. And then we sprung out to bed, had a lovely breakfast, bit of muesli this morning, and they do a lovely, I don't know why, they do a lovely mango compote. Stunning on the muesli. It's the way forward. Just tell you what, this body, temple. Let me tell you.
How are you doing, everyone? Gary McGaffney, John Hare, Shiva Poker, all tuning in.
How are you doing, Shiv? Hope things are good. So some good names on that list on the left-hand side, and it will grow. We have a day 1B, there's day 1C tonight at 9 o'clock. And as you can see, the cards are in the air. That's the first flop, and Jay is about to tell us who will be sat at this table in the first level.
So in 1 we've got Matt Bushell, in 2 David Thomas, in 3 is going to be Katie Swift, 4 Thomas Riley, 5 Sebastian Skazinski, 6 Amanda Ewings, 7 Vidas Cyrinus, 8 is Riggy, and in 9 is Mark Clancy. Short-handed to start, looks like four-handed, but players will filter in as the level goes on as always. How we doing, Stevie K? Tuning in on Twitch. Yeah, it was kind of a quiet day yesterday, guys. If you were with us for most of the day, there weren't really too many hands colliding, too much action, but hopefully that's going to change up a little on the Friday. Riggy, fresh off of his PLO win a couple of nights ago.
There's my golfing partner from North Berwick. Hopefully footage from BK today of North Berwick Golf Club. Johnny Scott showed the guys at Aberdour our video clip, the 13-minute video clip. It was much appreciated. And we have to say thank you to Mel Simpson.
Yep.
Would you like to grab just some of the...
I don't think I can grab some. I can't grab it all. There we are. And there's more as well.
There's more.
Thanks, Mel.
There was a caddy bag full. Thanks, Mel. Is that Vidas Cyrinus? Yes, it is.
How are we doing? Apocalypse afternoon, guys. Hope you're not too hungover, Jay. I'm alright today. Might have to ask her that question. I was sensible last night. I finished.
I was up at 9, went for a jog.
Yeah, finished a bit.
Got my resistance bands out, giving it some what this morning. I went up and down in there, up. Nobody heard me in the bedroom. I was doing my resistance bands up, down, and all that. I felt these guns, son. Amazing.
Resistance band.
Resistance, yes. You stand on them and use your body weight.
Okay.
They're great, it's great, really good. I'm into it. So yeah, Vidas Cyrinus. I didn't know that was the Lithuanian flag.
Yep, that is the Lithuanian flag.
Oh, I didn't know you had green in it.
Yep.
So Andy Newton says the flop was king 2, flop turn 5, having kings and 5s in the hand after that. So that was house over house, wasn't it?
Yep.
We'll find it, Andy, we'll find it. Jay, I'll have a quick scan through and we'll find it for you. So where's Katie Swift? I think, did she win a seat?
Not, I won in
I know
last
she-
night's
I know-
cash
I
out,
know-
so that might have been online.
I know she plays loads of satellites online. He loves it.
Yeah. What was the board head on the river, I think is.
So David calling the A7 in the small, facing Matt open on the bottom of the king queen suited, and Vida's 3-bet to 1.2k. Matt's just going to pill here with this particular hand with position on Vida's, not going to be going anywhere with the king queen of diamonds, and may even bring David along here with a suited ace.
I'll see it in the stream later.
How we doing? Jim Marlowe.
Hey, Jim.
And that is Riggy going with Gaffney in C8. So Vida's choosing to continue on the King-King-9 two-spade board. Matt Bush will smash this flop and trip kings. And chooses to raise here and actually getting value because Vida's peeling here, just ace high. Queen clubs on the turns and Matt turning the nuts.
Afternoon, Roy. Numbers were good yesterday, up on last year for day 1-8.
I won out on the town last night, Tim.
No. Bit hard to get into town. Most of the town shuts at 1 a.m. We don't finish till 1:45. Bit hard to get into town.
What nationality?
So Jay's just having a look at this hand with the fives. Flop set of fives, the very next hand. Ran with ace 10 of hearts. And Matt Davenport, none in the hand.
Missed it. I mean, this is the first time, I don't know if I popped out for the tea run or whatever, but this is the first time I can recall seeing this hand.
Yeah, Brian Clark involved in the hand. Flops a set of fives. Ace 10 for Rab in seat number 9. And it comes 4 clubs.
This is the hand that Weebrick was talking to me about. He did come over and said, "What do you think about that hand? What do you have?" And I couldn't help him because I couldn't remember it. It's because I didn't see it.
Leaves the river when the 4th club hits. In fact, moves all in. You Rab.
Vida's didn't bag yesterday, Tim. He did play yesterday but didn't bag up.
Made a bit of cash. Enjoys flicking it in.
Yeah, Andrew, about that hand, I can't fault the fold from Brian at all there. I'd probably fold myself. We just don't beat anything really. But Rab's just found one of them few hands to bluff with.
4, 5, 6, 7, 4 clubs.
Yeah. Agree with the fold. I know it was incorrect on this occasion, but we just lose so much there. So streaming till midnight.
We are. We are. Gotta keep on the water today, son.
Yep.
Good that you could check hand like that. Go back to it and look at it and check it. Should he not have bet flop? Brian, with a set. Yeah, maybe. Probably ends the hand then, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's playing in flow, he's just checking to the aggressor. I believe Rab was the over. So, either Brian there, just playing in flow.
No, Casey doesn't answer your way, so you got chips only in play when they sit down at the tables. Here's 10-10 flop.
We know when you've got it, when you have
So if you didn't see yesterday's chip counts, we'll pull them up shortly as we're in the early stages with the blinds at 1-1. 6-handed at the minute. Riggy's just joined, champion this week in the Omaha. Well done to Riggy. Is he up there on the leaderboard, the Rigster?
Yeah, he always is, ain't he? I think he's third, maybe fourth. How are you, Matty? Thanks for the streaming these long hours. Great top content as always. Hopefully I can sat you in next time you're here in Edinburgh for a big event. Always plenty going online on Grosvenor Poker. Satellites running every day. Get yourself in to one of the main events. Fraction of a buy-in. How are we doing at CFO? Razor Keg, good afternoon. Another day hoping Danny Ryder, that actor fella, runs are good. We said, Kev, as well, we were speaking last night at the bar, and Span said he might come in and do some comms with me if we get Danny on the table, so might get Span in here at some point today if Danny is on our feature.
Morning, Mum.
How you doing, Mum?
How you doing, Gail? Has Mum been to see the flat?
No, she hasn't.
No, she hasn't. The rooftop bar and all that. Swimming pool on the roof and everything. What a gaff.
I think they'll pop up.
Aye. Yeah, what, when washing needs doing or...
Yeah, something like that.
When your washing basket's full.
Yep.
Sink's full, Mum, what are you doing?
That's one thing I've learned. I've actually learned how to put a plate in the dishwasher now rather than leave it in the dishwasher zone above it. I've actually learned how to put a plate in the dishwasher rather than leave it in the zone.
Good on you.
Can't get away with it now.
Do you know where the on button is?
No.
Imagine if they did a delivery room for a cleaner. Afternoon, Lenny. Are we still streaming, Lenny? How's it going? And fungi slots.
Provider 6-4. Saw a lot of this from him yesterday in the early sessions. It's playing pretty loose, getting involved. Riggy flying with the 6s, and Matt going to bump it up here on the button with the ace-king. David calls with the king-queen in the small. Vidas is in with a 6-4 off, and that's going to bring Riggy along with the 6s.
8-2-2. Here's the flop.
So 6s of Riggy actually out in front here. And it's checked over to Matt, as he does have the aggression lead after raising it up pre-flop. And Matt looks like he's happy to continue here on the 8 deuce deuce rainbow board. Should get rid of Vidas and David here. And then Riggy could go either way with this one. Obviously Matt firing into 3 players here. Will still have like 9s plus in his range. Could even have some like 8-7 suited, ace-8 suited here. But then again, he'll also have some ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, king-queen, these type of holdings. So we're going to be calling once, it looks like, as Riggy. And seeing a tap. Which is the 9 of hearts. May slow down now, Matt. This stage of the day, might not choose to double barrel here, thinking about hands Riggy's going to call with. He'll have like 3s through 7s. He can have a flop boat with 8s, and then he'll have some perhaps some 8x, some 7-8 suited, ace-8 suited, 8-9 suited, 8-10 suited that overlimp. Sorry, call the min click of Vidas, and then also call closing the action after Matt raises. But Riggy having none of it and calls once more with the 6s.
Yes, the diamonds on the river.
And if I'm Matt here, definitely going to be going for value now. Like Riggy can't really have too much deuce X. It has to be exactly ace deuce of spades or ace deuce of clubs. So that's the only deuce X we're worried about. And then pocket 8s are obviously in there as well. But Matt is going to check with the ace king. Obviously it's hard to even get called by like some 8x and 3s through 7s, these type of hands here once this board runs out like this. So maybe Matt just happy to take the pot. Riggy's just never going to have an ace-x hand there, so just checking that one behind, taking what's in the middle. And Matt up to 32k, good start to him.
100 runners so far. Already started and sat down in level 1 of day 1B. 100 runners.
Have you still got use of the magic laundry basket, Jay? Drop some clothes in a few hours later, then magically appear folded back in your drawer.
Razors Kev says his line may be close, but I think he'll fall just short. Yeah, 444 I think was a little bit optimistic, but we didn't take the pound under or over per person, so you're safe.
That's it, 10-9-6, the rainbow board. Sebastian opens, Amanda flops gin here. Like it, just choosing to flat, keep some hands in, keep Vidas in behind potentially. Now we see Amanda go for value.
Yeah, you've been pretty good at guessing all the numbers, Kev. You thought I was off in Manchester, but we all know what happened. Absolutely, absolutely. You do get pretty close, I must admit.
How we doing? Richard Marr watching from Calgary.
That'd be Canada.
Is Calgary not in Italy?
Oh, Calgary could be in Italy. Calgary. We have to Google it.
I just remember Spurs playing them once in a friendly.
Oh, right,
sure.
I see. I see.
Oh, no, there's one in Canada as well.
Yeah, it's in Alberta, isn't it?
Yeah, spot on.
Alberta, Canada. Calgary. Is there a Calgary in Italy?
Yeah. Capital city of Sardinia.
That's Cagliari. That's two different things. Close, but no cigar. Jack Howard's off to Canada again.
Hardcastle.
Yeah. He's off to Canada again
He's
before
got
Vegas.
He's got some family out there, I believe, or something.
Oh, right, okay.
I think.
Yeah, Jack's on his way to Canada after Edinburgh. And then he goes to Vegas. And then he might be going to Vietnam. Living the dream, basically. Yeah. Living the dream.
Amanda here with a pocket fours raises to 300, and Vidas free betting the old 6 deuce off on the button.
Amanda comes 10 minutes later to the table. She's got the fours. So we're going to see a flop by the looks of it. The young Vidas in the on the button with the 6 deuce. Here to play. Here to gamble. 8-8-10.
Quick continue from Vidas. 1.1.
Eight, 10 flop. 3 clubs on the turn. Double flush draw board.
Yes, Vidas is actually bet here, not Amanda. And Amanda's having none of it here. Calling Vidas twice with the pocket fours correctly as well. Ace of diamonds on the river. And there's Vidas going to go for it here. And Vidas says, I'm all in with the 6 deuce. And a quick fold from Amanda. Shows the table with the 6 deuce as well.
I got 6 deuce. I'm rating 3 betting pre-flop.
Yeah, Shiver Poker, we're working on the sound. We're just testing it. PK's sorting it out for us. So it should be back to normal very shortly.
Yeah. Afternoon, Neil, watching on YouTube. Off to Vegas via Calgary next month.
Is that the Calgary in Italy or the Calgary?
This new place in Italy called Calgary. Nice one. How's Adam doing? Not seen Adam for years. Since he left Scarface. What's that all about? How's he doing? I'll have to see him playing his sax.
They're going to think they didn't read the right cards when they see them. No, that's the worst.
Yeah, Vidas, he does like to gamble.
Been a pleasure.
Oh, Matt's leaving us.
He'll be happy. He's up to like 33k. Really nice start from that. He's on the move. Balance up some tables.
Yeah, indeed. Players coming up, getting late edge all day long. All the way through. Went so many in the last couple of levels last night. All waiting for today. It's up to 102 so far.
Missing 2. See you about it if you like.
10-7 suited for Sebastian. Raises to 300. And David defends in the big line with the Jack 10. And flops best on Jack 8 deuce 2 spades. Top pair for David. Gut shot for Sebastian. So happy to continue here. Just try and take it down now. But David not going anywhere with the Jack 10.
Ace of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, potential double barrel candidate. Going to be a lot better for us as the open up this ace of diamonds. But David's too high up here with the Jack to just be folding right now. Decision will occur on the river if it bricks and Sebastian does decide to go for it. I'd probably call that a brick. 8x probably going to fold turn unless it's 8x of diamonds specifically. So we do see the third barrel here from Sebastian. 2.6 into 4.1, so around 60% pot here, and I can definitely get behind this. Like, David's pretty capped here. Like, best hand he's going to have a lot of the time is a Jack. Sometimes he'll rock up with the 8x of diamonds, which obviously you're going to hear about, but most of the time it's just going to be Jack X, and then sometimes some like combo draws, spades or diamonds, and applying pressure to those, and David makes the correct call with the Jack 10. Non-believer. Two free barrels back to back. First session of the day. One from Vidas, second one from Sebastian. Vidas getting his fruit. Sebastian getting called off there by David.
Sorted. Hopefully the sound has been sorted by Mr. PK. Does the stuff.
Oh, then Big Neil. How did Aberdale go, gents? Any in the sea on the second?
There were nearly a hole in one on the second. Very, very nearly a hole in one from myself. Jay didn't play. Me and Johnny Scott played. Johnny Casino. Superb day out. We've done a video. We were playing it during the breaks yesterday. We'll do one again, and we'll also hopefully get the footage from North Berwick as well, which I played on Monday with Jambo and Tom Gill. Missed the putt. It were the greens. I blame the greens. They were ever so slow. No, they were. It was lipped it to the left, unfortunately. It actually run over the hole. It was a great shot. 8 iron, 155. No wind. well, the wind was racing across, and he actually ran through the hole, and it looked like he hit the flag on the way past. So it was very close, very, very close. We'll show you the footage of the break, because we took a video camera and we put some footage up for the break clip. So we'll show you that at the first break. And played to 11 at Aberdeen, which wasn't bad. Brand new course, a lot of out of bounds to the left, a lot of sea, a lot of water, and it rained and there was a 20-mile-an-hour wind. So it weren't bad actually. Really, really good day. And I've already said that hopefully if there's a 25-25 going up here or a deep stack, I might just return and sort out another plan. Nearly. I nearly won Goliath once, but I got knocked to the start of day 2. Alright, Neil, alright. No, cracking day at Aberdeen. Really nice people in the clubhouse as well. Had a lovely breakfast. Really enjoyed it.
Dealers, you have any blind levels? All line 1, big line 1, big line 90, 1, also 1.
The race from Vidas to 200 and Reedy 3 betting the A6. And trying to get heads up with Vidas here, good position. To be honest, how wide he knows Vidas is going to be opening. A6 probably going to be the best hand most of the time here. Does have position as well, does fold out the players behind. Manages to go heads up on the King 8-6 board. 2 clubs. So bottom pair for Riggy. And Vidas snap raising here to 2.6 and Riggy non-believer.
Unfortunately for Riggy, Vidas does connect. And he flushes them out.
Oh, back door for Riggy. Finds the back door clubs and fires for 6k.
There we go then, pressure on. And a tee shot like that.
We've got the clip.
Now.
It's just cut out the birdie. That's
Two's
how close it was for the birdie on 2. Look at that. That's how far away it was. He rolled straight past the hole. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's a great place. The views were stunning. I can imagine. I know, obviously, it was grey and wet. No, look at this. He should have gone in. Oh, I was robbed.
Oh, I was lucky at that.
I was robbed.
In for 3.
But I can imagine. I know it rained all day and it was cloudy, but honestly, it was a great day. And I can just imagine what it's like on a gloriously sunny day. It must be amazing. So we'll definitely be going back. Thanks for that, PK. Just clicked it in.
I've just done a little search for Man of Straw. The lady in C6 is Amanda Ewings, and total live earnings I've got on the database is $2,736 to answer
Amanda
your question.
Ewings.
I think Amanda plays this event. Mo shares cashed it in 2019, comes 17th. And Span said Riggy's lucky. Backdoors the clubs. Loves it. Matty says, played Aberdeen last year in the sunshine. It was brilliant. Great to see the track. Kill Spindle is quite similar for your next trip.
Awesome. Matted 14. We'll keep notes.
Ashley Williams, is that the closest you've come to a birdie tower?
And 2 hole-in-ones
You had 2 hole-in-ones
on the same hole. Two hole-in-ones on the same hole.
Hard to do. I nearly had my hole-in-one last year, yeah. Literally about an inch off. Driver, 160 yard par 3, took driver, and it just skidded up onto the green and literally sat next to the hole. It's hard to get hole-in-one for driver.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Were they far apart, Tower, the hole-in-ones, or were they a few years apart, or?
It was in the same year.
Yeah. Oh, same year?
Yeah, it was in the same year. About 128 yards downhill. Literally lumped it on and just went in. Andy Newton's really looking forward to Joker's Wild again. 2 of my best poker memories from that. First was Tower and Antonius on the same night, and then Joe Beavers played mine as well, playing his own at the same table. Brilliant. Good old Patrick. He was up for a laugh. Second memory, same tune, a few years early, sat next to Triggy. Got drunk as skunks. There's no nothing new there then.
So just gonna hop back into the action here because Amanda free bet the Queen 9 here and decides to raise the turn and just snap folds to the free bet from David. I'm surprised David didn't flat there, keep some bluffs in potentially. 10x we're gonna get the lot from on the river anyway. Span, believe it or not, I am a demon with a driver on a par 3. That's where I get all my points as a high handicapper.
Played no. See, this was the difference between Monday and Tuesday. It was raining in Aberdeen and it was about a 20-mile-an-hour wind, but we didn't have the wind with us on the second. But the second hole was 155 yards and 8 iron. On Monday, I played North Berwick. There's a 165 yard par 3 and I hit a 5 wood.
Oh, yeah, you said.
And I still didn't hit the green. I hit a 5 wood and I was that 2 yards short. That was the difference in the wind. Watching and supporting Big Jimmy. Bring up the bacon, my boy, says George McCleary.
Bit of action here. Sebastian opening the ace-jack suited. Peel from Vidas on the button. And Mark calling in the big blind. And Vidas here just raising the Queen 10 randomly on the 6 deuce deuce. And cold call from Mark with the ace, still has the overpair, and Sebastian not going anywhere with his nut flush drawing 2 overs himself, and pings it off on the turn. Nut flush for Sebastian here, and now not going to let Vidas check this one behind, decides to lead for 2/3 pot. Vidas can't see him putting another penny in. Vidas out of the way. And action on Mark with a pocket ace. Not going to love this card. Flush draws completed. Just a quick fold. Yeah, pretty fun table to start the day. No stuff going on.
Yeah, Ronnie O'Sullivan was a class, wasn't it, in the World Championships? That sports personality of the years, that's like the Eurovision Song Contest. It's all political. You can't win it if you've done something wrong, or you don't, or you've said something about somebody before, and it's just an achievement thing. I don't know. Tyson Fury should have won it years ago, but he's a bit outspoken.
Riggy here now, 3-betting the 5-4 off. Open from Vidus in the cut-off, and Riggy getting involved with this one. Guess it's just to do with trying to get heads up with Vidus with position. However, 5-4 off, not the hand I'd select.
Ace-7.
But a lot of the time we will win it on this board, but unfortunately for us, Vidus actually flopping 2 pair himself. Riggy catching a pair.
It could easily come 4-4 for Riggy.
The way Riggy runs tower, it's not out of question. And check, and the 7-5 is good for Vidus.
Eggy, good afternoon. Yeah, it's an active table, and surprisingly, there's not one drop of alcohol around the table either. It's all coffee and water at the moment.
Yeah, how are we doing, Eggy?
So wherever you are in the world, good afternoon, morning, good evening. Where was C4 chatting from?
Germany, I'm guessing.
Germany. He did say something in German.
Guten Tag, he said, or something.
Well, good afternoon in German or something like that was the one from a C4. Guten Nachmittag. Well, obviously Guten is good, and Nachmittag is for the afternoon. So good afternoon to C4. That's what we're guessing anyway. Five way to the flop. Queen, Queen, Jack. Queen, Queen, 6. Sorry.
No one with a queen here. David actually with the best of it here with 5-6. So that changes on the turn once this 10 of diamonds rolls off, giving Riggy the best hand, 2 pair queens and 10s. It does bring in a couple of flush draws for Vidus and Mark here, both picking up flush draws on the turn, and Vidus electing to raise over the bet of 200, and it's going to get Riggy to fault the best hand. Going to get David out there as well. Only and Doc, good evening from Oz. Yeah, Jim's answered the question for you, man of straw in the chat.
Good evening from Oz, Doc 1709. Are we in Sydney? Were we tuning in yesterday in Melbourne?
Just thought you were just going to turn on you know, I was waiting for that instant goal.
I did a bit on it now, like.
I know, I got lucky on that flop on that line. I priced in, he blocked it.
I know.
Cairns in Queensland. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong.
Cairns.
Cairns, there we go.
Floods a lot in Queensland in the wet season. Nice one, Jim. Bonzi says good afternoon from the Marriott, watching from across the road. Katie's not in the building as yet. Queensland. My niece lives in Darwin. Hope to get her at Christmas or something like that. She's coming over for 2 family weddings, so we actually see her twice this year. We've got 2 family weddings within a month of each other. At the end of July, beginning of August. And my niece from Darwin in Australia is on her way over. She's got a direct flight Christmas Eve. 17.5 hours direct flight. Long time to be on a plane.
Yeah.
There's only so much TV you can watch before you get bored. Yeah, I'm guessing all restrictions have been lifted now in Australia. I know when my niece flew over, they were lifted on 21st of December and she got the flight on the 24th. Will the Aussie Millions be on again? That's the thing.
We're going to jump into the action here because we've got Riggy with pair up and down, and we've got Vidas with up and down straight flush draw here. So you're going to see some chips in the middle. And Vidas just getting there, offsuit 3 on the turn. He is going to love to see that card. So fires for 5.5, and Riggy with the pocket 8 is going to come along, but is drawing very thin, going to need an offsuit 5 or 10. Oh! Just run like Riggy Tower. Backdoor clubs against Vidas, now just pings off this 10 out of nowhere.
The lot's in. I have to
says
call.
I'm all in, and Riggy will make the call. And
have you got the 10?
Pocket
Have you got an 8? I've got pocket 8s. Oh, Vidas. Oh, my days, man. How have you pinged that one, he says.
Classic Riggy. Finding it out of nowhere.
Oh, how have you pinged that?
And Vidas has got one of the few hands that he's actually going to get paid from and scoop against. The bottom end straight.
I thought he was going to do. I thought he was going to get right hook him then. It was a fist bump. Oh my days, that's unlucky from Vidas. He will return. Riggy. This start is what dreams are made of.
Sheet open, 3-7.
There we go. Yeah, direct from Darwin. Darwin to Heathrow. She flew. So Riggy 3 betting to 1.1 with Ace Jack suited. Amanda calls with 4s. 10-10 6 flop.
Yeah, I think Vidas will be having another bullet.
Absolutely.
I think we'll also see the table dynamic change a little bit now as well. I think that's going to be something that changes. Riggy going to come out firing 1.6 here into 2.3, so around 3/4 pot sizing. And after checking back, Amanda's going to see the bad news. Check on the turn has earned Riggy an extra 1,600. Amanda might have just folded if he opted to lead turn, but a little deceptive check. It's got him paid off. So great start for Riggy, nearly double starting. To be fair, Vidas actually, like, I know he was in the 3-bet pot with the King 6, but he did flop 2 pair and lose the backdoor clubs, and then obviously he did turn the straight with a 4-5 and lose the offsuit 10 on the river. So both the pots he was actually pretty unfortunate. He was in with some dubious holdings pre, but did actually make some decent hands on the flop and just couldn't hold out. 4 bacon ruffles, how we doing? Shout out to James Cardwell in the mix. OG.
First beer of the day spotted, says Jim. Where was that?
I think it's there in the background.
Oh, that's Iron Brew.
Oh, is it Iron Brew?
Yeah, that's Iron Brew. Iron Brew on tap up here.
Sebastian here probably just wants to fold before his 3-bet coup, comes Queen 10-10, fine to go set mine in, but now just preserve our stack, no need to start calling here. The thing is, what a lot of people don't understand, they may think, yeah, like they can have ace, king, ace, jack, but like even against ace, king, ace, jack here, we're basically in a flip situation. That's the thing. We've got the counterfeit outs, we've got the 2 overs, we've got the Broadway draw, plus we've got the backdoor counterfeit outs, which means that even if we are in front, we're actually near flipping, and in the times we're behind, we're drawing to 2 outs, which is going to be sub 10% equity. Like, it's fine to just fold your small pairs when you don't flop a set when there's a couple of overcards, especially on a paired board, because of those counterfeit outs and backdoor counterfeit outs.
10 years ago to the day since Aguero scored the goal. Aguero!
I remember it.
I was in Caesar's Palace.
I was at home
At 6:30 in the morning watching the game, and because obviously they had all the games on, didn't they? There were Man United fans on one side, and there were 4 Man City fans in the entire Caesar's Palace sportsbook, and I was watching it with them. And obviously Man United were winning 1-0, weren't they? And they won, so they were jumping about. And then 5 minutes later, all these 4 City fans made twice as much noise. It was unbelievable. And I had to wait to get back home because obviously you don't have Sky Sports over there, so I didn't hear the actual commentary from Martin Tyler. So I had to wait till I got home to watch it, and I watched it 100 times.
Yeah.
And it was so good.
I think everyone's watched it. Plenty.
And some of the footage from the local guys, all the City fans at home jumping about on the tellies and all sorts. It's so good. Oh yeah, Razor Kevin was there, a QPR fan. PKR says there's definitely a Peroni at the table. Seat 7's a culprit. Okay.
Jimmy was mine. Jimbo, whatever they are. I would love a bit of Jimbo. Go on Jimbo? Yeah, go on. He actually wants Jimbo. He said terrible. Oh, not you, there's too many things. There's 3 of them just around me. Fold. Check, and also use them.
We asked seat 7 what his name was, and he says his name was Jimbo. Well, that's why it says Jimbo on the list. Not sure if that's the same James you're on about, Dan. It's from Borough. Up the Borough. Oh, Rotherham United play Borough next week, next season. Yeah, special day out with old Richie P. The VIP.
To be fair, when I stepped in, he wasn't here. Yeah.
So David on the button. Raises to 6. Just raise and take for him. Wow, man, they're not defending the King 7. Just letting it go.
Don't worry, I'm not going to complain, he says.
102 the last time we checked the app. You check the app again and you see the numbers have increased to 122.
Man, the blind on blind here makes it 500. And Jimbo calling with position with the ace-5 off.
Jack 10-7, 2 clubs. Jack 10-7, Jack 10-3, still 2 clubs.
%80 choice here from Amanda's probably just going to get out of the way here. Jimbo, got to look at her stack size here. Just going to let this one go, I think. How are we doing, Jason Shellham? Afternoon, lads. Hope you're both as well, and looking forward to seeing you in Luton. Also, nearly 7 stone lost now.
We'll not see you then.
Won't be seen, yeah.
Well done, Jason. That's amazing.
How have you done it, Jay? How? 7 stone. How?
Sorry. Did you want to meet with that?
Good effort. Can you just show him what salad we brought in today, Jason? Here's our salad for today.
Nice little mixture.
There we go.
Nice and healthy.
There's the salad today. you know when Boothie brought in the chocolate, and I said, "What was that bar of that dairy milk, the smallest bar?" Can you just one of the lads came and he said, "Watching the live stream." He went,
pick a chocolate.
Watching the live stream, he says, "Now that's dairy milk." He says, "That's dairy milk, not them small bars or anything like that. That's dairy milk." He says, "Have some of them, not them little bars." That's the diet through the window till this afternoon. Oh dear, absolutely. If we go on steps, I did 23,000 steps on Monday.
Wow.
I've not seen him, no. I looked on the road. Yeah.
XRP, think you guys will add the 7 stone that Jason just lost onto us.
Well done, Jason. Great effort.
Yeah, I'll see you in Luton, Jay. I'll tell you what do you boys want? I wouldn't mind some donuts. Like some donuts.
There you go.
Can never go wrong with some nice donuts and a cup of tea.
We do get looked after, I must admit. We've got some great viewers and fans. Josh says, does anybody want to know what the payout structure is? No, we'll not know until tomorrow afternoon. That's when the buying's finished. You can buy in all day today. There's a turbo at 9 o'clock, and also you can buy in at the start of day 2. So we will know around about 2 PM tomorrow what the payout structure will be. Afternoon, Warren. Afternoon, Tim.
We've got cream buns from Tim in for Blackpool.
Awesome.
We've got donuts from Jason in Luton. Might have a second job at the end of the year. Be Santa sitting in there.
Anybody bringing salad?
Yeah, I know.
A feta cheese salad would be nice. With a few olives. Yeah, 23,000 steps on Monday. Played North Berwick, and then got the tram into the city centre, and had a 4 or 5 hour walk around the city centre on Monday. Really, really enjoyed the day. It was class. Sorry, that was Tuesday. Monday was Aberdour. Aberdour was a short day, and I did 14,000 steps. Yeah, I think Katie was on the list because she was an online qualifier and got the name registered, so she was on the list. She'll be in during this afternoon for sure. The structure is very, very good. It's only 111 now as the blinds going up next hand. Starting with 20,000 chips, 200 bigs for the first 2 hours. Davy T and Davy W. So turning over for David T in seat number 2 with the 8-9.
Possibly go wrong.
Sweet. How much did you first get last time? Last time we had an anonymous person winning it. 62,000 last year. Ludo coming second for 42,000. Katie Swift was third for 25. Tom Lagzauer was fourth for 16, and Jamie Nixon was fifth for 10.3. Paul Green hit the final table last year. 61,220 last year's winner was a GDPR player, and Ludo come second.
Every time you do it, I'm just going to pause.
What's the next event? Boom! There it is, straight in. PK, have you got Luton schedule? Hang on a minute. Boom! There it is. That is the next event for us. The Wednesday 25th Midi Main Satellite. Thursday the Midi Main, then the Midi Main Turbo and the Midi Main. Day 2, the 300 no limit on the Saturday.
Little Midi in there. I didn't even realise that in Luton.
Little Midi
and a high roller down there on the Wednesday. Little 2K in Luton. Okay, nice little schedule out there.
High roller day 2. So you have a choice of high roller day 2 or the cash game. I think the high roller day 2 will last a long time. So it'll probably still be the cash game on the stream. We'll see what the plan is for the Wednesday the 1st of June when we start streaming. Whether it's a cash game, whether it's the high roller final. We could always run the high roller final to its conclusion and start later on the Thursday. We know on levels 1 and 2. Alright, today's been nuts.
Yeah, today's been
I must admit today's been pretty nuts for a level 1, but normally it's very steady stuff. We'll see what happens, see what the consensus from the team, and we'll have a chat. But that is the full schedule for Luton GUKPT. Sunday the 5th of June is the final day. We'll throw though during the week.
So we got 4-bet here from Jimbo. 4-bet in the King Queen. And Sebastian falling here with the 10s. I'm guessing it went open from Jimbo. 3-bet Sebastian, cold call Amanda, and now 4-bet from Jimbo here. King Queen 4-bet. Well, this is interesting because we've got a royal draw versus 2 pair here. So Sebastian with the 10 of hearts and Jimbo with bottom 2 here on ace king queen all hearts, and there's already 10.4k in the middle, working with like 1.3 SPR effective. So this could potentially get in. And there's the all in from Sebastian.
Jimbo, 2 pair. No redraws with a flush. Ace, king, queen of hearts on the board. Jimbo's in the tank. Are they in?
I think it's like, what are the bluffs here? Like, oh, there we go. He folds Tower. He folds the king queen. Gives Sebastian credit for it in a 4-bet pot. Sebastian just goes for it, and a muck from Jimbo there with the best of it. Just catching up on the chat, guys.
Yeah, we can only stream 1 table at a time. Every 2 hours we get a new set of players coming in. So any players that you do want to see might be on the next session, but we only stream 1 table. So a session is 2 hours, then there's a 20-minute break, and then another session. At the end of level 4, which is round about 10 to 5 on the stream, there will be a 60-minute break. So 10 to 5 till 10 to 6 there will be a break. They have a complimentary buffet upstairs in the restaurant area, and then back for more sessions, and we finish the live stream around 12:30 in the morning, so a full 12 hours of chatting to you guys and bringing the best action from Edinburgh's Maybury Casino. GUKPT is in the building.
Sorry? You went to bed since you found out.
In the little chair, he's all over the place.
And last year's numbers was 351. 351 runners last year. 36 players getting paid. And at the moment, heading for better numbers.
David Ace Jack of clubs raises to 300. Queen 8 here for Amanda, wanting to get involved on the button. 10-9 for a lead, defending out the big blind. And it's Ace 3-5, 2 club flop, a huge flop here for David, and I'm mixing in a check here, and Amanda's going to take the bait, betting 600. David should just call here tower.
Yeah.
Keep some luffs in.
If you pick your own flops and your ace jack of clubs, that will be it. There's the 3 on the turn.
And Amanda now just shutting down.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely shut down. Try a bit of value on the river, but we know Amanda's. Oh, it's checked. Well, Amanda's going to try and look into this one.
Yeah, that's not going to work. A pretty quick call from David. Going to leave Amanda very short here.
Yeah. Not the value out of Amanda trying to steal the pot. We'll get some rough chip counts to the first break. The first level, normally the quietest level of the day. Start with 20,000. Lines 100, 100 for 2 hours. 100, 100, 100 on the second level with the ante coming in. But,
Heads up aftermark, defends the king 8 of spades, does flop a gut shot backdoor flush draw on 7-5-4. 2 overs, backdoor nut hearts for Sebastian here. Looks like happy to continue. Board that we can plausibly check. And Sebastian happy to fire up. No, I can't go anywhere here with his gut up, backdoor flush draw. Three of diamonds on the turn. And it could be a potential lead spot for us here as Mark, defending out the big blind with this particular holding. Could potentially lead here, represent some straights, but chooses not to and checks behind, and 10 of diamonds on the river. But Mark's going to try and rep it now. And lead in for 1200, is that? Leads for 12 into 2.2, so just over half pot here. And Sebastian doesn't really beat too much other than missed hearts and maybe some 8x. I'm thinking about hero in here. And Sebastian does make the hero call with the ace king, and it is good.
Don't forget, after this weekend finishes, we've also got the online closer, the £25,000 £100 game on Monday at 7 PM. I might play that. Might get myself in.
I feel like that now you've you're ready.
GUKPT closer Monday at 7. There's also the cash rate packages, the race rate going on. Live stream free roll on Sunday. And don't forget the live satellites as well. Loads and loads of people getting themselves into Goliath this year so far. So much value at the minute in the satellites. Who was it talking yesterday? Said they've got 9 tickets.
Was it Brian Clark? Was it Weebrick saying he's got loads of tickets?
No, it was somebody in the chat yesterday. So they said they've got 9 tickets. I know Weebrick's got loads. 9-4-4 flop. Great value of the satellites for Goliath. Get yourself in. It'll be a cracking week down in Coventry, end of August.
And Reggie takes it with the best of it, just continuing with the king high and the 3-bet pot.
Password for the online live stream free roll will be given out Sunday afternoon. Can't register until Sunday afternoon, about 4 PM.
Spades for Amanda. Makes it 400. Jimbo pinned in the hijack, Ricky coming along with the 4s in the cut-off.
Is the password on here? Yes, it is. It's just for the live stream free roll. Hopefully nobody gives the password out to any Tom, Dick and Harry. And if you're watching the live stream, that's what it's for. Watch the live stream, play a free roll, win tokens into the closer on the Monday. So it will be given out Sunday about 4 o'clock.
Well, finally, hour into the session, Katie Swift comes and joins us. An hour and 20 into the session, I should say. 40 minutes until the first break. So Katie going to be joining us the last 40 of the session. Odin Fletch, afternoon gents. It was Fletch Senior's night last night for the second time this year. The landlord came runner-up in a final. So Dave with the 4% free roll. Gonna be cooling it off for sure. The way Amanda's been playing, already shown down a few bluffs, and they're going to chop this up. Just running hearts. It's a fade for Amanda. Chop it up.
Don't forget regarding Goliath, if you do win tickets and you don't use them, they're transferable. You can sell them on, pass them on, give them away, do what you want to do with them. But if you have plenty of satellites, tickets, don't forget you can transfer them to friends. Sell them in the club, pass them on. It's a little bit like a holding tank. Absolutely, Chris. Or play it and win it. You're not wrong. So come to the table, Katie Swift. Grosvenor sponsored pro, turning up for the second level of the day.
No one had said that he went to
They're really small, right? Yeah, too low down. Thank you. That's not making me feel crazy, but I'm not crazy.
Having a chat to the table. Open size chat down, so it's at 300.
Yeah, but them big ones, then you know what I mean?
I have no idea. I don't know. Have they been chasing that around yet?
21 outs. Amanda just lost a few 3-4k pots.
Yes.
She tried a couple of bluffs as well that didn't work out. Both players with gut shot here. Sebastian to dummy in for the Will for 5. Will create some action. So I've already seen one ace high hero call from Sebastian.
Can he do it again?
I think his price is getting hit out, nearly 6.5 to 1. It looks really value-y from David. It does get the job done with the 10-6 of clubs.
Afternoon, Brad, watching on Facebook. Out and about. We'll pop on later. Can't wait. Oh, you alright, Brad? Must be busy. Must be busy getting the recipes ready for Goliath when he brings in all the goodies for the team. I'm going to put my order in for a pie. Does Chef do pies? Do you cook a good pie, Chef, Brad? And I mean by pie, it has to have a top and a bottom. Can't just have a crust on the top, that's cheating. That's not really a pie.
So David on the button with pocket jacks. Going to free bet the open. There you go, Chris has got it. David Thomas 3 bets and wins. It is, you're right. It's not a pie without a bottom. Chris Payne on Facebook knows.
How long were you here? Were you here all night? Where are you staying though? All right, I see.
126 in the mix at the moment. Already beaten yesterday's numbers. And we've played nearly 2 hours. Total numbers so far 252. Nice one, Chris. Glad you're enjoying the live stream. Watching it on Facey. Plenty of ways to watch it. Also on Facebook, you've got the subtitle recognition, hasn't it?
Yep.
So I hope it does Yorkshire well. You can watch on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, all those things that round the bottom. Follow us on Twitter at the Tower 68 and at _justj_ on Twitter, and Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch, where you can watch all the action. YouTube, what we will do is stop and start the stream on YouTube at the dinner break, so you can watch it back at your leisure, like we did with the fives. We found out somebody had a set of fives twice on the trot today.
I didn't even realise.
I once had a massive road sign in our flat, like, you know, like with a whole concrete base on the bottom. Like it was like just like a free parking sign or something, but we couldn't carry it out the flat. We were like, how did we manage to carry that out the flat? Like super stressed. Next, like, we just had to leave it because no one could lift it, no one could get it out the flat. We were like, forced those on.
That tip in the chat box yesterday came 5th.
It didn't, did it?
It came 5th.
Did I?
If you didn't back it, you won as much money as the people that backed it.
How much? Do I win for 5th? Do I get a place?
No.
Not many runners in it, no?
No.
Cheers, Gary. Working for free this weekend now.
There you go.
All thanks to Mr. McGaffney.
039.
Katie with the ace queen, ace king in the cut-off, just choosing to flat here versus hijack open from David. Almost always going to be free betting this one. Katie choosing to mix in a flat on this occasion. Now going 4-way to the flop. Pocket fours out again. And now Katie gonna get herself in a world of hurt here, Tower. If we free bet here,
These sets of fives have just been on about.
Is Sebastian?
It's the hand of the week.
Is faced with a free bet. I don't think he peels the fives on the button. But now Katie potential to lose a big pot here. Sebastian raising it to 1.8 with bottom set. And, Katie with the ace of diamonds in her hand. Top pair, top kick up, not going to be going anywhere here. Sebastian can have some king 10. Only real 2-pair combos he can have from our perspective. There's only 6 combinations left of that from Katie's perspective.
Wow, just the quads.
And then I was just about to say the other value hand's going to be a set of 5. So this is a disaster turn card for Katie, because now we're literally only losing 2 free combos at king 10 and 1 combo of pocket 5s, and then there's a whole host of bluffs, Tower. You could have some queen jack, all 16 combos of that. You've got some diamond draws in there as well, so Katie's going to be in a bit of bother on this river, because we're going to value bet here.
$3.1.
The the only other hand I will mention is 5x of diamonds. Like if Sebastian's peeled like a 5-6 of diamonds, there's the raise from Sebastian. And now Katie's going to be in the blender tower. This is a pretty gross spot. And the problem is we're getting such an attractive price here, 3.5 to 1 to make this call. What Sebastian's proposed to have is basically either king 10 or pocket 5s that raise this flop. 10s are probably going to squeeze after a call and a flat, hijack versus cut off. So it's probably just the king 10 and the one combo of pocket 5s. And from Katie's perspective, holding a king, that only leaves remaining 6 combinations of king 10, 1 combinations of pocket 5s, 7 combinations total, and then you've literally got 16 of queen jack, probably a whole host of ace-x of diamonds in there, maybe even some jack 9 of hearts. And she does make the call, and she's going to see the bad news. She's up against quad 5s.
Ace king, shows the ace king.
Only thing that could have potentially changed that hand tower, Katie elects to 3-bet the ace king pre-flop. Sebastian's not peeling the 5s on the button. Obviously it doesn't have the run out king 10-5, bit of a cold flop, 5 turn, colder turn, and unfortunate for her.
Yeah, unfortunately no fold at found.
1995, you're not.
Yeah, down to 10.1, halving a stack. Bring it on 41,000.
I think Sebastian's capable as well. Like a lot of players may not ever raise bluff rivers or check raise bluff rivers, but I think Sebastian's definitely in that mix of players that will have bluffs raises on rivers. Only thing we'll say, like having the ace of diamonds is not a good thing from Katie's perspective. We prefer to call maybe with an ace king combo that doesn't include the ace of diamonds, because then we do have removal from a lot of bluffs of Sebastian. Like ace-x of diamonds can definitely raise that flop potentially as a bluff and then check turn and go for it on the river. But really tricky spot early on for her. So we get back to the action. We see we need 3-bet to 1.1k over the cut-off open of Sebastian. Is Sebastian going to peel the ace-8 off here?
6-4-4. Checked all the way down.
And if I'm Riggy here, I go massive tower. Because the way Sebastian's been playing, I want to try and, I think he's going to hero us with ace high. Like, he just snaps it off with ace high there. So if I was Riggy, I might have even got like 1.5x pot there, looking at like we're trying to get Sebastian off a chop. But Riggy opted for the 1.5 sizing, and that works a treat as well. Snap call.
Yeah, we always get them with the 8, you know. To us, it's very similar. But I always call Simon and Jordy and Mike.
Sunderland's a bit posh.
I'm not getting into it on record.
It's smoggy, is it?
We'll address this conversation in about 27 minutes down.
If you're not a Jordy or a Mackie, what's the
Smoggy. Because you're not clean air there, do you?
It's not as bad as it used to be.
No, I heard this was because of like big factories or something, was it?
Yeah.
5.
It had the old chemical works and steel works.
I think I passed it once, I didn't see it. You can feel like I went up to that week.
Gets the ball right, it does the run.
Probably still better than some.
Like I said, 26 minutes time, I'll go on record until then. I'll get you back.
The fans love a controversial figure.
When you go out. Is that what I'm going for?
Yeah, why not? That's why we're all here.
So incoming.
Yeah.
GUKPT Edinburgh. Good numbers so far. First break in about 25 minutes. And the break will be 22 minutes long. No, I'm not too sure why, but that was shouted by Simon, the Who's running the floor?
Maybe just give the dealers.
I think it's
a bit
2
of a-
minutes to get everybody out and then 20-minute break for the dealers. Because there won't be many breakers because it's busy. That's what I'm guessing. So we'll show you at the break the golfing clip from Aberdour, and hopefully PK will sort out the one from North Berwick.
Yeah, all things considered, we were prepared to see it. We started preparing. Not this year, no. I mean, next year, let's hope we kick on. Project wide, let's see how it goes. Not bad project. Cracking manager, got some talent players on that side. See how it goes. But I mean, it's been a long enough time now where you don't. How long have you been out for? Came up in 2016 for a season, went back down. But I mean, from the Premier Leagues. 98 or something, I think. 98.
Numbers yet again brilliant. 133 so far, 259 total. Turbo at 9 o'clock. That'll get 60 or 70 runners.
I had the best of it, man. I mean, my mum's been a good fan since she was like the 70s. We were getting into it for 1,500 people.
Any information regarding local events, let us know if they're running decent comps around the country. Most clubs now getting back slowly but surely after COVID and lockdown and staffing problems once we reopened. Hopefully your local comps are getting better.
I don't think one's ever changed, to be honest. I used to always ask for, I used to get like blood cage for best second out there.
It's 10 for Riggy, makes it 300.
She wants to know where you are, and I'm like, let's see.
Raised to 12 from Katie, seat number 3. Lost half a stack. He's got ace king again.
Just gonna let this one go.
Yeah.
It's a general rule of thumb, we say it all the time. Open these ace 10, these broadway offsuit holdings, so you get 3-bet out of the blinds. It's a lot of time just going to hit the mark, unless it's like late position. But when you're MP, EP, just going to be in a dominated spot too often. And that makes the correct lay down there with the ace 10.
There'll be no Towers treble tomorrow. No football. It's all about Sunday apparently.
No Towers treble at all tomorrow.
There's no football tomorrow. There's only one game tonight because the playoffs have started.
What about in League One? We've got the French League tomorrow, we've got the Bundesliga, we've got Serie A, Scottish Premiership, Albanian Super League.
Oh well, there you go then.
Plenty on tomorrow.
We might have to find one. We'll have a look, see if there's any value out there. If not, it'll be Sunday's Premier League. Jay was jumping about a lot yesterday. Tottenham Hotspurs won a game.
Jimbo making it 300 with the King Queen. David feeling the 7-6 off on the button. Sebastian defending the ace 9 of clubs in the big blind. The Blades are playing, says Joe Booth.
That is massive, by the way. That's a shame it's not the final. A little bit like the one in midweek. Sunderland and Sheffield Wednesday League One, there was 44,000 there.
It's not the truth, everybody's still hiding under.
Is that the semi-final of the playoffs?
Yeah. Sunderland at home when they won 1-0 there was 44,000 in the game. Unbelievable. And then they went to Hillsborough and there was 30-odd thousand. And Sunderland are at Wembley now, they'll be taking 50,000 fans, no doubt.
That's what I'm thinking though, Jim. If he's picking the leagues every week that he knows a lot about, maybe we send him into some unknown territory, a bit of the Albanian Super League, that he might end up picking a winner. It might work out well.
Jim says he can't pick 3 winners from teams he knows. Don't give him any ideas from teams he doesn't know. Yeah, the rest of my family are all Blades. I'm a Rotherham United fan, but the rest of my family are all Blades, so I'll be rooting for the Blades.
In 20 minutes time, guys, we are going to be going on the first break of the day.
There are actually things on the performance back as well, you know.
Is the winner in? Or have you got the
Just for Jim, I'm doing a Towers treble tomorrow.
Okay, we'll find one tomorrow. We will pick one out.
Oh, right.
David raises to 200 with a 5 for diamonds and ace 8 for Katie. Going to come on the button. Sebastian here, decent squeeze spot, cut off versus button. Dynamic. Looks like he makes it a grand. Makes it 600. It's tiny.
That'll even bring in the 8-5.
Oh, Amanda just cold calling this free bet with 8-5 off of
3,000
30 big stack. What is going on this hand? Sebastian, I like the free bet here with the ace-10. I'm a really big fan of the free bet. We need to go bigger. It needs to be like at least 1,000 or around that sort of remit. This 600 is just way too small. It means we're just going to get called almost in both spots in the cut from the button. Like, we want to at least try and get it heads up. We want our equity split 2-way rather than 3-way, and in this case 4-way, but maybe just opting for a small sizing for some reason unbeknown to me.
Top for Sebastian.
Maybe that's why.
Yep, 10-9-6.
Flop the top.
Got a ball for Amanda. Is she gonna find a call?
The problem is, Tara, it's for like less.
Yeah, nearly half a stack.
Yeah. And Katie does have a gutter ball, getting 4.5 to 1 here, and an overcard as well. Won't want to catch the ace though. Does pick up double gutter ball now. Katie Jack would do the trick as well. And we see a check from Sebastian. Katie taking a free one. 9 of diamonds.
There's the 9 on the river. She's going to try and nick it. She'll get cold.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tara, especially with spades breaking out.
Sebastian throws the cards over, and we've got the 10.
Okay, you're down to 7.4.
Riggy had a good session on 43. So just over 15 minutes to go until the end of this session. There will be a 22-minute break. Yes, it's precise, but that's what it will be.
Yeah. I think it's there.
Ian Roberts has got 9 Goliath tickets.
Oh, that's who it was.
Yes, the 6 better.
Yep. I wonder he's got 9. I wouldn't expect anything different from Ian. Probably tearing it up on the online scene.
Nice
Putting
one,
those
Ian.
youngsters in their place.
Nice one, Ian. Goliath. The tables won't know what's hit him.
So on the bottom for Sebastian.
Well, you can click on the live if you want to, Ian. If you want to catch up instantly, just click on the live button on YouTube.
He won't be able to hear us now, Tao, will he? He's watching 30 minutes behind.
That's true. Click on the live button when I text him.
soon as we get to that.
End of July, isn't it? End of July. Yeah. They get massive staffing issues or something back, like when it was supposed to take place, like it was then the fall. But I've never been to them, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. It was, I think the Norwegians were starting there, wasn't it?
No, the Irish, the Norwegians have been winning.
Oh, I didn't know.
The Irish,
Great.
it was when Red Devils first independent, like, one of the last week of the Irish. The Irish had
Raised at 5,000.
so yeah, it's been,
Well, they just been dead, basically.
and I think what else is happening is
Oh, the Battle of Malta. Oh yeah, because the 888 one took its place, didn't it? Because I went there, dealt it, and oh my god, it was on its back, it was, yeah. First few days were fine, the main was awful. Yeah. It was inconveniently placed.
15 minutes to go, guys. Just under. It is a 22-minute break, so we will be back around between 10:02 and 5:02. We may come back at 10:02 for a little chat.
We got delayed twice, then it got taken to
Ian Roberts has to chat on the phone, so he pauses and then catches up with the breaks. That's what he does.
Blind and blind hit. Ricky in the small, completing with the 10-9, and Mark going to raise it up. Oh, sorry, Seb's in here. Seb making it 300, and Mark squeezing after the really flat.
I'm not even sure they got up. They got like 60.
How many have bust the first two levels? At this moment in time, 16. 16 re-enters 135 in at the moment, and there are 119 left. So 16 bust outs in the first two levels so far. We've got about 12 minutes to go until the end of this session.
Going the way of Amanda, just raising 10 for her.
You can still be on set. They basically just went, we need to do everything we can to make sure we don't lose our objective.
Where's the bubble? Have we passed it? We won't be on the bubble for at least another 24 hours, Chris. Usually around 6-7 o'clock when we come back after the dinner break.
Absolutely. You can still buy in all day, Chris, all day until we close tonight at 12:30. And then you can buy in at the start of day 2 tomorrow, and then we start at level 11, and normally round about level 16 stroke early 17 is when we're getting the money.
That's why I went for an Glasgow next week. They've got like a high corporate one. But they're not even advertised. They don't have any
7 now.
When we get through, you'll get there 7, 8, don't we?
Yeah, Luton should be busy. Rest of Edinburgh looks like this. This is the rest of Edinburgh. We're on the Friday. I only realised when I came from work. It's Friday the 13th. if anybody believes in all that malarkey. Friday the 13th. Ooh. Don't step on the ladders, don't step on a crack when you're walking up pavements or anything like that. Ooh, no. What's the biggest superstition on Friday the 13th?
I don't know.
I have no idea. Turbo tonight at 9 o'clock. That's the flight 1C. And then tomorrow, main event day 2, as you can see. And then the 200-pounder starting at 4 p.m. And then on Sunday, we've got the seniors over 50s at 1 o'clock. And the bounty on Sunday the 15th to close the festival. And also, we have news on bounties, because in Luton, the bounty comp will be a mystery bounty. Ooh. There's a mystery bounty in Las Vegas this year, $1,000 entry. It's a bracelet event. Is it a bracelet event?
Yeah, will be.
It's
part of the schedule.
Part of the schedule, bracelet event, $1,000 mystery bounty. The top prize is $1 million. That is incredible. Yeah, the mystery bounty has been changed for Luton. It will be the first one we do, part of a GUKPT. That's going to be in Luton, and there will be a mystery bounty in at the Goliath as well. I'd take the pie. Yeah, the mystery bounty is going to be at Goliath as well. Ace 10, Ace 10, King, Queen. Yeah, we've got a royal.
We have?
We've got a royal pre.
There's David choosing to 3-bet the Ace 10 of hearts, and Katie in the small blind here with the pocket sevens. Just going to get out of the way. Well, she's going to cold call.
Interesting old cards.
Yeah.
We've got 10s full, beaten by a royal.
Is Katie thinking about cold calling here? Well, she's just going to shove. Ships it in for the 70 big blinds. And it's going to work, because no one's going to be able to call. So, well-timed ship this from Katie. She felt like that David's 3-bet was a bit light here, and shoving for that reason. And fair play to her. Sniffed this one out, and David just cannot call this off here with the Ace 10 of hearts for 70 big blinds. Like, I know we're flipping here, but most situations here we're just going to be crushed against Ace King. Like, we've never got Katie in a dominated spot, flipping at best. We just can't see him ever putting any chips here, Tower, with just Ace 10. It'd be a bit of a punt if he did. Wow, he's made the call.
He's punting. Ace 10. We know there's a lot of hearts folded.
Yeah, we know there's an Ace.
We know there's an Ace 10 folded as well.
So Katie's going to be decent favourite.
Yeah, 65% pre-flop for Katie. That's good.
Yeah, pretty clean. Couple of runners, but
wow,
that's
where
not
does
clean,
that come
no.
from?
Diamond 7.
Oh, Katie,
It's
feeling
clean.
for you. Where does that come from?
So we do lose Katie Swift.
Wow. When everybody says I folded King, Queen and Ace 10 and 10 Jack. Oh my days. Katie Swift comes in late, departs early. Yeah, it was marginal with the Ace 10. But David Thomas decided to have a little bit of a gamble and got there.
Some people just enjoy the game, Lambert Bath, to be honest, Joe. Like, it's not about they'll know that they're a dog in the field, but in this game, even if you are a dog, the dog can sometimes come through and ship it still if they have a very good 3 days of running well.
11. Go. Go.
Jacks for Mark. See a flop. King, Jack, 5.
Yeah, Shimmer Poker, it's irrelevant. It's a 70 big blind rip. Like 70 big rip, we're not calling off of ace 10, no matter how much percentage of our stack it is. Well, we shouldn't be at least. It's people sometimes getting that remit of looking at the chips in terms of chips rather than big blinds. They think, oh, it's only 7,000 chips, I've got 20 odd in my stack, I might as well call, I've got a pretty looking hand, ace 10 suited, I'm going to put it in.
Rest of the schedule looking like that in the next few weeks. Look at these events. We're in Edinburgh, the blue one in the middle. We've got the Vic G400. When are we back in Scotland? The Deep Jack, 9th of June, I can't make it. I'm not here. Edinburgh, the 16th of June, I'm not here. Flipping heck. Missing time to coming up to play golf again. Not here.
Right, my city gonna set my soul, gonna set my soul on fire. There's a whole lot of loving to ready to burn.
Don't know where I'm going. So heading to the break. The clock is red in the top left. We are heading to the break. It will be a 22-minute break precisely. Simon told the floor. A couple of minutes to empty the room. Dealers get a 20-minute break. So Amanda's all in for a final. 2.6 needs to hit a jack. Running, straightening cards. That'll do. Oh, we need a 7. 7 for a drop. Jack for the win. And nope, the King, Queen will play. Amanda Ewing has bust.
My city gonna set my soul, gonna set my soul on fire.
So we lose the two ladies, Katie Swift, Amanda Ewing, gone from the first session.
Seat open.
The Mystery Bounty will be just replacing Luton's schedules right there. The Bounty on the Sunday the 5th, we have been told it'll be a Mystery Bounty. So that's when it'll be right down the bottom, right down there, right down there. Mystery Bounty, Sunday the 5th. They'll work it out, they'll get it sorted out, and it will be a Mystery Bounty. The prize pool might change, it might be 100, we'll see what happens. But Jim will give us more information when we get it. But the Bounty will be on Sunday the 5th of June, the Mystery Bounty.
Which one?
I can tell you.
Incoming for like one hand on the feature.
I can't score.
You got yeah, nice hand. Does Mark have to leave as well then? Yeah. Don't get comfortable.
First time they will have done it. First time GUKPT will have done Mystery Bounty. They've only been really popular in the last 6 months around the world. Mark is going to get himself into a spot of bother. Raise it up pre 3-bet from Sebastian. Mark just called, no 4-bet with the Kings. So we might not lose all his chips here. We might play this a little bit candid. Well, there might have been a 4-bet pre, but there wasn't. This will be the final answer as the dealer. So it will be a 22-minute break after this hand. The question is, does Mark lose all his chips or not? That is the question. Mark Clancy. Well, the Kings, it's very dry, isn't it, that board? Mark's 11.6. They're in, they're in. I've got aces, I've got kings, standard. It all went in on the end. There's definitely some colour. So he's got him, Mark Clancy, eliminated. The very last hand of the session with kings against queens. I'm going to show you the Aberdhour. Back to talk about everything else. 7th of June. We will talk about that when we come back. 22 minutes footage from Aberdhour on its way. Enjoy, and enjoy the near hole-in-one. See you in 22. Oh, stunning. Stunning. He's on the green. Amazing. Come for a round of golf, he says. This is Johnny Scott. Come for a round of golf, so it's sun shining all week. It's absolutely pissing it down. Aberdhour. There's Aberdhour. That's the first. I'm going to do a few videos. Unfortunately, Jay's not yet, because Jay has a bit of a bad throat, and he says I need to get ready for the weekend, for the GUKPT. So I'm going to do a few videos. I would have done a million in the sunshine, but it ain't sunshining. So we're going to play, enjoy it, with our mate Johnny Scott. There he is. It's his fault. My fault. But it's a fantastic invitation, and down there, somewhere down there is the first. If it all goes well, I'll show you where the ball lands.
Wait for a ticket for the main event, by the way.
Oh my days. This should be fun. First tee shot lands the green. First tee shot for Tower. Nowhere near the green. Not bad. Pin high. That's what they said. Pin high. Pin high. So, I bogeyed the first. This man got his part. And the second, there's the water, there's the sea, there's the ball, and there is the green. Oh my God, this is the best. Somewhere over there. We're expecting water.
Hey, so.
What's yardage, Johnny?
155 or something.
155 over the actual sea. Right, go on then. Oh my days. Oh, stunning. Stunning. I should be zooming in. He's on the green. Amazing. Oh my days.
You got a short tracker on this one.
Just on the green.
If you can't spot Tower, he's the one with the green hat on.
Oh, it could be in the hole.
Oh, what a shot! Oh! Where's the zoom? Where's the zoom? How'd you zoom in?
We'll show you how close that is. Oh my days. That's close. There he is. Look at this. Second hole Aberdhour. Oh my days. It nearly went in. It literally, nearly went in. Put in for birdie.
You good for the half?
No way. Oh.
There we go then, pressure on. Hitting a tee shot like that, got to get his two now.
Tell you what.
Two is only good for the win.
Come on.
Oh, how unlucky is that?
In for 3.
Good half, good half.
In for 3. Quick recap on the scores. Rubbish, but this man's playing really well. We managed to be 1 over after 4, then I went mad. And this is toughest 4 holes on the course, as you can see in the background there. The views, best views in Scotland. Amazing, absolutely stunning. Been invited to Edinburgh. We are 4 over after 8. Not playing too well, but loving every minute. Considering we started bogey par. That's wandering down. Oh no, this is the 8th. Wandering down the 8th. My ball's nearly on the 4th. Oh, Johnny's not in the bunker, is he? Uh-oh. Look at the view. Just look at that. Not being funny, but just look at that. Amazing. Nice to get invited to this wonderful course at Edinburgh. We're walking down the 8th. My ball is somewhere down here. A fist bump because he's over the bunker. Right, better good looking. Playing the 8th, Edinburgh. Stunning. Update soon.
I got my hole too though.
You did. Front 9 done. Start of the back 9. This is the 10th, 142 yards. Into the fan-ish. Beautiful. Go on, Johnny boy. Oh, we're just leaking right a little bit. Smack bang in the bunker. Sun's out and everything.
Yep, sun's out. Yep, that's as close as we'll get to the sun today. So the last par 3 we did commented of Phil, he stuck it stiff and missed the putt.
Oh, that's it.
That's it.
Just got up 10 miles an hour.
Gust from the gods. Now if we put a short tracker on that, the red line just dribbles along the tee and goes off the end.
That's why you have 2 balls.
We'll add the short tracker on after in editing.
That's why you have 2 balls. Always have 2 balls in this game.
That's the mulligan.
Absolutely. Not used it yet.
Oh, stay up. Go down the hill.
Oh my days.
And that one's way down there.
Cut! Update.
Top off the tee this time, Phil.
No, it's raining again. I've mended the camera after smashing it to bits after my disastrous par 3. It's down about 20 miles an hour wind and it's actually raining again. And Johnny says it's about time somebody drove this green. It's 273. Oh, let's pull out. Whoop, sorry about that. 273 it is. There he is. 3 wood. 3 wood? Thought you were right. Thought you were going for it. No. He's going for it with a 3 wood. It's raining, and I mean it's pishing. But he says he's going for it. So let's see what happens. He's gone for it. It's just leaking left. How is that on the green?
It's on the left front, sorry, it's not on the green.
So there we go. Apparently we've got to go for this one.
Toad 3 wood. So Phil doesn't have a 3 wood apparently, so.
I have a 3 wood, but I have 2 balls.
2 balls and a driver.
To be fair, fair, that's still the same hole. It's just that. Right, come on. The wind and the rain, baby.
Oh, that's on the green. That is on the green. Oh, maybe not. It's trying, it's trying.
Oh, tried.
Just short. Good though, just short.
Oh, sat down, 18th, there it is. Been an amazing day. We've played alright between us in this weather.
Weather's been great.
186, straight down there, but that's the view. I know it's raining, and I know it's cloudy, and I know it's supposed to be different in the sunshine. So there's a hole down there. There's the coastline. And yes, it's raining, but it's not really cared for, is it? Great day. Come on then, young man. What club you got? What club you got? 7? 187? That's 7-9? Right.
Downwind.
Jeez.
It runs like mad.
7-9. Here we go. Last tee shot, Aberdeen 2022 championships.
This will run more than Mo Farah does.
Come on.
Last 2 times I played this one, I've lost a ball right.
It's literally street do. Here we go. 18th. Oh, he's drawn it in as well. I told you what. I know he's.
It was the right club.
It was the right club. I better get me 7 then.
Here we go. Second last shot of the day, Phil.
Oh, dreams are made of them kind of things. Dreams are made. 7-9 apparently.
Well, that's I'll just move the camera left a bit.
Pin high.
Then high. A few prongs of trees.
Well, we didn't even manage to par on the 18th, but you know what? That was outstanding. Aberdeen, Johnny Scott. Thank you very much indeed. I shall be checking forecast next time I come. And hopefully we have better weather. But stunningly beautiful. We played alright. Loved coming to Aberdeen. We will be back. Oh, stunning. Stunning. He's on the green. Amazing. Hey. Come for a round of golf, he says. This is Johnny Scott. Come for a round of golf, it's been sunshine all week. It's absolutely pissing it down. Aberdeen. There's Aberdeen. That's the first. I'm going to do a few videos. Unfortunately, Jay's not yet because Jay has a bit of a bad throat and he says I need to get ready for the weekend for the GUKPT. So I'm going to do a few videos. I would have done a million in the sunshine, but it ain't sunshining. So we're going to play, enjoy it with my mate Johnny Scott. There he is. It's his fault.
My fault.
But it's a fantastic invitation, and down there, somewhere down there is the first. If it all goes well, I'll show you where the ball lands.
Playing for a ticket for the main event, by the way.
Oh my days. This should be fun. First tee shot lands the green. First tee shot for Tower. Nowhere near the green. Not bad. Pin high. That's what they said, pin high. Pin high. So, I bogeyed the first. This man got his part. And the second, there's the water, there's the sea, there's the ball, and there is the green. Oh my god, this is the best. Somewhere over there. We're expecting water. What's yardage, Johnny?
155 or something.
155 over the actual sea. Right, go on then. Oh my days. Oh, stunning. Stunning. I should be zooming in. He's on the green. Amazing. Oh my days.
You got a short tracker on this one.
Just on the green.
If you can't spot Tower, he's the one with the green hat on.
Oh, it could be in the hole.
Oh, what a shot! Oh! Where's the zoom? Where's the zoom? How'd you zoom in?
We'll show you how close that is. Oh my days, that's close. There he is. Look at this. Second hole Aberdala. Oh my days. It nearly went in. It literally, nearly went in. Put in for birdie. No way! Oh!
Here we go then, pressure on. Hitting a tee shot like that, gotta get his two now.
Tell you what.
Two is only good for the win.
Come on!
Oh, how unlucky is that?
In for three.
Good half, good half.
In for three. Quick recap on the scores. Rubbish, but this man's playing really well. We managed to be 1 over after 4, then I went mad. So this is toughest 4 holes on the course, as you can see in the background there. The views, best views in Scotland. Amazing, absolutely stunning. Been invited to Aberdala. We are 4 over after 8. Not playing too well, but loving every minute. Considering we started bogey par. But wandering down. Oh no, this is the 8th. Wandering down the 8th. My ball's nearly on the 4th. Oh, Johnny's not in the bunker, is he? Uh-oh. Look at the view. Just look at that. Not being funny, but just look at that. Amazing. Nice to get invited to this wonderful course at Aberdala. Walking down the 8th. My ball is somewhere down here. A fist bump because he's over the bunker. Right, better good looking. Playing the 8th, half an hour. Stunning. Update soon.
I got my hole in 2 though.
You did? Front 9 done. Start of the back 9. This is the 10th, 142 yards. Into the fan-ish. Beautiful. Go on, Johnny boy. Oh, you're just leaking right a little bit. Smack bang in the bunker. Sun's out and everything.
Yep, sun's out. Yep, that's as close as we'll get to the sun today. So the last par 3 we documented of Phil, he stuck it stiff and missed the putt.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Just got up 10 miles an hour.
Gust from the gods. Now if we put a short tracker on that, the red line just dribbles along the tee and goes off the end.
That's why you have 2 balls.
We'll add the short tracker on after in editing.
That's why you have 2 balls. Always have 2 balls in this game.
That's the mulligan.
Absolutely. Not used it yet.
Oh, stay up. Go down the hill.
I had to cut that off. I've seen it too many times. First, the only top I did all day, straight into the roughing on the par 3. First one, only one. Played to 11. Wasn't bad, finished 11 over on that round. Great footage, thanks to PK for putting it all together. Stunning bit of work from PK. It was good to wander around, and thanks to Johnny Scott for giving us the chance to play the wonderful, wonderful Aberdour.
We're back, set and ready to go, guys.
Who have we got?
Full table here. In one's Kai Hamilton, 2 Johnny Scott.
Oi, oi, there he is.
3 Graham Williams, 4 Kevin O'Neill, 5 Dan Gormley, 6 Phil Hepburn, 7 is Bowsey, 8 Bernard McGinley, and in 9 is Mickey Spillane.
Let's do it again. Next session. Underway. Johnny Scott, C2. My golfing partner from Aberdour. Might need a snack. Have we got any?
Yeah, I just had one of. Honestly, I just had one of these on the break, and I'm not joking. I was chewing it for a good 10 minutes. I was honestly.
What are they?
I don't know. I had one of the toffee chew bars, but they got an iron brew one as well.
Woolies brought chew bars. Island toffee, iron brew flavoured. Okay. So Bouncy on the pitch, Mickey Spillane. Saw them travelling. Saw Laura and Mickey when we met Ricky Kebabs and Mr. P-Man. All sat down. 7.5 hour drive it was for Mickey Spillane. Sat in seat number 9. 7.5 hours. Well, I don't know how long it takes Katie. She's further down.
Yeah.
She's in Margate. That's near Argate. That's where I normally go for my holidays.
Where?
Argate.
Argate?
Yes, end of our house.
Oh. That might be 500 with the ace deuce diamonds, Bassy flattening hijack Bernard coming along with the ace in the cut-off. Queen 10 off here for Kai and the small, he wants to get in the mix, and Johnny looks down and sees the Cowboys going to be squeezing this up for short out the big blind. We're not going to call and go 5-way. Going to be bumping it up. That's for 2k. Pretty small size in here from Johnny. Might get the ace to come along when we go this small. do get the 8s to come along. Queen Jack 7, Rainbow. Nice flop for us here with the Kings. So let's continue for 2.3 and the 8's just out of the way.
So back for the next session. Next break in play will be the 60-minute dinner break. That will be at 10 to 5 local time. Whenever you're watching around the world, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. You know, we've got Canada watching.
7-6-5 of hearts here in the low jack, getting 3-bet by Bernard. This particular hand not going to pill here, Balsi, getting 3 to 1 on a call, just letting it go. And that one going away of Bernard. Comes to Balsi, pocket 10s. Makes it 500. And Kevin defending the Jack 9 off in the big. Heads up.
10, 4, 2, 2 hearts.
Yeah, flopping the nuts with top set here, Balsi. Classic Balsi stuff tower.
Going for a small bet. A bet of 4.
So in for just south of third, and we're going to get a float out of Kevin here. Wrap round that 10, backdoor hearts as well. And actually catches a 9. The potential to lose another street here. Now board double flush draw. Plenty of straight possibilities that the big blind can have defending. So Balsi not going to be playing this one tricky. Expect him to size up a little here now as well. So does opts for 3/4 pot sizing on the turn. And Kevin floated with the Jack 9 and has caught a 9 here, but unbeknown to him, drawing stone dead.
And does call. So Balsi going to get back over starting stuck here. Oh my days, what the river.
Wow, just goes backdoor 9s for Kevin here.
Does the check call again?
Yeah, he's checking over to Balsi here. And Balsi is just loving life here now. How does he get this run out after Kevin floats to Jack 9? The only good thing is that it's not the 9 of clubs.
Yes.
That's what I will say. The front door flush does complete. Otherwise, it would have been a world of hurt for Kevin. But I just think once the front door flush completes and Bousey can still plausibly have some like ace X of hearts, king queen of hearts, ace king, ace queen of hearts, that we're just going to see Kevin call here. Just see what size Bousey opts for. Flush has completed, so may choose to go large.
5.5.
It goes for pot size, fires 5.5. It's up for the large sizing, and now Kevin, after floating this hand and backdooring trips, with the jack of hearts in there as well for a bit of removal, a little bit of insurance, makes it less likely Bousey does have a flush in this spot. I can't see how he folds tower.
Yeah, makes the call. Worst run out for Kev. Yeah, worst run out for Kev.
John, please. Just flop it.
You think the heart is great as well.
Well, so just get over starting stack and well over starting stack.
Right, 500.
8-6 of spades for Phil, raises to 500. First is gun open, not going to be peeling the ace-9 off, we hope, as Mickey does hit the muck. And a Johnny, throwing with the kings, and now got the ladies.
Right, 14.
Raises to 14.
Yeah, and this time opting for a legitimate size. The kings maybe a little bit too small, but perfectly fine. Just under 3x here with the ladies. And now Kevin going to cold call the fives in the small blind. It's under the gun open. 3-bet from the cut-off and a cold call from the pocket fives of Kevin. Maybe a little blunder from Kevin here. Should be a fold here. Cold calling out the small with small pairs. Not going to be making us money. Queen 6-8, the flop. So top set again, this time for Johnny. It'll be hard to get any sort of action though. Phil does have bottom pair.
I think this is the first time fives have not flopped a set this week.
Just to continue, and 2 quick folds.
Afternoon, Lee, watching on Facebook. Probably an inch. Probably an inch. I didn't want to change me pings, the G20s. But yeah, maybe an inch. That Ricky sat down on the outer tables, just come in.
King 10 of diamonds for Bousey under the gun. Just limps in. What's Bousey up to, tower? She much prefer to see an open with this hand. Dan is going to complete very wide hit in the small. Must be trash because it hits the muck. Okay, it wasn't a limp from Bousey. It was a raise to 500. Slight graphic error there, guys. Makes more sense, raise and take for John Bousfield.
So good, he doesn't even have to raise. I'm not want to play with you, John.
152 for the main so far.
Today, yeah?
Yeah,
Wow.
277 total.
He's got his spades for Bernard. Makes it 500. Johnny, with the ace queen hand, that won't be going anywhere, just chooses to call. Can mix in a free bet with this some of the time as well, even versus gun open, but just opting to call on this occasion. Dan here, suited king on the button. Looks like Dan wants to come along for the ride with position. Offsuit king 3 for Bousey, just under 7 to 1, but lets it go.
Jack 10-8.
So both players here flopping a double gut shot. Johnny and Bernard with the same hand, backdoor spades to go with Bernard, so not much going on for Dan in seat 5. Just expect this to go bet, call, fold. Six of diamonds on the turn, doesn't change anything. Looks like Bernard going to fire another streak here. Mate, it's probably going to work against Johnny's particular hand, but brave man going for the second barrel there after Johnny flats us in the low jack pre, calls our flop bet. That board is going to hit him pretty strong. But went for it and got the job done.
Looks like it.
Bloody bananas these days, I tell you what, so noisy. Oh, these bananas are tasty.
And then ace 9 of clubs in the cut-off. The opening makes it 500. And Phil here, King Jack, just choosing to call on the button. Could definitely mix in some free bets here as well. Wouldn't mind seeing a free bet at all versus a Dan cut-off open, but choosing to flat on this occasion, take a flop in position. $9.76, 2 diamond boards, so Dan flopping top pair, top kicker here. Fairly wet board texture, might choose to size up with continued size here. So opts for closer to half, 7 into 1.5, and just the King Jack, not much going on, out of the way.
So I can put on the screen, it's got like the name and it's got a flag.
Ireland.
Table 9's been active.
Lots of seat opens on
Yeah.
table 9.
Yeah.
Irish. Do it. Do it. About to wind up a few people.
It has been active, table 9.
Let's put the Zimbabwe flag. Price 500.
No, Jamie, no more live satellites now. Last one was last night because tonight is just the turbo. Busiest day, Friday. We just have the day 1B and day 1C. There's Dan opening here in the hijack and Phil 3 bets in the cutoff to 1.6. tricky spot here for Mickey with the 10s and decides on a fold, just lets it go. I was going to say, I expect a cold call, maybe a cold 4, but
yeah,
Mickey
decided against it. Events coming up in between GUKPTs, the Vic next week. Coventry, Leeds and Liverpool all have 25/25s and deep stacks. Check all the local listings. Then we're in Luton, 26th of May until the 5th of June. £1,000 main events in Luton. There's a high roller, there's a PLO, there's all kinds going on in Luton. We'll show you the schedule for that during this week. And then as we head into June, Birmingham, Berry New Road in Manchester, Reading in Glasgow, and then Edinburgh's next 25/25 is on the 16th of June. Plenty going on. Absolute Fizz going to be playing the Liverpool deep stack.
Well, that's a good flop for the 7-6 suited. Flopping the flush here. No way. How has Phil checked this behind here? Checking behind the 7-6 spades. Okay, he didn't check it behind. That makes a lot more sense. Firing for 1.2 and Kai calling with the toppest of pairs. Queen of clubs on the turn. Which is going to be bet here for us, Phil. Probably going to check on spade rivers, but all other rivers we will go for the third street. In comes the second street. 2.5 size of choice this time, 60% on the turn.
And a call. There's a 2 on the river.
Yeah, this is a good card for the King 9 because now we chop with some King Jack, some King 10, hands up wall opening the hijack. So actually a pretty decent river this dude's for Kai from his perspective. As I said, Phil going to be coming in for the third street now.
4,000, isn't it?
Really like the size and choice as well. So I really try and get a hero from like the King X holdings that it looks like our opponent has. We can plausibly rep the bare ace. So
the flop flush gets paid.
Kai does pay it off.
Second session of the day. Numbers are good. Again. Edinburgh turning out in force.
King 9-4. Mickey raises to 500. Kai's going to peel the 9-7 suited, and Johnny here with the A7 of clubs not going to be going anywhere. Both options available. Small frequency might mix in a free bet versus a button open and a small blind flat. But just happy to call on this occasion and see a flop.
Ace 10 Queen.
And, flops best with his top pair and checks it over to the aggressor. And Mickey here, especially with that King of Hearts in his hand, nice little combination of King 9 off to continue on. Got some nice double barrel candidates on the turn as well as that. We just got advantage on this board being the opener. We're going to have all the sets. King Jack's going to be in there for us as well. All the 2 pair combos. Very good board for our opening range.
There's the ace on the turn, the ace of diamonds.
So Johnny turning trips here. And Mickey slowing down now for that reason. Still can have some ace-x here, even defending out the big blind. As well as that, queen-x probably going to be continuing once it's ace pairs a lot of the time. Now Johnny going for value. It should just be a quick fold here from Mickey. Howdy and howdy. Go on, Mickey, he says.
Absolutely.
How are we doing, Chris? Chris Johnson. Afternoon, guys. I wish I was playing this. Great job as always. Well, on your result in Cov, Chris.
Another winner's photo.
Chopping it 3 ways with Ben and Twy.
Decent final table that as well. With the picture that I saw on social media.
Decent turnout. The whole event tower. We've got lots of runners. The old deep stack in Cov.
Ten Jack 2.
I'll continue for 800. Looks like Mickey going to pull out the float here with the A6 of spades. Backdoor Broadway, backdoor spade draw. Maybe he has plans to take it away from his opponent the times that the turn is checked. Bernard
not slowing down either.
Saw it with the ace-queen, like in a spot where probably shouldn't double barrel, he just went for it with the ace-queen on a board that was a lot better for his opponent's range. And then once more here, Mickey's definitely going to have some jack-x here, some king-jack, queen-jack type hands. But just unfazed and not really fussed about what our opponent looks like could have in terms of range, just showing pure aggression it looks like from Bernard. Once again, gets it through, nice from him. This is the Maybury in Edinburgh, Grosvenor Casino. Jordan, asking where we are.
We are in South Maybury. 10 minutes from the airport. And about 2 minutes from the Marriott Hotel. Sprinting across, play Frogger, getting home on a night time.
Yeah. You have to, because the traffic lights take about. You go out on your dinner break. You want to cross at a traffic lights. You press the button. It eventually goes green, and your dinner break's over. Quickest way across that road is, as Tower said.
Yeah.
Bernard opening 8-7 of diamonds and the low jack makes it 500, and Mickey with the jacks 3 bets to 1.5. And action back on Bernard here, and not going anywhere with this particular hand, suited 8-7.
Ace 5.
Not the best flop for the jacks, but we prefer to see 2 aces over 1. Continues.
Better 9.
Alright then, Sam, we are good.
Yeah, it is a busy junction, that is for sure, Howdy. It is indeed. Afternoon, Mick the Mod. Afternoon, Sam. You're having trouble downloading and updating the Grosvenor client. Can't think of another skin to try and download. Didn't know there was a problem. Weren't sure there were problems on the Grosvenor. Yeah, numbers 280 so far for the main. Always getting busy. 160 today. 286 in total.
Bouncy Queen Jack suited, making it 500. Bernard appealing the 8-6 +2. That's how Bernard likes getting involved already, I think. Like seeing lots of flops, playing a lot of hands. Graham on the button coming along. Unfortunately, unaware of his holding. And Dan defending the 10-8 of spades.
Any red cards about? 7-8-2.
It's come 8 higher, so gives Dan Gormley the best hand. And Bernard choosing to put in a little check here with his 8-6 of clubs. We're unaware of Graham's holding at the moment. But Graham looks like he wants to fire for 1.2, and Dan Gormley with top pair not going to be going anywhere. And then Bernard behind. The way Bernard's been playing, I just expect him to overcall this spot with top pair and some really nice backdoors. Should be calling anyway, I think, in this position here, especially with 8-6 of clubs when we've got backdoor straight and flush possibilities to go with our top pair. He does make the call. King on diamonds on the turn. So he once more checks over to Graham on the button. Just going to fire a second street here and should go fold. Don't know Graham's hand here, but I think once Graham bets twice, betting once into 3 players on the flop, getting called in 2 spots, and then still continuing to fire again here. Thinking what he could have. Early position opening of flats, and 9s and 10s could be in there that didn't elect a 3 bet. Set of 7s, set of deuces, these type holdings. Dan is going to make the call, and now Bernard will most certainly fold the 8-6. Can't overcall now, but we'll see. If Dan's senses are on point, he's sat there at the table. He'll have a feel on the situation more than us here in the comms box. 6 of spades on the ends, the 8-6 would have got there. I'd just make the assumption, like Graham, I think looks like the kind of player once he double barrels here. Like our 10-8's just not going to be the best hand too often. And I'll probably just pass turn, but Dan may be right in his call.
Is that a king? King 7? King 5?
It looks like it could be king 7. King 7. So Dan was right on the turn, right on the flop, but did turn 2 pair with the king, and then check behind on the river. Have to bet that spot surely with the king 7. Maybe I'm folding too much against certain opponents, but probably, like I said, turn's just probably closer than it looks.
Another one. Another 10. All good?
Yes. There's a little bit.
Alright. Is it hard? Is it? Ace 8-2 flop. All red. Check, check. Queen of clubs on the turn.
Check.
Duke wants us the deep stack. If you survive day 1A, do you continue to play day 1B, etc. and C, or do you play day 1 and then day 2? The buying days are day 1A, B, C, and the turbo. Is it turbo D?
Yeah.
So you've got 4 chances to play. And if you make it to the end of the night and you bag up some chips, you will return for day 2. If you do bag up chips, you can't play a day 1B, C, or a D. But you have 4 decisions when to play.
Or even 5 decisions, because there's always an online flight on the.
Yeah, that's true.
On the Wednesday.
Online is on the Wednesday if you want to play an online flight. But if you do play one of the day ones, 1A, 1B, 1C, or 1D, and you make it through. If you make it through 1A, you wait until day 2 comes along, and you play day 2. Your chips are bagged and you open them when you return for day 2.
So Johnny making it 1.3 here over the under the gun open from Bernard. Tricky spot here, like ace jack off would be hitting the mark, and ace queen off here. It's a bit too strong to fold, so happy to call. Getting this price, we're going to get in a world of trouble here. Johnny with the ace of hearts for a bit of insurance. Happily firing here. 1.5 into 3.1, so slightly south of half. And Bernard here just got a clear call. Nothing else we can do as him. For the turn.
8 of diamonds. Then on to act first.
Yeah, so from Johnny's perspective here, Tal, like ace 8, ace 5, ace 6 shouldn't really be a thing unless they're suited. So we're just going to go for max here versus some ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 suited, these type hands that Bernard might have peeled. 2.5k on the turn. And the call.
River cements for Johnny in seat number 2.
Yeah, so this is really nice for us because it being the king of hearts and us holding the ace of hearts in our hand, like there's hardly any flushes Bernard should have here. Queen jack of hearts, like queen 10 of hearts, jack 10 of hearts, 9 10 of hearts maybe, like probably 4, 5, maybe 6 combos at max. So we just go for it here with our ace king. We're not really too worried about the flush, and try and get heroed by some ace queen, ace jack. Maybe some 2 pair that may have played it slow, like an ace 8 suited, although only 1 combo of that from our perspective. Ace 5, ace 6 suited, 2 combos of that. But flip the script back to Bernard, like what's it look like Johnny's got here, and Johnny can definitely have aces, he can definitely have ace king, he could even have ace queen himself, maybe with the ace of hearts. And sees the bad news on the King River.
As he does make the call, Johnny moves up to 31,000. Luton's on its way, and Luton's a big one.
Yeah.
That is the Luton schedule. The only change is on Sunday the 5th of June, the bounty will be a mystery bounty for the first time. The prize, it might change, it might stay at 150. We'll see, it might be 200 in total, but we'll see. But the mystery bounty will take place on Sunday the 5th. But the full schedule from Wednesday the 25th of May all the way through. You playing the mini? The mini?
I'm going to play the midi actually, Tal. It's rare I get to play a £500 on the old Grosvenor circuit, but yeah, I'll probably play the midi and the mini. So didn't actually get to play the mini last year in Luton, so be back at it.
Good stuff. There's plenty going on there for Luton. Luton is going to be a big one. The high roller 2K on the Wednesday, the PLO. There's all kinds of satellites going on and minis and all sorts going on. Luton on its way at the end of this month.
King 7 of diamonds for Graham, making it 600, and Kevin's just choosing to call the ace queen. And mix in a free bet some of the time. Opting to just flat, and Phil on the button coming along with a king jack. Bernard happy to defend the 5-3 offsuit. It's 4-way to this flop.
Jack out flop, Jack 10-7, 2 spades.
So Phil flopping best here, top pair, decent kicker, some nice back doors as well. Kevin with the Broadway draw and bottom pair for Graham, so once check to Phil here. He's happy to fire, try and thin the field down, try and get our equity split heads up at least, or at least 3 ways I should say. But, only player that may call here is Kevin. Kevin does call, but king would be fireworks, but it's a jack. So that gives Phil the check mark. Might be thinking now, how are we going to get all of Kevin's chips in by the river? Maybe 3k here on the turn, leaving 11 in the pot, leaving 9k effective behind, around like 80% jam. It goes tiny, 1.7 here. On the jack of diamonds turn, 1.7 into 4.9, so a little bit more than third. Kevin now out the way, was drawing dead.
Indeed. Edinburgh getting busier. The place is buzzing. So we start with 20,000, Johnny's up to 31,000. Queen of spades for Bousey, making it 500 in the cut-off. And action on Kai in the big, who chucks in a defend with the A6 of hearts. Bousey flopping top pair. Just going to continue, and should be a fold for Kai here. I reckon it's like Queen 7 deuce, 1 heart, probably going to pill once versus cut opening range, but it's more just to connect it. Into the win they go.
Yep, Jamie's back today. Mick the Moddy won a seat last night in the cash out satellite. How are we doing?
Oh, yeah, you did. I heard. Yes, I heard that last night. Well done, that man. Give me your update on the chip counts from last night as well. 35 people making it through last night from the 135. 135 they played? 139. Johnny with the sixes. That's not the best flop for the sixes. Ace, ace, 3. Bernard leaps to the front.
Yep, and Barcy just choosing to continue here once. Try and get this through now. Choose a really small size, gives himself a really nice price to take it down. And wow, Johnny's overcalling here, tower. 7 of clubs on the turn and just going to be shut down central now from Barcy. He's been called in 2 spots. He'll know can never double barrel this spot. Just has to check it over to Bernard, who's probably going to bet himself. And now it should be fold. Surprised to see Johnny overcall once. Bernard called Barcy c-bet, but didn't get sticky on the 7 of clubs turn. Ace 10 of clubs for Kai makes it 500.
Flop time. King 8-5 all spades.
And Graham smashes the life out of this one. Kai continuing, and Graham hopefully just calls. Seven of diamonds on the turn. Kai just choosing to shut down now. 3 of spades on the river. The Queen, 1 of spades of Graham is the best hand, and going to choose to lead now, try and get some value.
That was with the end of that.
Quick fold from Kai.
Quick update on the NPL, as everybody's now playing for the points. Matt Davenport, top of the tree at the minute, 243. Matt's in the field today. Oh, did he make it through yesterday? Matt Davenport, sure. Yeah,
yes,
I think he did.
Yeah, he did.
Darcy's playing today. Andy back. Riggy, Phil Tate. Who, what did three event final tables, 2 wins and a final. Leon Campbell, Nick Filoni.
Look at the points difference between Matt Davenport and third though. I know Bowsey's got like 50 behind him, but there's over 100 point difference between Matt and Spand in third. So
that's a lot.
That is a lot, Tal. That's a lot to make up. Obviously, only getting points for events that you cash this year, which I think is great and how it should be done. But going to take some catching even at this stage of the year. Matt Davenport, I think, if he continues to play the volume he is.
Right, 20th, up 36 places.
Tai Huang,
up 36 to number 20 this week is Tai Huang.
And Chris Johnson up 28 as well. Both of them chopping the deep stacking Cov, obviously helping towards the points.
Certainly does. GUKPT been there, no thereabouts, last 3 or 4 years.
No gambling, guys. Leg 8 in Leeds is still going to be going on.
Who said that about? Was it Leeds last time or somewhere else, wasn't it? Edinburgh. I think he just has us on, this gambling guys. No event has been cancelled. They were doing that about Edinburgh, and we got confirmation that I don't know why, but definitely not. No event has been cancelled this year. Afternoon, Dennis. Is Alex Montgomery up here? Not. He is. I've got a nod from PK. Yes, he is. Yeah, the deep stack was cancelled because the refurb took longer than scheduled. But yes, my GUKPT's events, main events, the schedule for the team. It comes up a 4:04 on the website. I think that will be an issue with the website itself, Gazette. I do think Leeds is definitely on.
We've got Phil opening 8-9 of clubs here under the gun. Ace-10 suited, Mickey veering more towards flat in this spot versus the under the gun open. Prefer mixing in more free bets with the offsuit variety. Obviously we'll have some free bets for this one as well. But just choosing to call on this occasion. Going to bring Johnny in and cut off with the King Jack. Graham with the old Mickey Blacks on the button. And looks like he is going to squeeze this up with the sixes here, Graham. Won't see this very often, Tower. It's usually in this spot you just see players peel the sixes, take the flop with position, see if they can flop a set, but Graham deciding to take an unorthodox approach here. And Dan looks like he has a decision in the big blind. King 3 of hearts gonna make the call. Folds. That makes a lot more sense. I thought the chips in front of them were a call, so it must have been Phil must have acted out of turn. That's why Dan was thinking, knowing that Phil was not raising behind. He'd already called out of turn. Maybe thought about peeling the suited king, but it's made a good fold. Hearts were dominated, king was dominated, 3 was dominated by sixes, so we were pretty much drawing very thin. So Phil's in with the 8-9 of clubs. Mickey gets out of the way with the ace-10 of hearts, and Johnny's out with the king jack.
Flop time. Johnny's not in the hand. 5-7-4.
Yeah, 6 would be
decent flop for sixes.
6 would be action. Phil checking. I think Graham might choose to bet this one. This particular holding here. Denying equity to overs potentially. And obviously we've also then got the betting lead, so we can check back turn and take a free one some of the time, assuming that Phil's going to be playing in float. Phil not bad anywhere here, flopping gut shot, backdoor clubs, 2 overcards to the board. Happy to check call. King of diamonds on the turn. Sixes of Graham still out in front. And it's an 8 on the river. The sixes make the straight. And effective nuts here, because we're never going to be up against 6-9.
Oh, 5,000. Okay, bet.
Yeah, I don't think Phil was ever going to call this one off tower.
No.
But we beat maybe some ace queen, but is ace queen not going to double barrel on this turn? So what hands has Graham got here? And sixes might not be in the head of Phil once he 3-bets pre, but maybe a hand like ace king, a check back turn after turning top pair, top kicker, might even be going really thin with queens or jacks. Can't see how Phil's going to play this one off with an 8. Maybe what he's thinking is Graham here, once he goes for, well, it's only half pot, might be thinking he's never going to value bet one pair here. Is he a type of player that's going to value bet ace king, aces in this spot? Or is it basically has to be 2 pair plus for him to value bet here, so it makes his range more condensed, if that's what Phil's thinking about? Really thinking about throwing on the cake. It's just these boards, like, people don't tend to bluff them as the 3-better because they're meant to be a lot better for the caller. And a lot of people will just check back and give up, and looks like Phil is going to pay it off and sees the bad news that he's up against the sixes. And the table will also know now that Graham elected to free bet the pocket sixes after an EP open and a couple of flats.
So 6 or 7 minutes left of this level. Dinner break will be just after, well, around about 5 to 5. Oh, Friday, 5 to 5. What is it? Live at 5? No, that's 5 o'clock.
5 to 5.
It's Friday. It's 5 to 5. It's
Crackerjack.
yeah.
Remembered.
Go on, son.
I remember.
Good on you. That's why you get the top dollar.
I don't know about that. Crackerjack. Kai raises the 5, called in 3 spots here. 10 at 9 at 5, 2 diamonds. So nut flush draw here for Graham, middle pair for Kai and Phil, and bottom pair for Dan Gormley. Graham, the player that's going to fire here with his nut flush draw. Kai not going to overcall it, I hope. There's the fold. Queen of clubs on the turn. So the king 9 does pick up gut shot to go with their pair. And the 3 of the clubs on the river. So complete brick here for Graham. Just going to check behind with his ace height. Will be good some of the time against like some 7-8 perhaps, or worse diamond draws. Line's going to be going up in just under 5 minutes, guys, and take us into level 4 of the day.
Indeed. People still walking through the doors, buying in to the main event. At the moment in the main event, 168 today, 292 in total.
And I'm making it 500 with the 4s under the gun. Dan's going to peel the queen 9 off on the button. Darcy going to come along with the queen 3 suited in the big blind.
Ace Jack 2, 2 spades.
Yeah, this pot should just be going the way of Bernard. Board that he's going to have plenty of bets on here. Quick continue, and it's going to be 2 quick folds. Darcy doesn't even know it's on him. There we go.
You never have too much water.
No.
Cards coming out, heading towards the next level. Good numbers again here in Edinburgh. There's king for Johnny, raises to 6. Graham 3 bets to 1.2.
Second time we've seen this from Graham. Small pair choosing a really small 3 bet size. And they're going to get the bad news on this occasion because it should be 4 bet from Johnny, especially versus this size. But Johnny looks like he just wants to call and take the flop out of position. Smashes the life out of it. Top pair, top kick up. Just play it in flow. Don't Johnny!
Don't do it!
Why is he doing it, Tower? He watches the stream.
He watches everything. He watched all the repeats of Goliath for the last 5 years.
Just
and he's donking into
the aggressor in a 3 bet pot on an ace high board. We're going to get a bet. We're going to get a bet from our opponent. Just check. Shouldn't ever really have any donks in 3 bet pots, especially on ace high boards. Like, we've under-repped our hand. Like, keep it under-repped, and it's a board that our opponent could potentially take off on and maybe induce some bluffs, at least induce the c-bet. It's a board we need to understand they're just going to continue such a high frequency, and we smashed that one with top pair, top kick up.
Yeah.
So Kevin mixing it up, 7 deuce of clubs, one for the people watching at home perhaps. Phil flattening the cut-off and Balsey, both options available here. Could flat ourselves or potentially do this, what he is doing, squeeze it up. And Kevin getting punished for opening a trash holding. And it should be a fold from him. And expect Phil to call in a heads-up situation here with a pair this deep with Balsey, 100 bigs. Cut-off versus button.
Want to see a flop for sure, which we do. Ace 2 8. Decent flop for Rousey.
Blind's going to be up after this hand. So continuing, and just a quick fold from Phil.
Price to 7.
Morris is back. He's done the school run. 3 grandkids back in the coop. Home game tonight. FA Cup final tomorrow. And then seniors in Edinburgh. Now that, hey, I'll tell you what, Morris.
Yeah, FA Cup final tomorrow.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well,
Liverpool-Chelsea, ain't it?
Oh, yeah.
Liverpool's still on for the quad.
Turn to the not winning league.
You never know.
Man City will not drop a point between now and 2028. Not a bad weekend, Morris. Not a bad weekend at all. Who's playing the home game? Don't forget to put the live stream on in the background. I'll give you the shout out when you got your home game on.
See if they can get it on the big screen at Wembley as well, maybe. Put the live stream while you're at the FA Cup final.
Half time.
Yeah.
Stick on the stream. Updates from Edinburgh.
I totally forgot the FA Cup final was tomorrow.
Right. Playoffs start tonight in the Championship. Sunderland will play Wickham at Wembley next week.
So Phil, ace jack of spades makes it 7.
Flop time, King 8-7, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts.
Massive flop for the 6-5 of hearts here.
Huge flop for Graham.
Up and down. And flush drawing. Not much going on for either other opponent though. May get one C-bet out of Phil. As it is King high and he is the opener.
Two of clubs on the turn.
Second barrel here from Phil. Graham may be thinking about raging here perhaps, I don't know. He's definitely going to call at least, never folding here, ever. Maybe thinking about trying to win this pot another way. Out of position here. He's not folding with 3-1 and a call with an up and down and a flush draw, surely. I'm hoping he's thinking about maybe can we raise this spot, represent some hands and potentially fold out anything, but he is just going to choose to call.
This is misses everything.
3 barrel coming in here from Phil.
Yeah.
Has caught the best of it on the end. Didn't actually need to hit, just needed to fade.
Holding as with ruffling with his chips. Always a good sign for a player. Don't forget, give us a follow on Twitter, Tower68 and Just J. And don't forget to watch live stream on Facebook, YouTube and Twitch, and all information going on Twitter as well. So blinds up. Blinds are 1-3 with a 3.
Roman small king 4 of diamonds makes it 800.
Yeah, looking at reschedules for 2022. As you can see there, 9th till the 12th of June, Glasgow has been rescheduled. And they've had a big refurb. It took a little bit longer than scheduled. Reading South, Birmingham and Manchester, all on the same weekend. Coventry, Luton, Edinburgh and Blackpool the weekend after. And then we're back down in the Vic after.
Imagine holding your cards like that.
We used to! We used to pick them up like that, go like that. And then back for Reading, and then obviously Coventry and Goliath. Plenty of satellites running every night on Goliath. Plenty of value on their close of this Monday.
Seven six of spades for Graham. Opening on the button, flops best on 7-3 deuce, top pair for him. Happy to continue. Just a quick fold from Dan, I expect. Going for the old check result with the 8-5 off. Not going to love to see that though, Dan. The snap call from Graham.
Dan has called. So we should see a turn. Queen of Hearts.
That's a 3.1k on the turn here from Dan. Moving himself 8.7 back.
Yeah, I don't think there was a raise on the flop, was there?
Yeah, there was.
Was it?
Yeah, it was a check result from Dan.
A check result? Oh, yes.
Yeah, check raised with the 8-5. Now I'm just trying to rep these hearts, perhaps. Obviously, one of the bluffs you would have on the flop is going to be hearts, and they do complete on the Queen of Hearts turn. So now Graham in a bit of a predicament here. There still can be some like 4-5, like if Danny's got 8-5, like I'm guessing he's going to have a lot more bluffs than most here. There would be some like 4-5, ace-4, ace-5 with the ace of hearts perhaps. We could continue double barreling. But Danny here with just a no equity hand. Only 1-8 remaining in the deck that would give him the check mark on the end. Graham.
A decision.
Yeah, it is a decision, Sal. It's a tough one. And we're still behind to like Dan's value range on the flop that he raises. 7-3 suited, 2-3 suited, 7-2 suited probably going to be in there. Might even start raising some like King 7, A7, Queen 7 perhaps. And then bluffs, heart draws have completed, still ahead of hands like 4-5, 4-6 of clubs, Ace-4, Ace-5 with Ace of hearts perhaps. So it's really, really tough spot here for Graham. And it'll be interesting to see whether he can.
You'll see it after. You must have done it, making the folder.
Two choices, folder and putting you on.
Sorry?
There's only folder and putting you on.
Oh, really? Okay.
So you might be better than watching it, that's what I'm saying. But you put it to grand. We'll watch it on TV and we'll find it.
You either say good fold or fuck.
I think it's probably a fuck. I think it's a fuck. Race to 7.
I've not played a hand for about an hour and I've still got this reputation that's going to do it.
Pass.
Bounce with the ace king.
Sorry Sam, missed your questions. Unfortunately YouTube's not coming through on our chat box that has collaborated, so just looking on it.
What we missed?
He's asked, do we know what the buy-in for the mystery bounty is going to be in Luton? Or will it be the same?
Not sure.
Not sure.
If we get information from Jim, it won't be answering today. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, Jim McShane.
Happy birthday, Jim. And I don't think there's any added prizes, is there? They've just come directly out of the prize pool.
No.
And Jim saying, can we get Jamie Nix on the feature next session? We will see what we can do. It will be after the dinner break, which we are going on in around 45 minutes. What's on the menu today, Tower?
I don't actually know. I did hear mac and cheese was one of the options. Mac and cheese with chopped up chorizo is really nice.
Is it?
Oh, lovely. Yes. So Bouncy was in the front, was in the lead, and then it's bets out 1.1, cements it. Oh no, but
yeah, it's on the Sunday, Jim. Basically, we'll pop it up now, right at the bottom of your screen there, down there, somewhere.
I mean,
the bounty is basically going to be replaced with the mystery bounty, so it'll be at 4 o'clock, same start time.
It'll either stay at the same price or be at 200, 100 plus 100 plus the juice. That's what I'm guessing. So we will let you know in plenty of time. But Jim McShane literally said yesterday there's going to be a mystery bounty at Luton and a mystery bounty at Goliath.
That's when Tower's having his day off at the Goliath when we're doing the mystery bounty.
Is that the same day?
No,
I'll be in it. I'll be in it.
No taking people's bounties.
Hey, would I?
Bono makes it 700 and Graham choosing to 3-bet the pocket 8s. So third time we've seen this now. He's had 6s, he's had 4s and he's had 8s, and he's opted to 3-bet. I think 100% of the time he's been dealt a pair here, Graham, so it might be the strategy that he opts for. About to get some bad news this time because we are going to be met with a 4-bet from Bernard. Bernard 4-bet into 4.2k. Like the sizing choice here from Bernard. And action back on Graham here, who is now getting a really attractive price to call, 2.5 to 1 with position, with some decent holdings, pocket eights right on that line, so he's happy to call and take a flop.
Flop time. Queen 4-4.
The eights still out in front. Bernard whiffing this one. Continue size, expect to be very small here on Queen 4-4 Rainbow. Can go as small as 20%. $3.4k into 9.1. So like 40%-ish from Bernard here. A little bit less. And one overcard to the ace of Graham. But we're still behind the jacks, the aces, the kings. But we are now ahead of ace king on this flop. Doubt ace queen is going to 4-bet once we open gun, and Graham 3-bets.
Check of spades on the turn.
And now Bernard just shoves for 13k, setting Graham in here. Don't mind it also. I actually like this from Bernard. Size and choice on the flop maybe a smidge too big, but just choosing to shove here for 13k into 15.9. That might have been why he sized up on flop actually. If he was thinking along the streets, it's good. It's good poker, thinking about what we're doing on certain cards on the next card to roll off. And obviously we've got equity to Broadway here. We put all the 5s through 10s in the absolute blender, but the thing is, don't expect like 5s through 8s to 3-bet too often here. Really nice from Bernard. And Graham in a tough spot here. Personally, I'm just going to fold here. We lose to too much. We lose to aces, we lose to kings. Potential set of jacks on the turn, although probably going to choose a small sizing rather than rip. Same with queens as well. But he does make the call with the ace. What a call from Graham.
Good call.
What a good call from Graham with the pocket eights. Non-believer. And Bernard stands up, not the player at risk, but we'll see. He's still drawing live here. Ace, king or 10.
Big call from the eights.
Yeah, massive call tower. Especially for his tournament life as well.
10 and ace, a king to fade. And the good call on the turn is a better call. And it is. Well done, sir. Great call from Graham. Here's a side event on Saturday at Turbo. No, it's 30-minute clock. This side event on Saturday, it's a £200. 30-minute clock, starts at 1-1 as normal. 30 minutes for the first 6 levels. Late reg finishes, and then it's a 25-minute clock all the way through. £200 on Saturday, starting at 4 o'clock. 15,000 starting stack. It is not a turbo.
Phil choosing to 3-bet the king queen here versus Dan Gormley's cut off open. Basically kicks it, so Dan calling the Jack 9 here. King 6, 2 hard board. Phil Fluffy trips it.
Please come to reception. Also a black Volkswagen Golf, GF14 DLK. Please come to reception. You'll need to move your cars. Thank you.
Yeah, 30-minute clock. Quickly show you Edinburgh again. There we go, Edinburgh, 200 pounder, 6 30-minute levels, and 25 minutes after the buy-ins have finished. That's on Saturday the 14th, which is tomorrow. Anything gone wrong for anybody today, Friday the 13th? No? Nah, just a date, isn't it? And then the seniors and the bounty and the sides on Sunday. We'll update on those, but the turbo tonight is the main event. 7:50. Starts at 9 o'clock.
Balsi probably going to continue this one. Equally done our purposes. And then our opponent realised equity for free and just taking it down with the fours. Kick quick fold from the King 10. Ace Queen of Diamonds, Kevin making it 700. Got Kai in the big blind, not going to be going anywhere here. Just happy to call with the Ace 10.
Ace flop as well, Ace King 2.
A bit of action, got top pair v top pair, nut kicker for Kevin, so potentially with stack sizes in question here, could potentially get this in by the river. Effective stack size of Kai here, literally working with 4 SPR this pot, so assuming Kevin's going to go bet, could see this all go in by the river, dependent on runouts obviously.
7 of spades.
This is bricky as it comes. Ace Queen of Kevin, going to want to go for another street here. 5.7k, the effective stack of Kai, so like 1.15 pot behind, and fires 2.2. The Ace 10 of Kai moves all in, and Kevin with the Ace Queen has the best of it, just fading a 10.
Kyle needs help. Does he get it?
Yes.
Yes, he does. Pairs a 7 and the king plays and they chop it up. Kai gets the lucky one.
I think it's that time, Tower.
Tea time?
Yeah, I think
Are
it
you on
could
the
be
tea run?
time, yeah.
Are you?
Goes nice with a bit of chocolate, doesn't it?
Are we having chocolate as well? Oh, we got Oreo dairy milk, let me tell you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, beautiful. Edinburgh going along very nicely indeed. 172 today. Kai Hellmuth finished 7th in the 25-25 Newcastle. He can play a bit. He just got a bit fortunate there, but we all need it at some point during the day.
Players and dealers, you are now on an extended 1 hour dinner break. Please do leave your chips at the table and make your way out of the room as quickly as you can, please.
It's more than an average snack. That's more than an average snack.
Mickey Spillane, he's sat there all nice and quiet. But still in. Here's 9 suited raising up. King 2 Jack. Here comes the tea boy. Good lad. Oh, we've got this full cup scenario
Sorted now, that's
done,
how you'll never see our cup of tea again
done
from me.
to a tea, let me tell you.
And a Coke. Soda.
What are we having?
I'm having
We're having
bit of grapes.
a wait for caramel. Go on then. Get the old ton of that.
Celery.
Thanks, Mel. Thanks, Mel.
Thanks, Mel.
We love you, Mel.
Oh, it's all in with 10-9 suited. Oh, it's 1.8k. 6
It
big
is.
blinds. Well,
that's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
Fading jacks now.
Jacks and running diamonds.
Nearly 20 past 5, dealers.
Just a jack.
Yeah, 7 would chop it. And it's the ace of spades, so it gets the double up.
Shocking, though. Why don't you shout a bit louder? Here's Queen for Phil.
Check.
King 5-5 flop. Better 1.2 from Phil. Bowser calls. Can't see Bowser's cards, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is brave here. Tower from Phil. I'm not going to be double barreling this spot with ace queen.
It is once Bowser's calls.
It's gun versus +1 here. Like Bowser would have some king queen, king jack, king 10 suited in here. I guess we do fold out the pairs. Like maybe 6s through 10s are going to let it go. Spade draw is going to be continuing with position on that occasion. It'll work the treat. Always need to be thinking about our opponent's hand and what they could have in any particular spot.
So only about 25 minutes to go until the end of the session, then a 60-minute break.
And Queen Jack of Hearts for Bernard. 14 big blinds. In it goes.
Marginal. Marginal, marginal, marginal. So 6 is all in. Jack Queen is in as well.
Can't just ISO in here for 27 bigs. Off to the races.
Off to the races.
Bernard was down to just over 1k. Just get the spin going.
Ace, ace, 2. Flop of
Lovely list for the Queen Jack. Queen Jack, heart needed. Probably backdoor counterfeit outs as well as for the backdoor King 10.
That's
it, unless ace or 6 rolls off. Still 4 outs to fade here. And it's 4 on the river. So Queen Jack of Hearts gets another double. Bernard back to 31 bigs.
Well, the double. Dave Doherty on YouTube says, "Tell her, can you settle a bet?" I don't know how big this bet is, and I don't know which between. Have you ever had an iced coffee? You and Jack are betting beers on it.
Yeah.
And I have to answer on the street. Now, if I said Tim Hortons iced cappuccino is the nicest coffee I've drank, would that make the answer a little bit? Yes. And if Jack doesn't know who Tim Hortons is, he's not wandered round Canada. Yes, I have had plenty, and I prefer it to hot coffee. So the answer is yes. Whoever wins, congratulations.
Who won, Dave? Let us know, by the way. I want to know who backed what.
Tim Hortons iced cappuccino is one of the nicest drinks I've ever had.
I was just about to say, I'm going to say Jack. I bet Jack was the person that didn't think you drank it. So Ewan's in. Getting some beers for free.
There you go.
King Queen for Johnny, +2. Raises to 700. Saying that, I've never actually seen you drink like iced coffee or walk in with like a Costa or a Starbucks or any of the like coffee brands or like even just a coffee cup in your hand, Tower.
No, to be fair, I don't wander around normally. I don't know where I wouldn't even know where the nearest Starbucks is. It's miles away. I'm not going to walk for coffee. Nice one, David. Nice one, David. Quickly look at the chip stacks. Oh, they're not there anymore. The chip stacks have gone. Well, the chip stacks would have been there from last night. There's one just opening in Leeds. The only second, the other one's in Cardiff. I've been.
Where's that?
Cardiff, Wales.
No, not Cardiff. What's opening?
Tim Hortons.
There's a Tim Hortons in Birmingham.
Is there?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go then, Tim.
There's a Tim Hortons in Birmingham and there's a Tim Hortons in Harlow as well.
Oh, right, well, there you go. They're everywhere, Tim.
They're everywhere.
Tim, they're everywhere.
Yeah, literally. They must be everywhere because there's definitely one in Brahman. There's definitely one where.
But they do better donuts than Krispy Kremes.
Yeah, they're nice.
And they do an iced cappuccino, which is amazing. Tim Hortons is a massive franchise in Canada.
I think it's getting big over here because I keep seeing new ones open up in different locations. So there's a few stores over here.
There you go.
20 minutes to go before our dinner break. Stevie K says there's a few in Scotland too.
Oh, well, there we go. The one close by. Anyone know the nearest one to the Maybury?
How are we doing, Multi George? Good morning. Where are you watching from, George? Good morning to you, wherever you may be. So folds to Dan in the hijack. Just letting the Queen 3 suited go. Phil out of the way in the cut-off. Bernard follows suit on the button, and Mickey not choosing to complete the 6-4 here. We are at the 100-300 level, so here's an extra 200 to call. Big blind being 3x the small, so maybe not completing as wide as we would in a normal situation. Nearest one to the Maybury says 90 is in Dunfermline. Hope I pronounced that right. Dunfermline. So pocket tens for Graham, raises to 7 under the gun. There's not one in Edinburgh Tower, unfortunately. Got to go Dunfermline if you want to.
Dunfermline, I saw the sign. I saw the signs for that somewhere.
We'll just follow the signs and see where we end up.
That's over the bridge. So I'm sure I saw signs for Dunfermline when I went over the Forth Bridge to Aberdour.
So Kai's all in here, really short, 13 bigs over the gun open from Graham. Graham calls with the tens. No help here for Kai. Kai, final tabling in Newcastle last week. Needs some help here. Well, a deuce would do the trick. Imagine a deuce tower.
No way.
Oh, the ace is good enough. The ace is just as good as a deuce.
Wow. More outs on the turn.
And a little spin for Kai up to 8.4 now. Multi George said good moaning. I thought he was meant to say good morning, and then he said come on tower, put him straight, but you just quickly popped out.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello peeps. Good morning.
Tim Buckley. Shows how good our local paper is. Said it was the second one in the UK when it opened a couple of months ago. And Larry says there's one junction free off the M90 in the retail park, 15 minutes from the Maybury.
Oh, there we go then. The M90. M90. You know like they have an M1?
Yep. Yeah, M1.
What's the first What's the first motorway that doesn't have a number? What's the first number that's missing?
I'm going to go with M7. Is that right? That's just a guess. I don't know the answer. I've never heard of an M7. I know M6 the biggest motorway in the whole of the UK.
It's the biggest car park.
Jim says M9.
I'd get a raise in there just so my BPIP wasn't in single
Yeah,
figures.
what is the... oh! Do you know what I'm going to do next session?
Still might be.
When we come back, I'm going to give away an £100 ticket to close.
What?
I'm going to give away an £100 ticket to the closer next session.
Have you wangled that?
Because I just has. Yeah.
Raise to 7.
Yes. Hello, hello. Good morning.
Jim says M9.
Is the wrong answer. What is the first number that doesn't appear as a motorway?
What are you thinking, guys? Kai has a free bet to 2.2 with the Ace King suited. Graham with a bit of decision here with the Ace Queen in the small blind.
Raised 6.5.
Graham 4 bets to 6.5, so this is going to be getting in between Kai and Graham, and Kai who literally had a bowl could be back up to near starting.
Absolutely.
Saw it with Bernard spin up his stack.
Big chance. It's King suited.
You usually win this one and then get settle for settle.
Ace, King 10, interesting flop as well.
Yeah, well the Ace Queen just draw into a jack, but does have some backdoor spade possibilities. Now, gonna need to find that jack.
Got more outs again.
10 would chop. Oh, and does ping the jack on the end.
Baby. Oh, Kai's gone.
Unfortunate for Kai. And Graham Eliminating Kai Hamilton.
Easy come, easy go.
I can.
Klopp on top says M13. Jim says he wasn't saying M9, he was saying that's where the Tim Hortons is.
All right.
Seat open, table 3. Seat 1.
Just over 10 minutes, guys, before we head out for that quick hour. Get some
Time
food.
to go for a jog, I think.
Might join you, Tal. Should we go together?
Aye. M7 is correct. M7, there is no M7. Don't know why. There you go. Dennis says if you give him the token, he'll bring you Tim Hortons iced cappuccino tomorrow when he comes through. There will be £100 closer token given away next session.
Do we know what we're doing or what competition we're doing?
Not yet. Not yet. We'll rack his brains at the
Might have
break.
to get a Tower Thinks in.
Absolutely.
Might have to do that. I think that was the best way of doing it last time, because then there's no advantage for people with
Yes.
the best Wi-Fi connection.
Because nobody's got any idea now, I think.
Yeah.
What is the highest fee paid for a footballer by a Scottish club, and who was it for? It's going to be for somebody or Rangers or Celtic, surely.
Yeah.
Can't be that much either, to be fair.
Emmerich Larsson.
Never get too much.
That would have been like Celtic, like 2000.
It has to be Celtic or Rangers, they're the only ones with money.
I know. It was honestly for you, no.
How much did that Mirella cost?
No, it was not.
What about Scott Brown? Do
Still in 6
you know who Scott Brown is? He was like a Celtic legend. Number 8 for Scotland. Number 8 for Celtic and number 8 for Scotland. He's just been announced as Fleetwood's manager.
Tour Andre Flo, someone says, Jim. Ace 8 of diamonds for Nicky, raises to 700.
Tory Andre Flo. Oh, he played for Celtic for about, no, were it Rangers? Played for Rangers for about 2 seasons.
Yeah, good word for that.
Nicky opening 700. Dan Peel in 6-5 suited in the small. And Phil in the big blind thinking about whether to come along here with the King 4 off. Thinks better of it. So heads up between Dan and Mickey for this one.
Yeah, we'll do a tower, thinks, during level number 5 for £110 closer token. You will need a Grosvenor account. It's not transferable. You can't take the money.
Dan flopping best, pair of 5s for him, and turning flush draw. We should be checking this one over to Mickey. This King's going to be a lot better for Mickey opening +1, especially once he checks back flop as well. So we've just got an easy check call here. That's Dan Gormley. Off to the river.
There's the King.
Dan not insta checking here. Might be thinking about blocking really small here. Something like 800 perhaps. Might be what's going through his head with the 5. That's exactly what he's going to do. Small block bet from Dan. Knows that Mickey's probably not capable of raising here as a bluff, so if we do get raised we'll just fold, and then prevents Mickey choosing like a big size end that puts in a tough spot with our particular hand. Back to the starting for Dan. Got a bone to pick with you as well.
Uh-oh.
So when I went on the tea run, they're just coming out on their dinner break. John Scott comes up to me and he goes, "Tao's giving you the wrong bag."
What?
He goes, "Tao's giving you the wrong bag."
What was in the other bag that I've not got?
So the other bag has got, you know, the ball marker I've got a red one, red and white one. The one in the other bag's a blue and white one. So you had the red and white one for Rotherham, and I had the blue and white one for Spurs. But I've got the red and white one, and you've got the blue and white one. So the bags are exactly the same, except they're 2 different colour ball markers.
See, maybe should have put the names on the bag.
What more do you want? A round of golf, all these goodies and names on the bag. John in seat 2 at the moment. Very nice.
I'll have to change that. I'll bring it in.
Open from Mickey under the gun and Graham 3 down to 1.6 here. And Dan and Boy with the King 7 suited. And Jim says the answer was Tour Andre Flo, Chelsea to Rangers for 12 million in 2000.
12 mil.
It's still the biggest since 22 years later.
Wow. This shows you how much money there is in English football compared to Scottish.
Oh, Mickey wants to come along here getting this price with the 6s. See if he can flop a set. No help there.
No, 4-10 Queen.
So nice little flop for Graham. Over pair to the board. Backdoor clubs as well working. Happy to just fire. He should be folding the 6s. As we move into the last 5 minutes of the session. When we return, be a new feature table as well, guys. We'll see who we can get on it.
Yes, no spoilers at the minute.
Yep, PK hasn't given them the list yet, so it will be a surprise when we get back.
And we will have a £100 giveaway in the next session. Tables at 9, that's the only other event on today. There's plenty of cash to play, and don't forget between 6 and 6 the Bad Week jackpot runs. What's he up to at the minute?
Well over 200, isn't it?
225?
I think so.
It's 225, something like that.
7, 8. Raised to 2,500.
235.
£235,000 between 6 and 6. Every day, any no limit table, in the country. Playing 1-1 or bigger. Ben Buckley on YouTube, any ideas why Pompey run tournaments and not Bournemouth or Southampton? I'm guessing it's just staffing issues coming out of lockdown and not being able to fill the relevant places to have tournaments. Isn't Southampton supposed to be having a new casino eventually?
So, yeah, is
it underway yet?
I think we could see it on the tour in 20.
On the tour?
Yeah, potentially, because you could see it 2024. I think potentially because they're having it all refurb built. I think there's going to be more room for tables, and I think Jim said potentially in the future Southampton could be a GUKPT stop.
GUKPT Southampton, that'd be a new one. Andy Downs was sat at Jay's table in the mini on Sunday, only realised it was him when he got stacked. It was the weirdo with the glasses and the hat.
Was that the knit roll when someone tank called off for about 15 seconds with pocket kings? Yeah, for like 20 bigs. Like, just see where he goes. He's sitting there. He's going, "Oh, it's so sick. It's so sick. It's so sick." I've got 10s. I'm like, "Oh, I know I'm behind now." He's saying that, and then eventually calls and spins over kings.
Oh my days! No.
The old knit roll with the old Cowboys.
Big fan of the stream. Keep up the good work.
Cheers, Andrew.
Cheers, Andrew.
We'll see you on the Sunday. On the Sunday bullet.
He'll remember that bit, that is for sure. 2 minutes to go until the end of the session. And then we will be back.
How you doing, Chris Payne? C2, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know which one you were. I thought it was C2 when you said glasses and a hat. But just checking. I'm not bothered about it though, Jim. I'm like, it's like I don't mind getting unlucky and all this stuff, but like when people like have just got the snappiest of snap calls and they want to call it off, it's just like what on earth is going on here? Just take it, nice hand, move on.
I see 11:01. Since moving to the northeast from the northwest, no Manchester and Blackpool comps anymore. Yeah, you have to make special trips down to Blackpool. I think Blackpool's got something coming up in the near future.
Unless you put weekend, I can shut for another one.
Right, last hand, guys.
Is this the last stand, is it? Last stand! Last stand. Steady sessions. So Riggy building his stack. Everybody's starting to move, as you can see. I'm not sure if there's a golf clip on the break or there is just a break clock.
We'll find out.
We'll certainly find out when we do. PK says he's working on the second video of North Berwick. All folding in turn and going on for their 60-minute dinner break.
To the button. Just going to take his hour dinner. That looks like it's going to be raised up in the small from grey with the King Jack. Makes it 800.
Everybody on YouTube, don't forget we will be stop starting as well for recording purposes. We will be stop starting during this break. That'll be done at some point. So anybody on YouTube will just have to find the new link and then start again. Give it a refresh, literally, it'll start up again. And then everybody else can carry on watching it. But that is about it. We'll get you a few chip counts from around the room when we come back. It's off for some mac and cheese, and we will see you in 60. I'm not sure if there's a golf clip. If there is, enjoy. Oh, stunning. Stunning. He's on the green. Amazing. So, we're walking down North Berwick. Jambo on the left, Tom on the right. Tom's the member. Would you like to play at North Berwick? Yes, please. Jambo says he's going to get a bit blowy. But who cares? This, that'll be funny, is the nicest opening hole I have ever seen in golf. Stunning. Oh my days. Here's to a good round. More to follow from this unbelievable North Berwick West course. I have never ever played golf in wind like this. The last par 3 was 168 yards and I've hit a 5-wood short of the green. Unbelievable. But it's bloody lovely. Windy. And here comes the rain. But hey ho, North Berwick. Updates to follow. So Jambo hits from there, he hits from there, and his ball's here. He's hit the wall. We are 180 away from the green. 180 to the middle.
180 plus 3 clubs.
You've hit a wall, you've been on the beach for a jog, we've gone through the assault course.
I feel like I've just had my aces beat.
Oh, Lovely. That's better. Beautiful. It's a bit breezy. Here he is. There's a Jambo playing proper golf. Ah, feels like walking over St Andrews. A bit breezy. What a course. Well, we're halfway around. This is hole number 10, as you can see right there. It's 158 to the pin. It's a 3-iron. This is brutal, but amazing. Onto this amazing golf course. So here's the Jambo himself. This is just ridiculous. But it is so good. Best greens I've ever put on. Let's see what Jambo does. It's just about to rain again. Up there to follow. So we're walking to a par 4. He says there's a wall just before the green. I'm like, yeah, whatever. And you hit it down the middle, and then you hit over the wall to the green. It's amazing. So there's the wall. We've hit over the wall. I actually know where the ball is. It's got to be somewhere there. It might be in the hole. And there's the green. And you have to hit over the wall. Home at the back. Amazing. You have to hit over the wall to the green. And the only part of the hole over the wall is the green. Amazing. I love this place. The most picturesque outside of it. And Jambo has put it there to... it's up. The wind is up. Again. Here he comes. I'll show you the most picturesque green very shortly. We'll try again. Good job we can play cards. Oh, come on, Jambo. Yes, chips it on. Is he going on? It's just going on. It's going on. It's going in. It's going in. Oh, what an effort. What an effort. But when you walk on, and you're there for 2. This one. There for 2. Off. There's the view. That lock there is owned. That lock there, somehow. Mr. Yuri Gill. Don't know why you bought that lock, but you did. This is the most picturesque hole in golf outside of Pebble Beach. Amazing. Yuri Gill, is it? So we're on the green. We're on the green on the 17th. Watch this. This is the green. This is the green. This is the green. This is the green. Still the green. Still the green. And then you go down. And down and down and down and down and down. And up to the green. Still the green now. All that is the green. The biggest divot. The biggest hill in the middle of the green ever. And I'm down there in 2. And I'm putting back up, that is for sure. Jambo's coming on. If he stops this within 6 foot, here he comes, 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 there he goes, see you later. Next to mine. I've only had two. Well, last view. This is the 18th. That's just a view. There's Tom's ball. There's Tom. Wandering Doom. This is the 18th. We drove to there. Oi, Jambo, only a 6 foot putt for birdie. 6 foot for birdie. Now this is a tough one because you can pitch and run, which is probably the shot. And chip it into the burn. See what Tom does. Click. Is he over? He is over. Oh, it's delightful. 18th, North Berwick. What to do, what to do. It's for a 3. It's on the 18th. Oh, it's failed just like hearts. Well in. Absolutely stunning. Tom, you're a star. Thank you very much. Absolutely amazing. North Berwick. Finish with par. North Berwick. You have to play it just once. Just play it. It's amazing. Oh, stunning. Stunning. When we started an hour with the tower, Andy from Cardoon Direct, he says, you know what, I'm just going to send a tweet and you never know what will happen. I'll send it to the biggest, the most prolific poker player of all time and see what happens. And then we get a reply saying, do you know what, guys? Why not? So it is my pleasure, and the heart's going a little bit because even though it's absolute great pleasure that to introduce a guy that's got just about 24 million in life earnings. He's 22 all-time moneyless. He's got 15 bracelets. He's the only person to win the World Series main event and the World Series of Poker Europe main event. It is the great pleasure of mine, and fingers crossed by the end of it, he'll have just entertained us all, to introduce to you guys the one and only Mr. Phil Hellmuth Jr.
How's it going, Phil?
Oh, thank you very much for this, Phil. This is an absolute pleasure. When Andy sent that tweet, he says, who shall we get? And we were like, well, why not aim for the top? And this is as high as you can get for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, when you send out a tweet, you never know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. We're starting with lockdown because we're obviously in strange times. We don't know what life is going to be like after. Is it ever going to be normal again? What has lockdown been for you? What's it been like?
Well, March 8th, I went to Draymond Green's surprise birthday party. I started skipping tournaments March 1st. I didn't go to the LAPC. I didn't even play in the Bay 101, which was in my backyard, the World Poker Tour here, because my friends were on top of this early and were warning me. But Draymond Green had a 30th birthday party. We all loved him, and we wanted to show him. So we took a private jet down at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. We had a dinner in LA. We went to his birthday party, and the jet left again at maybe 1 a.m. So I was back home by 3. But other than that, March 8th, I was locked in. I mean, I the most I did in 88 days is I went 2 blocks away from the house. And even then I felt like, so, the lockdown, I didn't anticipate that I'd be staying in place as much as I did. I didn't anticipate that I would play as much poker. I literally played poker at least 6 days a week. And I'm a guy that plays once every 10 days with my group of friends. and actually I did really well. I won a lot of money, and you know, I joined another advisory board for a company called Prize Picks, and I think that's my 11th advisory board. Some of my companies, it's been fun to watch them, you know, kind of flourish. Not everything goes wrong during a pandemic. Some companies do well, and one of them is Endgame Talent Agency, which, you know, just keeps getting new customers, and we're growing, and it's crazy.
Yeah.
And so spent some time talking to the company founders that, you know, that I'm on the advisory board of, and so I'm surprisingly busy, and so I can't really say that I've been bored, you know. And then last week, finally, I went over to my best friend's house, Chamath Palihapitiya, and then I went to Cabo, flew down to Cabo for 4 days and flew back. But we were on my friend's jet. So, and then I've been locked in for the last 8 days, back and stay in place.
It certainly is strange times for everybody, and obviously everybody was hoping that the World Series was still going to take place. Even though it's not your fault, is this the first World Series or the potential World Series that you would have missed since you were old enough to play?
Yes, I have not missed a series. I think I missed one World Series of Poker, Europe. And that was in 2018. I just told the guys, I said, I'm not going back. You know, you should go every other year. And I was trying to make a point. I missed it. So I don't miss World Series of Poker ever. I don't miss World Series of Poker Europe ever, and I don't plan on it. So now, of course, today, big news. They just announced that, you know, they're going to have 85 bracelet events.
It's enormous.
From July, online events from July 1st. So I just called the, you know, the president of the ARIA, Steve Zanella, and he tells me that, you know, we're in pretty good shape at the ARIA. We're really going to be very, you know, safety minded.
Yeah.
And then, you know, reading some articles about it, it seems like MGM has the best protocols for dealing with COVID. And of course, Wynn's up there with them. But I mean, that, you know, of all the casinos, we're the best. And so the ARIA, so I feel very safe there. So July 1st, I'll be staying at the ARIA for a month. If they open, they might open the 4th of July. And looking forward, I mean, there's one event per day. So, you know, I think it's, you know, I'm going to be opening up a little bit going down there. And but I do feel like they're taking all the precautions at the ARIA.
Yeah, well, we have seen pictures over the last probably 3 or 4 days about Las Vegas opening up slowly but surely. Things trying to get back to normal as normal can be. It is strange times for everybody. But I'm just going to whiz you back. I'm just going to whiz you back to 1989 when you actually went like that. And then you went like that. And
I saw that picture.
And it's a clip. If you love the game, it's a clip that you watch over and over again. Obviously, we win it. If we'd have come second, if we'd have finished second to Johnny Chan, who won it the 2 previous years, do you think your career would have been a little bit different, or was this the path anyway?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, that's a fair question. I mean, that final hand, he had ace-7 of spades. I had 2 black nines, but there was a hand before that, you know, where I had ace-10 against 2 10s, and I was lucky, and 2 deuces. I mean, it was a 2-way knockout to go from 4-handed to 2-handed. And if I lose that pot, then who knows? Maybe I don't win. I still think I'd probably have 15 bracelets, but you never know. I mean, it was a very you know, and you have to remember, I mean, there's lots of times, as if you want to be, you know, one of the greatest poker players, you always have your money in, generally speaking, with the best hand.
Yeah.
And you take a lot of beats over the years, a lot of big beats, and, you know, but I have to, you know, you got to look back and realize, well, I had ace-10 of spades. Don Zewin had 2 10s. Steve Lott had 2 deuces, and I hit, and we were all in 3 ways. I wasn't all in, but it was a key pot for me to hit, and be thankful And that's a good question though, because who knows? But I know this. I was already a professional poker player. I was already having tremendous success everywhere, and I feel like I would have continued along those lines.
Yeah, and continuing. Obviously, in 1989, you win the lot. But your dad wasn't overly enthused about it all, was he? But did Dad know best?
You have to understand, my dad has a PhD. He has a JD. He has an MBA. So, masters, I mean, that's a lot of letters. I mean, I don't know anyone. There's not that many people on the planet that have more letters than my dad. So, of course, now I'm the oldest of 5 and a guy. So, I mean, I was meant to be on this education path. I was meant to be, I was meant to graduate from college, and I never did. And so for him to then imagine and think that far outside of the box, to professional poker player. And in the 80s, I mean, my dad thought that was like a drug dealer, and so, but he saw me have a lot of success, and he decided to come to the 1989 World Series of Poker main event. Surprised me that he agreed to go. He agreed in December. And he flew out and he saw me in, one of the best moments of my life, winning the main event. And, you notice when I throw my hands up in the air like this in the YouTube video, when the last card comes off, like I think the 6 of spades, I go like this or whatever. And I turn and I look, you can see me turning because my dad was not in sight for 4 days. That was a 4-day long tournament. He wasn't in sight during the tournament, but I turned because, and there he is running up the aisle to greet me. And of course, security stops him because there's $1 million in cash on the table in 1989. And I wave him through. And within seconds of winning, I was able to embrace my father and give him a great hug. And then I bought a Mercedes-Benz. And then I married a doctor. And then, and I'm still happily married 30 years later. So, and my dad's been to Vegas every year, I think, for 30 years to support me.
You turned him. You got him on the side.
Yep. I had to win the main event.
And 1993 in the World Series was probably one of the most insane runs for you. And 3 bracelets in 3 days. It could have been
not 3. Not 3 bracelets and 3. So the 1993 is interesting because John Benetti won 2 bracelets that year. And Ted Forrest won 3 bracelets that year. And I won 3 bracelets that year. So, probably they gave away 20 bracelets or something, or 18. And we won 8 of them. It was crazy year, 93. And I won 2 bracelets in 1 day. So that meant that I played the No Limit Hold'em tournament till about 5 in the morning. And I remember my wife was pregnant, and I don't know if she made it till 3 or 4 I think she made it till 3, 4, 5 in the morning. She's way too much of a trooper. And then the next tournament started at noon. And I was just exhausted because I just won a bracelet. I went for a run. There's no way I could sleep. And I entered the Limit Hold'em event. And I played poorly at first, and I remember going into the dinner break. I didn't have a lot of chips, but at least I was able to. I ate a half an hour before dinner break, and I went straight up for an hour and a half long nap. And I came back down, and the next thing you know, I started hitting hands, and I think by 11 o'clock that night, I'd won the Limit Hold'em bracelet. So I won one at, I want to say 4 in the morning, and I won one at 10:30 at night, and it was just a crazy day. And I remember the next day, before that tournament started, that I'd won the event the night before. And if you want to throw in there, I'd won 2 events on that day, so it was pretty cool. But yeah, 2 bracelets in 1 day, and then I had the chip lead in the main event when I completely fell apart, and that's on me. I mean, I was running good, I was playing great. And the next thing you know, I kind of threw it away. I think it was too much for someone to handle 3 bracelets and the main event.
So the news has just come through from Binions that they've just taken the poker tables out of the card room. It looks like it could be forever. Binions, it must be somewhere in there, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, Binions is just such a classic poker. There's so much history there, and we've faced this for many years, but it was a much more pronounced issue that we had to deal with as poker players for a long time, and it's simply this: slot machines make more money than poker tables.
Yeah.
So we've heard this hundreds of times, starting in the 80s. And so it was really hard to get poker rooms established. There's nothing we could do. A casino would make a decision and they'd be like, all right, we'll have 4 or 5 poker tables. And they'd be like, I know the numbers in the late 90s. Each slot machine makes about $80,000 a day. And so they could put 5 slot machines, 4 or 5 slot machines in one area where you could have a poker table and maybe 6. And so that's a lot to compete against. And so, when poker broke out and everybody demanded tables and when it got really hot, I thought that we wouldn't be facing things like this in the future. But, listen, I can't blame Binions because, it's really hard to have a 9-handed game that you can actually rake right now. And so you've seen some of those contraptions they have for poker tables now, where they have plastic up and it's hard to play 4 or 5-handed. And people are flocking in for those to play, but I'm not sure that's a realistic fix. So post-COVID, I wouldn't be surprised if, Binions did have poker tables back in, but it's a very sad day for poker when Binions gets rid of their poker room.
Yeah. I think my first trip to Vegas was 2004, and it was the final time it was actually in Binions. And obviously, unbeknown to me, that was a little bit of history. I was stood there on the rail watching my first ever World Series event. I can't remember what it was, but not knowing that it wasn't going to be in Binions anymore. That's a little bit of history. Can you remember what's the big poker table that's on the wall where everybody's signed it? Is that still there?
I don't remember. I did go to Binions about 1.5 years ago. I was downtown for whatever reason, and I think I had my sister. Yeah, my sister Ann was with me, and Ann is a Special Olympian, has a bunch of gold medals from Special Olympics. And she and I walked through there, and we saw the pictures on the wall, and and it was kind of nice to see. It was kind of a step back into where I did a lot of business.
There's a lot of history in that room, and like you said, we don't know what's going to happen, but it looks like it might have finished in Binions. Going yourself, the critics. Now, you answer the critics with result after result after result. Does it affect you and the way you play and think, do you know what? This is for one of you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand that I think a lot of people, if you're going to be great, or if you want to be the greatest of all time in your sport, people are going to chop you down at the knees and try to stand on your shoulders, so to speak.
Yeah.
And that's there's some negativity there. And so I've been a huge figure, looming large in poker for a long time. And I think some people are like, hey, he's getting too much press. He doesn't deserve it. And, some of the younger generation is like, what's so special about Phil? And so, it's a natural progression to try to, and so, but some of them don't handle themselves very well. And the difference is when I came up in poker, I gave a lot of respect to all the people before me. Yeah. Always respected Doyle. Johnny's only 3-4 years in front of me, but always respected Chip Reese and all the great players that came before me. And there was always respect. I never went around, saying bad stuff about them. And, I kind of earned my stripes. So, it's interesting to me that you have this, a bunch of high rollers, and you have say 20 or 30 guys that consistently play in the high rollers, and they proclaim themselves the best players in the world. They aren't. and then the press is incentivized to claim them the best players in the world, and they play with 10, 15 businessmen, and so they're not the best players in the world. You want to be the best in the world, you win bracelets, you win world poker tournaments, world WPTs, you win EPTs. Now, if you want to talk about somebody like Adrian Mateos or Dominic Nietzsche, these guys are great. They proved it because by winning bracelets. Alex Foxen is a great player for sure, and he just won a WPT to back up, a big one in December. Nice job. And so, but I mean, if you want to be great, then you have to win bracelets, and it can't just be a bunch of high rollers, because there's a lot of great players. A lot of the best players in the world don't play in those tournaments all the time. I think Negreanu is one of the best players in the world. You don't see him out there all the time in all the high rollers. You don't see Ivy out there in all the high rollers. You don't see me in all the high rollers. And, so you have to pick your poison, if you want to be great. And they all pick the poison of playing in World Series of Poker tournaments. And, and so I mean, there's always going to be critics, and that's just a natural, there's always going to be haters. And that's just that's a natural way of the world. I do get a little bit upset when they throw me under the bus, but you know what? It's also motivating. I called Negreanu and I said, man, you've been one of my biggest critics. I mean, he was telling me in 08 and 09 and 10 that I'll never win again unless I start playing like they play. And I said, I think you're crazy. And he's like, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 blah. Well, that guy disappeared a long time ago. And then the next year he said, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 different name. That guy disappeared a year later. And, 2011 and 12, I think I was second in player of the year, both of those years at the World Series of Poker. I think I won 2 or 3 bracelets. I had a bunch of, I don't know how many final tables, but, and so, and then, recently people are like, oh, well, Phil can't play in faster paced tournaments, the ones where the blinds go up every, Phil can't play in tournaments that go up every 20 minutes or half an hour. And then I won one of those, and then I final tabled one. And then I think I have 3 final tables in the $5,000 faster tournament. What do they call it? Turbo. The turbo. Said, that can't work because Phil doesn't understand the math. So it's always Phil doesn't understand this, Phil doesn't understand that. Now, the interesting thing is most of the people watching this interview say, oh, well, what is Phil talking about? We all know he's a great player. And that's true, because you're really talking about a select few people. Yeah, but it's a little aggravating, but they also motivate me. And so then they also fail to see what I'm doing every year. I mean, in 2019, World Series tournaments, what did I have? I had a 5th, a 6th, a 2nd, a 3rd, and I mean, like there's a handful of people that had those kind of results.
16 catches in 2019.
Yeah. And so, I mean, so whatever. I mean, I think, yes. Does it rub me the wrong way sometimes? Yes. But do I hear those voices every day? No. I mean, sometimes I don't hear somebody criticize me for 40 or 50 or 60 days because I'm not on all the forums, but I'm aware of it. And then when I see it, I'm always a little bit bummed out.
Yeah. If we had a Champions League triple crown of poker, you've won the World Series main event, you've won the World Series Europe main event. What would make up that triple crown? That would be like, those are the 3 that you need to win.
Okay, that would be the 3rd one. It's the Poker Players Championship, the PPC. Yeah. And I had a 2nd in that. And that one really hurt because I had Brian Rastall in 3 times. And to win one of those hands, I guess I was 84%, they said, to have that. And that would have been nice. That would have been an unassailable triple crown.
Yeah. We have got 15 braces. Do you need to be stranded on a desert island for people to catch you?
I mean, you've got Phil Ivey, who can win 2 or 3 bracelets in a year. You've got Daniel Negreanu, who's just like how many final tables a year does he have? And he has so many seconds.
Yeah.
Like he and I were battling for, I think I have 12 seconds and he has 11 second places now or something. But he tied me for seconds for 1 minute there. And unfortunately, I had a second over in Europe that I really wanted to be a first. And he was at the final table with me. So there's some people that are just great. Who knows what the future holds for Dominic Nietzsche? Who knows what the future holds for Adrian Mateos? Who knows what the future holds for some of these guys that are there playing all these events? Now, a lot of the young guys don't play all the mixed games, but I think, what do I have? I have 2 bracelets in Raz, and all the rest are in Hold'em anyway. If you're great at Hold'em, you can get there more often because there's more skill.
Out of the 10, 11, 12 second place finishes, and I'm just gonna read. This tweet from yourself was just amazing. Hitting my number 1 live goal at 24 was amazing. By the time I was 28, I had 5 WSOP wins and a new life goal was to become the greatest poker player of all time. You figured you needed to win 24 bracelets as recognized as the greatest of all time. If all those second places would have been wins, would have got there. But why did you say 24?
24 is a number that kind of like, I don't always have a perfect understanding of, I'd almost say mystical things. You know what I mean? I know that our minds are very powerful, and some of that is kind of untapped and unknown. And, my book Positivity talks about, how I've kind of, harnessed some of that potential.
Yeah.
And how other people can harness that potential. And so for me, 24 was a number that I came up with at a young age. And I just thought, I can win 24 bracelets. And I came up with it in 1993, 94. I figured 24 would make me unassailable to the whole world. Yeah. I remember in 2005 when I passed Johnny Chan and I passed Doyle Brunson, and they both came up and congratulated me. And that was classy, right? We all shook hands. They were all like, "Great job, Phil." I mean, there was a big, when they awarded me that bracelet in front of the whole room that night, right after I won it, there was Chan and Brunson.
Brilliant.
And at that point, we were crazy. Johnny, and I think it was 05, but Johnny Chan and Doyle Brunson and I maybe it was 07 I passed them, but I mean, there were years where they'd win, Doyle would win 2, Chan would win 2, and I'd win 1 bracelet. I think that was 03. And so we were just winning them in bunches, even in the modern era. And so that battle was great. And so, you're never safe. There are people that can catch me, but now I have the records, and I just have to keep raising it.
Any of those second places you would have thought, you know what, I really wanted that one?
Yeah, I remember there was a second place where a guy was very, very lucky against me repeatedly, and then and I still had a chance to take him out. I think I had pocket 5s and he had ace king, and I limped in with the 5s. We were playing 3-handed. The other guy had a peanut of a stack, and he raised, called, and it came 10 jack 7. And he bet and I raised with the 5s. And he just called and I knew he had ace king. And the turn, I bet, he raised and I re-raised him. Or at least I called him with the intent of calling on the river. And for some reason, I bailed on the river. All I had to do was call 500,000 on the river. I'm going to bust him. The other guy has the tiniest stack ever, Eugene Todd. And so that one really hurt. Because I also had the guy all in. I think he had king 10 suited when I had ace queen. I had him all in. We had a flip one time, and so that one hurt. I mean, of course, when I finished second to Brian Rast, that's the one that hurt the most. Because I had him down to no chips, and the whole poker world was watching. The stands were full of people at 3:30 in the morning. That would have been the one, the Poker Players Championship.
Yeah.
I probably regret a bunch of those second places. I remember one in 1994 where I had 2 aces, and I had a guy named George Rodas on with a king and a 10. Howard Lederer had a short stack, and he was all in before the flop with king 10, and he somehow won. I remember it came Jack 10, and he turned to 10, and I'd been waiting, moving in. Finally, I had aces, and that one I felt like I was supposed to win. And so there are times where you just feel like you were supposed to win a bracelet, and it didn't happen.
Yeah. Apart from poker, you obviously write books. We've touched on that very shortly. I'm going to show you something very shortly on how we first met, and I remember it more than you, obviously. But you're in the New York Times bestsellers list, and we've got the brand new book out at this moment in time. But I have got this. I've got Deal Me In, and I have it signed.
Nice.
Because I was in London at the World Series Poker Europe, and we did the book launch. And I remember we went into a pub on the corner of Leicester Square. Myself and Paul, who still works with us, and we got the book. And this was a new release when it came out, and we signed it off. And I thought, do you know what? Phil Hellmuth has just signed a book for me. And it's still pristine, by the way. It is pristine. It's got all the stories. My favourite story is the Devilfish story. I love these little books. But if you wasn't a poker player, and a very, very successful poker player, would writing and being an author be right up there of what you would be doing on a regular basis?
I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, I think, this is the first time in an interview I've ever said it, but I think I could have been a motivational speaker pretty easily. That aligns well with me, but you have to accomplish something, I think, to be able to motivationally speak to people, I think. And it's an easier path to get there. So, but I could easily have been a motivational speaker. I could easily have been a successful businessman.
Yeah.
And could easily have been a promoter. So I don't really know where I'd be if it wasn't poker. But hopefully I would have written a book or two.
Well, that's there. That I was there when I was there with you, and it's signed for me by the great one. And then we know,
book, it's like 50 hand of the weeks, and so you read each one at what takes 2 or 3 minutes to read the story. Just kind of a flavor of what it was like. Deal Me In now, as I look back, is a flavor of what it was like to be a professional poker player in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. Because that book came out, what, in 05 or 06?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's impressive. Where did Poker Brat get coined? Who was the first person to call you the Poker Brat? Or was it yourself?
No, that was not me. That was Andy Glazer.
All right, okay.
So Andy Glazer was, the all-star poker writer, right? And he, I have a funny story about how I met him. Should I tell it?
Yeah, of course.
So my wife and I choose a vacation, and we choose to go to a place called Esalen. Eselen's a very famous spiritual place.
Mm-hmm.
So we decide we're going to go study Buddhism with the master, the Lama Suryadas. Suryadas has become bigger and bigger and bigger in Buddhism and has lots of books out. So my wife and I go to Esalen for our vacation to study Buddhism. I'm like, hun, can't we go to like a 5-star hotel somewhere? So we drive down the California coast. We arrive at the most beautiful place you've ever seen. One of the houses is right underneath a waterfall. But they have the natural hot springs there, but you're not allowed to wear clothing. Mm-hmm. So everybody has to go into the hot springs naked. And my wife chose not to talk. That was part of the training. And so I wasn't going to do much talking. And one day she's like, hey, I'm going to go get some food. And I'm like, I'm going to the hot tub. So the natural springs. So I go down there, no clothes on. And sitting across from me is this guy talking about what I think is a poker tournament. And I'm like, no way. Come on, this is a spiritual place. He's talking about a poker tournament. At the end of it, talking to one of the, I guess Andy worked there. And somehow I said, oh, I dabble a little bit in poker. He's like, oh yeah. I'm like, yeah. I play here and there, and I was trying to be modest because that's what we were taught that week. Of course, this was during a time when I wasn't as modest in the 1990s, and I guess the world thinks I'm not modest, but they don't know me that well. But anyway. After you listen to this interview, I sound cocky. I'll give you that. So anyway, there's Andy, and he's like, oh, so he starts asking question. I'm trying to brush it off. Almost sorry I brought it up, and then Andy says, oh, what's your name? And I say Phil Hellmuth, and he's like 6'6". The 6'6" big naked guy stands straight up out of the hot tub, and he says to his friend, that's like Michael Jordan saying that he dabbles in basketball, and like over and shakes my hand, walks over to shake my hand, this big naked guy, and I shake his hand. And we were connected after that, and he was a writer, and so he wanted to write my autobiography. And when I finally started writing the autobiography, he wanted to help me with my first book too, so now I sold my book to HarperCollins, and he wanted to help me, but he got sick right then. And so I wrote the book myself. He wrote, maybe of that book, say it's 94,000 words. Andy wrote about 8,000 words. And but I was depending on him, but he was sick. So I started doing it myself, 1,500 words a day, every day. Bam, 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 bam. And it got easy because I'm writing about poker strategy. And so, but we had a long-term plan of him writing the autobiography, but unfortunately, he died.
Brilliant. You touched on basketball there. Did you ever get a chance to play at a high level, or were you a big fan? Would you have loved a career in basketball rather than poker?
I mean, basketball would be great. I've been getting a little time with Draymond Green lately. He and I went on a little trip together for 4 or 5 days, and seeing how hard he works out even on vacation is pretty crazy. Basketball would have been amazing, but I think if you want, you have to be great at basketball if you want to make the big money, right? Yeah. A lot of the guys aren't great. Unfortunately, if you're the 50th best or maybe 100th best basketball player in the world, you don't do as well. Now that's changing, but I love basketball, and I was never world class. I mean, I'm 6'6" almost, and I could dunk, but barely. I probably dunked 5 times in life, so I didn't have the skills to play basketball.
We're glad you stuck to poker. In 2003, 2004, the poker boom was like, it just exploded. Did you see it coming? What did you think of it at the time?
Yeah, I mean, I remember someone found me in 2004, Michael Kaplan, a writer from New York, and he said, Phil, you told me in the 1990s that they were going to have in stadiums, and everybody laughed at you. And he said, now look, we're having the final in the Penn and Teller Theater. And not just finals, but also I thought there'd be so many. He said, you predicted there'd be so many players that fill a football stadium. And he said, you were so right about that. And so, yeah, I saw that coming, but then I didn't see it coming as fast. So I saw it coming in 1995. I thought it would happen earlier at a much slower pace. But no one saw it in 2003 and 2004 and 2005 going on ESPN and exploding that and becoming a global phenomena. I didn't see that much. So, but yeah, I saw poker getting big.
Yeah, and now obviously you're part of the ESPN team that covers the main events, the final tables, the commentating. Do you still get a buzz when you're commentating rather than playing?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I mean, this year was one of my fun little stories. I'm on stage, and whenever it's about once every 2 hours, they cut to me.
Yeah.
And This year it was with Maria Ho, and of course, you know, Kara, who's amazing, and Maria, who's amazing. And so it's the two of them and me. And but I wouldn't commit to doing any of the comment. I wouldn't commit to any of that while there were tournaments still going on. And finally, I'm like, all right. So I played the $5,000 buy-in turbo event, and I think they were rebuys in it this year. So I busted. I went right into the commentary booth, and then I told Maury and I told ESPN. I said I will be there for the rest of the time, even if I'm in the tournament. So I enter the 5,000 turbo like literally at the deadline. I go over there and I play for 8 minutes, and then I come back and do the commentary. So I'm already dressed up as a commentator. And then, boom, they cut to me live on ESPN and on the global coverage. And that's so much fun for me. It gives me a huge buzz. When you know you're live in front of millions of people, like I've been live on Anderson Cooper, there's a huge buzz there, yes. So I've got this huge going on. And the minute I'm done, I'm like, am I clear? They're like, yes. And so I disconnect one thing to make sure that they take the headphones off, and I go, but I'm still connected. I can still what's hearing at the final table. And I go right back to play the tournament. And now I got my money in bad, which is very rare for me. Jacks against aces. I mean, I had to as a turbo. I hit a jack. I got it in bad one more time. Maybe it was like ace 4, and the other guy called me with 6s. I hit that. And so I'm getting lucky, which is, you know, not my usual modus operandi as far as getting my money in bad. But I'm hitting some hands, and yes, I admit I was very lucky. And, you know, 2 hours later, now I have to leave the turbo where the blinds are going up this quick. I have to leave the turbo for half an hour to go do my commentary. I have to show up 8 minutes early or 7 minutes early. And so now I'm doing very live from the World Series, but I've been tracking it the whole time. I've been reading the updates as I'm playing. They're sending me the hands that are coming up. I'm listening to what's happening at the table. So I'm informed on what's happening over there. And I do that. So now I go live on ESPN again. And meanwhile, I'm in the tournament over there with chips. And we're getting close to the money. And I believe that I believe that I think we may have hit the money while I was doing the, you know, while I was doing the commentary. So then, boom, I finish that. I go right back, and I'm still dressed in my suit, and you know what I mean? But it gives me an excuse to wear the Aria hat live on television, because I told ESPN, I said, listen, if you want me and I'm still a player, I'm going to dress like a player. Yeah. So they told all the players they can't wear any logos, any gear, but I'm an exception when I'm in a poker tournament. And so at least I got an excuse to get the Aria live on global television a couple times. And so then I make day 2. So then I think that was it for the night, but I'm hanging out for the coverage. But meanwhile, I make it to the end of the day. And I think there's about 25 of us left. So now next day, I have to do the commentary and play the tournament. And we get to the final table pretty quickly. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm going to be final 4 tournament or 3 in this tournament. I'm going to have to leave for 20 minutes. Will the players at the table stop the tournament for 20 minutes for me? I don't even want to ask, but I'm going to ask when it comes to that. And so meanwhile, I've had to go into makeup, and, you know, and so I'm all ready to go. I'm all in my suit and ready to go. But I'm at this final table, and I'm watching the countdown on when I'm going to get needed. And unfortunately for me, I busted in 6th place in the tournament. There were 2 final tables left as the main event final table. This was also the main event final table where they were going to finish it, I believe. Yeah. And so there's 3 tables that are left in that whole hall. There's the one when I left, there were 5 left. There was another one that had 5 left, and then there was the main event. And so so I busted 6th, unfortunately. And I go into my perch up there, and I'm really into just the main event, but I'm looking over, watching the other 2 final tables, which were basically right next door to us. And then, and I think they gave me a shout out. It might have also been my birthday that day. So they gave me a shout out for my birthday. They gave me a shout out for just busting 5th in a tournament, or 6th, or whatever it was. It was all kind of a weird thing. And then I was able to just focus on, you know, the commentary for there, because that was it.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Super competitive, we know. 16 cashes last year in the World Series. I think it was 12 the year before. I think there's only 1 year in the last 25 that you haven't cashed in one of the series. Where did the super competitiveness come from?
I mean, it came from, I talk about this in my autobiography. Very simple. I'm the oldest of 5, as I mentioned earlier in the interview. And what I didn't mention is I have ADD, and my athletic skills aren't as good as my brothers and sisters. So as the oldest of 5, watching my brothers and sisters flourish and basically get straight A's, and me getting C's, and then watching them flourish in athletics, they're all doing well in athletics, but I didn't have the same skills that they had. I had to hold on to something for my own sanity, right? When I'm 7, I had a 6-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a baby in my family. For my own sanity, I had to be the best at games. And so every game we played, I had to be the best. So every game we played, I learned from an early age how to devise perfect tactics in all these games. Scrabble, and the fact that I studied Latin, I'm an excellent Scrabble player. All these games that required strategy and skill, backgammon, I learned how to become great at all these games. And so it was a natural progression for me to move into studying poker. All right, how do you become great at poker? All right, you do this, you do that, you do this, and so but that warrior in me, and when I would lose, that's where the poker brat was born. Because if my brothers or sisters rolled double 6s to beat me at backgammon, I was unbearable. Because what did I have left in my life? They were better than me at everything. And so I'd be like, oh my God, you rolled double 6s. That was unbelievable. How did you do that to me? Blah, 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 blah. And I almost made it not fun for me to play with, because if I lost, I was too negative. But that's where the competitiveness came from. And it showed itself in the early years in poker, and it still shows itself. But in the early years, like if somebody beat me one hand, I felt like, and if they outdrew me one hand, I felt like, oh, they're what else do I have left in life? They just beat me this one hand. And so, I had some issues I've worked through, but I still think, I still think that I can be a little bit bratty sometimes. Generally, there are some years where I show up and it's not, and I just realize my position, and I enjoy that a little bit more. But most times I'm just, and as the series wears you down and you get tireder and tireder every day, more and more the poker comes out.
Well, poker brat or not, you've raised over $50 million for charities, which is an absolutely incredible amount, and every credit to you. You got the biggest celebrities in the world just at touch whenever. Do you ever get starstruck by somebody that you've seen and you think, oh, wow?
Yeah, it's very weird. I mean, I think, the first time I met President Clinton, I was definitely a little starstruck. I'm not sure that I get that starstruck anymore. I mean, I think the first time I met Ben Affleck, I was starstruck. And the reason why, he was with J-Lo at the time. And so him and J-Lo I felt like they were the 2 biggest celebrities in the world. And I remember it was, I think 2002 or 2000, I think it was 2002 at the Bicycle Club, where 01 had 30 players in the main event. And now the World Poker Tour had launched, and there were 700 players. We went from 30 players to 700. I walked in the room, being one of the biggest stars in poker, and they said, Sports Illustrated wants to talk with you. There were 3 news trucks.
Space pull out, went up, then got lots of red ribbon cards and did lots of folding. Oh, early days. Come on.
This thing on my head, start sound goes all wonky, just having one ear. It's too big for my wee heat, that's as small as it goes. Oh, David? I don't know, I can't know. I kind of feel like whenever something talking to you about all this stuff happening.
Have you got the hat flag for me?
It's very active. I'm sure it's UK.
Shall we do it again?
We'll do it again, Tower.
Let's do it again. If you watch the footage that PK put up of North Berwick, a little wander round, not as many shots this time because obviously the wind was really bad, and I only had it on my camera phone this time and not the handicap. So not too many shots, but the actual place itself. Hope you basically gathered that it was stunning. My God, was it windy?
Yeah.
Oh,
I saw the pictures,
days.
Tower, and it just looked unbelievable, to be fair.
But back to the poker, back to Edinburgh, back to the GUKPT. What we got, young man, who we got?
So, feature table entertaining us for the next 2 hours. Hakan's back. Saw him yesterday in seat 1. Hakan Duman. 2 is Johnny Gray. 3 Pamela Carney. 4 Craig Hansen. 6 is Jambo. 7 Gary Whitehead. 8 is GDPR, GD. And 9 is Paul McTaggart. It's got GDPR in seat 8 with the initials GD.
GD. Shall we call him Gary?
Call him GDPR if you want.
With a bum.
That works. But we'll get a name put in for him just so it's easier for you guys as we cover the hands. So off we go. I was on dinner break, Tower, and I popped back to the hotel.
Yeah.
Got a coffee from the hotel bar, and there was an old lad there who was sitting there, and he was just talking to me. He was like, "Are you playing over the road? There's big poker going on over there." I went, "No, I'm working it. We're filming a poker tournament." He goes, "What is it on the BBC?" He goes, "What is it on the BBC?" I go, "No, mate, it's online. It's online." Bless him, must have been 78 years old, but BBC tickled me. But we are here, we are streaming on Twitch, Facebook and YouTube.
It's not too bad, but one of the boys we Scott, and he's got a taxi, 6-seater, and it's just a hell of that. Actually, I think you can walk my dog right after the
There's a gap. I used to live like just around the corner from the Dale, and I was certain that you could walk from the Dale to St. There's a walking distance, I could just walk from St. Thomas.
Pamela, 85 of diamonds mixing it in from under the gun +2, raises to 800. Craig flat in the 6s in the hijack. Paul's going to defend the 10-3 suited in the pink. Ace-9-5 rainbow is the flop. So Pamela here, good to see. Continuing here on the ace high board as the opener, going to be good for her. Got bottom pair here as well. Gets Craig to fold a better hand. Pamela taking the first one of the session.
Nice, nice, nice. Here comes Johnny Gray. Oh, Johnny Gray. Sounded sad upon the radio. Level number 5.
Eight-6 of hearts now for Pamela. We're going to open again. That's just a call this time, limping in. And Jambo finds the boot, so we're going to raise it up just over 3x. Makes it 1k. And Paul with pocket pair here in the small. He's happy to come along. Backhand is out the way, and Pamela calling, closing the action after her initial limp with the 8-6 of hearts. And wow.
3, 5, 6 flop.
Wow, wow, wow. Paul with bottom set, Jambo with the aces, and Pamela with top pair. So this is going to get juicy, this one. Jambo continuing, and like this decision from Paul. Just a flat here with the freeze. Keep some of Jambo's bluffs in. I talk about it a lot with the sets on these type of boards. Like if Jambo as the opener is going to have that ace king, ace queen, king jack, all drawing dead on this board. We want those 0% equity hands still in the pot with us.
Yeah.
Chance of getting some more on later streets.
9 clubs on the turn.
7-8 does complete from Jambo's perspective. I guess if Pamela's limp calling 8-6 suited, she's going to do the same with 7-8 suited. So I guess both players can have it here. And it's a terrible card for Jambo now as well. This free pairing looks great for us. Counterfeiting some 2 pairs potentially. And going to have to call this off as Jambo. 6k here from Paul on this 3 of diamonds river. And Pamela here with the 8-6. A bit of a quandary. Still got Jambo behind her to worry about. And as well as that, Paul peeling out of the small blind will have some 3s, 5s, 6s, although we blocked that, and it looks like Pamela.
Would you raise?
I doubt she's going to raise. It actually wouldn't be a bad hand to bluff raise tower, but the way she's posturing, it's looks like call or fold. And she's going to make the call for 6k, and now Jambo with the aces in a bit of a spot. Should know that he's ahead of Pamela once she tanks that long, like she's going to raise 7-8 or better, and Jambo will be aware he's probably ahead of Pamela here, and Paul might value bet hands worse than aces, potentially. 9-6 suited, 5-6, nah, 5-6 going to check. A tough spot for Jambo, but I think he's going to call here tower. I think once Pamela tanks for that long, we're clearly ahead of Pamela from our perspective. We're just worried about Paul, so we're getting on 3-1 on money here with aces. Can Paul ever rock up with like a 9-7, 8-9 type hand? There was a gut shot, and now value bet and top pair for half pot. I don't see how we can fold here as Jambo once Pamela tanks like that, and we're 99% sure we're ahead of her. So it all comes down. Wow, that is some fold tower. What a fold! Mr. James Crane found the fold with aces there, getting 3-1 on a call, and very nice from Jambo there, losing bare min on the 6-5-3 board. Credit where it's due, that's some fold tower. Getting that price, like, only need to be right less than 25% of the time to make that a good call from our perspective there. And like I say, we're not worried about Pamela once she tanks for that long and postures that our aces behind to her, so we're only actually worried about the man in the small blind who realistically on that board, like, should only really have either 7-8 suited, 4 combos, or the sets which actually turned into quads, so even less combos of sets because the 3 paired, so makes it a really, really good fold that from Jambo. Very impressive tower that he's let the aces go there.
There you go.
It's just getting the price that he was getting as well. Some great fold, top notch. Oh, then Leeson, good evening to you on Twitch. You just joined us at the start of the 3rd session of the day, back after the hour dinner break, and we're off and ready to go again.
Evening, Lisa. 92, 92.
So open from GD, then Hakan, 3-betting in the small. Only thing, say so much, broken record territory. It's just a little bit too small here from Hakan. Really like choosing a bigger size when we're out of position to the opener, just because they're just going to get such an attractive price with position to pill. Equities running finest pre. Neeson's just got in from golf, some time to chill, he says. Continue.
Very nice.
Continue from Hakan, and just a quick fold from GD. How are we doing, Valerie? Greetings from New York City.
Hi, Valerie.
The numbers are great. Really good. Definitely going to be up on last year. Probably reckon we could get between 350 and 400 total. I will give you the exact amount of entries in so far. So today, total entries of 196. So 196 total today, so 4 off of 200 entries for day 1B.
Amazing numbers again for Edinburgh turnout in force.
And not only that, we got the turbo in 3 hours kicking off as well.
Absolutely.
No pocket tens for Gary. Just going to bump this up off of 20 bigs. Pops through the old more than 3x here. And Gary Whitehead. Going to get some action from Paul and Pamela in the big blind with the jacks here, and Ivan Pamela just going to make this probably usually around 5k remit, open and call out the big blind in these positions, but I might even make it a pinch bigger here, maybe just 5.8 just to get it in versus Gary, simply because if we make it like this size, for example, that looks like 4.8 and Gary shoves, and then there's a cold call from Paul, it's an under raise, so we're then going to have to go freeway with our jacks, but in this scenario Paul's just snap folded and Pamela's called off the shove from Gary, and Gary's going to see
the bad news.
Needing to find 2 outs, one of them to survive. No help there, no runners, so literally a 10 is needed for Gary to survive. And it's the Queen of Spades, so Pamela busting Gary.
Just do that anyway.
Just don't like scream out.
So Glenn in seat number 8 with ace 10. It will get changed to Glenn, but it is Glenn.
So, GD just getting out of the way after being met with the free bet from the ace queen.
Start. Yeah.
Akan, good to see Akan again. Seen him on the feature table already this week. Johnny Gray, local legend. Seven, 5-5 flop. Check. Call from Jambo. 4 on the turn. Check fold this time.
So Tower, when
Yes.
we went on dinner break before, you said you had a little something to give away.
Oh yes, we have a £110 closer token up for grabs for the chat box.
Shall we say 6:30?
We will say
Gives us people 45 minutes to tune back in after dinner.
6:30, and then you've got until 6:40 to get your answering, because it's going to be Tower Thinks.
Tower Thinks.
You're going to think of the question,
Yep.
and we're going to stick it on. £110 token from online for the closer. We're going to do a Tower Thinks. It doesn't have to be the correct answer. It doesn't have to be even close to the correct answer. It's what's inside here. That's the issue. He's going to set the question. We're going to have it. You're going to have 10 minutes in the chat box. Write it down. This guy will be checking it all, because we've got all collated chat boxes, so it's easy for us to sort it out. And you'll be playing the closer on money. 25,000 guaranteed closer will be up for grabs for one of you as we play Tower Thinks.
Tower Thinks. And the guy that won it last time was like spot on with the answer. He got like 230, he was like 100 out. It was crazy.
To be fair, you've added a little bit to your total.
Yeah.
So I'll still be miles out, but you're a bit, not as much miles
extra
out.
Got an extra 12k on there from Ireland. Oh, look at this. Oh, sorry, I thought it was 2 diamonds. It's 1 diamond, but still a bit of action here, because we've got middle pair gutter versus top pair gutter, both with backdoor diamonds here. Diamond on the turn would be very interesting. But it's the Queen of Clubs. So the Queen 10 hops out in the lead now. And GD snap checks it behind. 8 of diamonds on the river. So 10-9 does complete. Now Daniel goes for value. And the Ace King of GD, no good.
So we will be doing a Tower Thinks at 6:30 for a £110 closer token.
Yeah, closer on Monday night, guys. It's a 2-day event to make you aware of that as well. We'll have our live stream free roll as well on Sunday as always. Password will be released on the day.
Who is the favourite in Liverpool-Chelsea game tomorrow? Well, Liverpool are favourite in the book. 5-4 they are. Chelsea are 5-2. Liverpool are favourites for the FA Cup tomorrow on paper. But as we know, absolutely anything can happen.
Yeah, basically City's legal, ain't it? City just need 3 points and they've won the league. They need one win out of their last 2 games and that's it, done.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame because soccer's getting bigger in New York. It's getting bigger in America.
Soccer?
Yeah, that's where Valerie's from New York. So I'm not sure what channel you actually get to watch it on over in New York. But it's a big game for British football, not as big as it used to be because of the Champions League changing formats and a lot more money in the Champions League now than any other.
They're changing the Champions League again as well, I see, Tara, aren't they?
Not what to now?
They're doing, I can't remember, I saw it posted, but this in 2024, I think it's going to be the first season. They're changing it and basically you could get 5 teams qualifying for England now, from England. And
wow.
Something, I read it,
so
I didn't really understand
so
it.
So teams are going to jump about from finishing 5th now?
It's not to do with the finishing on the Premier League, it's to do, I can't remember, someone help me out in the chat.
So if you finish 5th in the league, you get into the Champions League?
I'm going to find it. No, it doesn't mean that, it's to do with what spots go from what league, they're changing it. I'm going to find it. Someone help me out in the chat.
USA Network, we're watching the Liverpool-Chelsea game tomorrow. Our boss is a staunch Liverpool fan. Loves his soccer ball. Loves old Andy.
Here we are, Lamberbath. 4 extra teams now. The extras go to the countries that have done the best in the Champions League for the past seasons.
Alright, okay.
So the normal 4, I'm guessing, will qualify, and then if our country's done best in that Champions League, so you've got to root for your own country teams and you're in 5th place. So say if Arsenal are still in the Champions League and Spurs are in 5th and we're locked up 5th for the Premier League, we're going to have to support Arsenal to try and get into the Champions League effectively.
No more group stages, so it's a league format. So they basically made up the Super League that they wanted for Europe is now basically a different name for the Champions League. Yeah, that's the way around it, I suppose. That's where the money is. So it's basically a Super League. That's the way they got around it. They changed the name of the Champions League to the Super League and that's it. Brilliant. No idea, man of straw at all.
Ace Queen for Pamela under the gun +1.
Anybody else help you out? We will let you know. Somebody will chat in the chat box, I'm sure.
No action for Pamela. Got the chip lead at the table. Not many chips on this table this stage of the day.
Yeah. Sure the UKIP will have a stream somewhere from Dublin. It's at the Bonington. It's at the Bonington next week. The old Regency Hotel. Dublin for the Irish Open was amazing.
I will be there next year, Tower. I had such a good time. I said I was definitely something that I'm not going to miss again. It's unbelievable festival. Pamela, to answer your question, man of straw, $21,942 in live earnings.
Plenty of flags.
Yeah, all from here at the Maybury or Glasgow. Glasgow, Maybury. She got one flag from the Goliath back in 2017 in a side event.
Oi.
But other than that, all cash is coming in Glasgow or here at the Maybury Casino in Edinburgh. Pam in seat 3.
Yeah, the first names of all the players are on the screen, as you know, Jim. Glenn's in seat 8. Looking down at GD, so we didn't know his name. His name's Glenn.
So just continue for Daniel on the A-side board. Let's be in the open up and gets it through. How are we doing, Jim? I will run you through everyone once more as you've just tuned in. And as you just tuned in, we've got a giveaway in 10 minutes time for those that have just tuned in. £100 closer ticket. It's going to be starting at 6:30, so stay tuned until then. In 1 we got Hakan Duman, 2 Johnny Gray, 3 Pamela Carney, 4 Craig Hansen, 6 is Jambo, 7 is Daniel, 8 is GDPR, and 9 is Paul McTaggart. We did have Gary Whitehead in 7, but he busted a few minutes back.
He did.
Jambo raise and take with the ace king.
That was last time.
Yeah, it's Carney, Valerie. I don't know if pronunciation's right, but you spelt it correctly. There's an I between the A and the R actually, but other than that, for the surname.
That'll be Kearney then.
Kearney.
Yeah. Queens for Ian in seat 5.
Raise and take again. Another hand. How we doing? Ali Law. Yo, you two are back again. Legends. What's the buy-in? There you see it. Gully map putting it in for you up. 670 plus 80.
Ali Law.
So GD makes it 800. Under the gun plus 2 with the Queen Jack off. And we are going to get to see a flop finally. No raise and take this time. Ian defending with the Queen 6 suited. Just coming to the table.
8-6-3.
And catches middle pair backdoor flush draw. 2 overcards for GD. Not electing to continue. Checks it behind. 8 on the turn. Probably where we should see the big blind start leading now. A lot of the time we will have the best hand here. Once it goes check on the flop, this 8 pairing is good for us. Leading to try and deny equity to overs, and as well can get called by some ace highs in this spot. In this situation, actually getting called by Queen high here. Queen Jack calling, and if I'm in once more, I'd probably bet small. Try and get some heroes from ace high. We can represent 9-10, 9-7, 7-5. Missed backdoor spades. Plenty of bluffs we could still have in this spot plausibly, and does actually get called off by Queen high. GD just calls him with Queen Jack high. We don't even beat some bluffs. Like king 3, king 4, king 5 of spades, king 7 of spades. We lose to some bluffs here as GD. And just flicked in the call with queen high. What is he up to? Maybe played with Ian before and might be some player dynamic there, but GD wanted to make the call. Oh, Jim. Is seat 5 looking in the mirror?
Good shout. Imagine sticking an headphone on.
Queens now for GD, 15 big blinds. Not choosing to open rip here. Really strong hand. Wants to try and get some value. It's going to get Johnny to come along with the ace-3 suited. Craig's involved here with the ace-jack on the button. And Ian out the way at Jambo, 8-6 off here. 5 to win 3.2, 5.5 to 1 on his money, and he comes with the defend.
Six, 7, 8. 2 diamonds. 2 pair for Jambo. And then the ace of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, I think if we're GD we can just shove this flop. Like usually in a 4-way coup when we're deeper, we're going to check. I like the check in a 4-way coup when we're deep enough, but when we got 1 SPR here, I think we just want to be shoving the queens 4-way on this 6, 7, 8 board with our particular stack size. I understand what he's thinking in terms of range. We're going to check this board a lot of the time, but our stack size in question is the problem that we got. Obviously we would have been looked up by Jambo anyway, who did flop top and bottom, and we would have been out the door either way, but now choosing to jam on this ace of diamonds turn, which is fairly interesting, because if Craig makes the call here, what's Jambo do?
Yeah, they're all in.
Wow, well, Craig actually just rips for 10.7. So it's checked through on the flop here. So what hand's Craig going to check? Maybe he might just have a flush draw that elected to check flop that he could have that might go through Jambo's head. You never expect Craig to just rip a bare 1-pair hand here with no draw. You expect if he's got ace-x, at least got a little diamond or a bit of up and down back up with it. But Jambo here in a real rough spot tower. Probably thinks he's ahead of GD, where once flop checks through, like maybe ranging GD on like some ace king, ace queen, ace jack, but now thinking about range of hands that Craig could potentially have here, and it's a really gross spot with the 8-6 because don't ever expect him to shove like ace jack here.
It's a tough call, to be fair.
It is tower, and I wouldn't be surprised if he let it go.
Board. Yeah.
And he does let it go.
He does. He's not going to be happy at the time. No. He'll be thinking, why isn't he not pushed on the flop? Queens need a diamond or a queen. Oof, sit right down with the diamond. 4 to the flush. So if that goes all in on the flush, Jambo loses chips.
Yep, so it's worked out perfectly for Jambo and it's worked out perfectly for GD. How he's played that hand.
Either way.
I went the same
It worked out well for Jambo. Worked out well in the end. opening the pocket threes, and Johnny shoving for just sub 19. And he's going to get looked up because Ian, with the pocket jacks here, not going to be going anywhere. It's an interesting spot for Ian as well because we are 80 plus bigs deep with Hakan. So if I'm Ian here, I'm probably just flatting and hoping that when it's back round to Hakan, we're going to see him fold, which we can see that's going to happen. Hakan never calling 19 big blinds with pocket threes. And let's see what Johnny's got. Ace Queen, Ace King for a flip. Sevens. So sevens for Johnny. In trouble. Needs to find a 2 outer to stay alive. Already on his feet.
Still need a 7. Still need a 7. And it wasn't. So 2-3 with the 3.
It's that time, Tower. It's giveaway time, guys.
Is it?
It is giveaway time.
That
6:30
already.
We need to get a bit of paper and a pen.
We do.
To get Tower's answer wrote down.
Indeed. Ready.
And remember, guys, aim of the game. It is Tower thinks. So you don't want the correct answer. You want to guess what you think Tower's answer will be.
Yeah, absolutely right. We've got all the chat boxes ready. So it's not what the correct answer is, it's what's in here.
Yep.
And at the moment, there's none. But
right, so the
it's
question...
the closer ticket. The closest to it, under or over, doesn't really matter.
We need to get you
well,
a pen
I don't know the
first.
answer. I don't
We
know
need
the
to get you a
answers.
pen. PK's just going to get Tower a pen,
Right,
he's going to
okay.
write it down, and then we will say the question. Tell you what, we'll cover this hand because a couple of holdings here, and then we'll be back with the giveaway. So Hakan raises to 700. And a call from Jambo and Paul defending the pocket nines in the big ace 7 deuce 2 club board.
Yes. We've got one. Thank you very much.
There we go. So as the opener, Hakan continuing, and only one overcard here to the pocket nines of Paul. We're still ahead of like the king, queen, king, jack, jack 10, queen 10, 10, 9 suited type hands. So going to call once here and take a turn. This is the 10 of spades, and I'd love to see a double barrel on this card as Hakan here, especially versus big blind range. It's a bit different if the MP spot called us on the flop, but versus BB when they can have a lot more holdings, I think we're just going to print the times that we double barrel this spot. But chooses not to, and check once more from Paul. But it's looking like he's going to bluff the river here, Hakan. I like players here. We'll have some check backs with ace-x and then choose to value bet them on the river.
Valerie says Tower is an optimist. No doubt about that. I'm a Miami Dolphins fan. Right then.
Are we ready?
Carpet catchers just come at the right time.
It's giveaway time,
Giveaway
carpet
time.
catcher. So one guess per person. If I see the same username, post twice, DQ. You're out. You can't win the ticket. So it's one guess per person. Right, today, in play, chips on all the tables. Each chip's worth 1. So a 5k chip's not worth 5k, it's worth 1. How many chips all together out there in the room on the tables right now? So every chip's worth 1. So it's a relevant denomination. So for example, if someone had 4 5k chips in their stack, that would be 4. That would be 4. So I want you to guess, Tower, how many chips, single chips. Well, this is Tower thinks. So Tower's got to write his answer down. How many chips? Each chip is worth the same denomination. 1 are in the room today on the poker table, sitting there. Put your guess down now.
Don't guess yet till I've wrote it down.
Well, we've already got a few guesses.
All right,
but
well, I'll not look.
He won't look.
Right, I'll not look. So I'm going to try and get to where. So. Right.
He's racking the brains. Tournament, Valerie. It's all the tournament chips out there in the room right now on the tables, not behind the cash desk or anything. That's the question. But it's all about what this man thinks. You're not looking for the right answer. You're looking for what's up here in his noggin. And we've got an answer.
We've got an answer.
You've got till 22 to get your guesses in, guys. Off you go. Closest to it's going to win £110 token.
It's on, it's there, it can't be changed, it's in black felt tip. Can't be changed. Go with your guesses.
Good luck.
Well, we got till 1:45.
We'll give them till 1:45,
Yeah.
We'll give them 11 minutes because there might be a few people who come in late.
And don't forget, it's not the value of how many chips in play, because you could work that out. Jay said every chip was worth 1.
Yeah, every chip's worth 1.
So there we go.
Plenty of guesses coming in. That's good to see. Everyone getting involved. And we'll give the results away at 1:45. And 1 guess per player. If I see any multiple guesses, I'm just
be checking it out.
Bar you from the comp. Just keep it fair for everyone. Everyone then got the same chance of winning.
Socky's watching. How you doing, Sue? Steve Taylor. Andy B. Awesome.
Aces for Jambo.
Jambo's getting some of the hands. And he's getting the boots this time. He's had them unfolded correctly. He folded 2 pair, he put his head in his hands, and then he would have got rivered, but he folded correctly as well.
So, continuing for 1.5 with top set. Going to be hard to get some action here though. Very hard when you flop top set to get some action.
So for £110 token, all the guesses are coming in. Tower thinks, how many chips are in play if every chip is
worth 1?
Just worth 1 chip. So what I did, well, I'll tell you in 10 minutes. Tell you at 1:45.
If you guess the same, we'll do a live toss.
Yep, that sounds good.
Live heads or tails. Be surprised if somebody guesses the same. But don't forget, you've got to guess the same and be correct. But if that happens, we'll do a live coin toss.
So we're just raise and take there from Paul with the A6. Jay Rivers, what a guess that is.
Jivers.
1 million.
If he's Jivers, if you're correct, I'll pay you myself.
Jambo's on the table, you can't play.
Of course he can.
Jambo's getting involved.
He might have been knocked out half an hour in the future.
Don't. No spoilers, please.
Good to have everybody getting involved. £110 closer ticket. No, it's not him.
No, guys. A couple of minutes to get your guesses in, then we will reveal who is closest.
Absolutely. Have you kept an eye on it?
Yep. I know he's winning at the moment, but we've still got a few time to get some guesses in.
We have.
I don't know where you're going, but you're probably going to 6. Oh wow, he's back again.
Ace Queen of Diamonds for Paul under the gun +1. Thinks it's 700, and Jambo in the small, flicking in the call, and down out the way with a 9 deuce. So if you have just tuned in the last 3 minutes, we've got a giveaway running until 1:45. You've got 5 minutes. All you got to do is tell us what you think Tower thinks.
Yep, not the correct answer.
To the answer of how many chips are out there in the room on the tournament tables right now. If each chip is worth 1. So denominations are irrelevant. So a 5k chip would be worth 1, a 100 chip would be worth 1, etc. And it's only one guess.
If somebody threw them all in the air and you counted them all, how many would there be?
Check on the turn after Jambo check called on the King 9-5 rainbow board. And Jambo probably going to be best here. Once it goes check, and is Paul's Ace Queen hits the mark. Pocket 7s for Jambo.
Last 2 minutes of the £110 closer giveaway.
I think I've actually figured out the exact answer as well.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
I think you need to know the exact number of runners to, if you want to try and work it out correctly.
Well, at the time.
But then you need to know how many chips are in the stack to start with. And I only guessed at that. Because I weren't actually sure. Because I don't see at the tables.
Yeah. I remember we done one at the Goliath when we had loads of giveaways one year and we were doing J things and Tower things, and you asked a question and I was about a billion out or something, to the actual answer. And then someone with like the worst answer actually ended up winning the ticket because my answer was so bad. Jambo 6-5 clubs on the button, raising to 800. We got a couple of minutes to get your guesses in, guys. Nearly there. Suspense for who's going to win £110 closer ticket for Monday. Glenn free betting to 4k here. Nice big size out of the big blind. What you'd like to see, 5x from him, and Jambo going to have to fold this now. We can't pill when Glenn's got 6k behind. Out of the way.
I had a four last night. Didn't you? Oh yeah. I was always ahead. Yeah, you called pretty good with that. Well, we had similar hands, didn't we?
And also, blind's going to go up in 10 minutes' time. It's a quick hour.
So for the final time, Tower thinks how many chips are in play at this moment in time at the tables if every chip was just worth one.
Yeah.
You've got a minute. Stick your answer in the chat box. Jay's checking them all to find out who's closest. And he'll tell us what he thinks is the correct answer, and I'll tell you what I wrote down, because I haven't changed it. It's only an infelt tip. Jambo's got ace king. He's had aces twice. Ace king. It's flopped 2 pair.
Just continue and take it.
We're on the 30-second countdown.
Valerie, can I give you my mum's email address, and can you send that to her, please? Because she would not say the same thing.
Hey, Christine. We've got the countdown clock going on.
She will. So we'll do this hand tower, and then we will. So if you haven't entered yet, you got till the end of this hand to get your guesses in. No double entries, please, and then we will show you the answer and announce the winner of the competition. And Tower might be able to get us another ticket giveaway tomorrow as well. Obviously, we got the live stream free roll on Sunday. So ace 9 of hearts for Ian here. Raises to 700. And Paul's going to pill the suited king in the small, and does flop middle pair. Queen 7-6 rainbow. Ian not electing to continue. We'll see a turn card. And I'm probably going to lead small now with my king 7 as Paul. That's exactly what he does. Nice little south of third, 600. Maybe try and get some heroes from ace highs or small pocket pairs. And it gets it through. So we are ready, guys.
That's it.
So the answer's here.
That is it.
There's Tower. Do you want to give us some explanation first, how you figured it out, how you come up with the answer?
Well, I went for, there's roughly 200 runners in the room, and I weren't sure, so I went 200.
There was exactly 200
Was
runners
there really?
when we started, yeah.
Well, I went 200, and I thought you got 12 chips, which would have been 2,400. But then I wasn't sure whether there was that many people in the building, so I went for 2,350.
And the closest guess to that was 2,250. Dougie MacArthur on Facebook. You are the winner of the closer ticket. If you want to post your username in the chat for Broner Poker, and we'll get that ticket sent to your account on Monday. It will be in there Monday morning, ready for the closer on Monday night. So Dougie MacArthur, please, as soon as possible, just get your alias in there. If Dougie doesn't claim it, and should we give him half hour? Or should we go to the
Yeah, well, Dougie should still be watching.
Yeah, so
But Dougie, as Jay says, send him your details, or you can stick it in the chat box. Well done, Dougie. I'm over 23. What's the exact answer then?
the way to figure it out, the way that I've done it, you get 2 5K chips, you get 7 1Ks, you get 5 500s, and you get 5 100s, which means you get 19.
I thought it was 3 5Ks.
Yeah, so you get 19 chips total. Times that
19?
times that by 200 and 3,800. So if you guess 3,800, guys, you're right. But you got to guess what this man's guessing. But there he is. Dougie's in the chat. Don't worry, I'm claiming. Just drop your alias, please, Dougie.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Gary Marshall said 22.45. That means 95 difference.
No, that's 105
Yeah,
difference.
stop it, James.
Yeah, come on, James.
105, man. 105 is further away than 100.
Yeah. One.
You
cheers,
plonker.
James. Jim Marlowe. Dougie's username for you guys, it's Jim Marlowe. Right, back to the action, guys. A little bit of fun for 20 minutes or so.
Well done, Dougie. Well done, Dougie. Thanks, James. You got me going as well.
Thanks to everyone that participated, and I'll drop Tom a message myself and see if I can get.
Yeah, have we got his username yet?
No, not yet. I'm
Come on,
waiting
Dougie. Don't worry, he's claiming. He says he's on
probably
Facebook.
he's probably looking for his username now. That's probably what it is.
He's on Facebook. It's time for the waters and the teas. I've done my job for the day. I've given away £110 that I didn't have. Brilliant. Well done, one and all. If we don't do one later tonight, we'll do another one tomorrow.
No, it's the worst place I've ever eaten. He's just our fault. Like, that's not even a joke.
One of the last tournaments, outside the casino was all blocked off, somebody had been stabbed. The roughest place I think I've ever been. Last time I went, it was like...
Well, we just had a conflab. And the next session, levels 7 and 8 of the day, we're going to do another. We're going to do another. Forget it. I tell you what. I tell you what. Not my money. Woo! Not mine. Give it away. That's the one. We'll do another one next session.
Next session, okay.
But we're not doing tower things. We're going to do J things.
Oh, okay. Going to mix it up a little.
It's the best way to do it because, like you say, it's not fastest button first and all that, and who's got the best internet connection. It's what Jay thinks, and we're going to do a Jay thinks question in the next session. £110 to give away very soon.
So, action here, Ian flopping top and bottom, and Pamela got middle pair. So, check calls once as you should. And Ian here just want to be going bet here with this particular hand, hoping that Pamela has a king herself. No chipping up yet, that's the thing, Morris. No chipping up until the end of the day for the day ones. That's when the hundreds come off the table. No chipping up as of yet. I did actually take that into consideration as well. I hadn't thought about the chipping up, but there's no 25s in play no more.
I'd be very surprised if 25s don't go until tomorrow. Usually after the first session, aren't they?
Yeah. Still waiting on your Dougie, if you're still watching as well, please.
Yeah.
We
need a name, Dougie.
Want to make sure we get that to your account. Cheers, Dougie. In he goes. Dougie Mac is the username. And what's going to happen, Dougie? It'll be in your account Monday morning, ready for the close up on Monday evening. Well done. And if you did miss out this time, we are going to do another giveaway next session, probably when we come back after the break. We'll give another one away for you guys watching. As the blinds are just about to go up, take us to the halfway point of the day, moving into level 6.
last guy I've heard about it.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't actually even think about that, Dennis. Dennis throwing some spanner in the works here. That's very true. When it's not straight away, but after like they've had 20, 30 re-entries, then they just start giving them 4 or 5k chips, don't they? Of course. That's a very good point to take into account. Didn't even think of that. I know. Yeah, so you would have actually had to multiply the uniques by the 19 and then multiply the re-entries by 4. So you are, yeah, that's right. That's what happens when you don't have re-entries. You forget this stuff. That's the problem.
I couldn't even see that because you never see the work.
It's not just shit like this. I'll make it. Do you know what we're
Glenn pocket 7s off of 35 bigs. Valerie, biggest poker room in the UK. I'm not sure. The Vic's got to be up there. For sure, the Vic's huge. Plenty of tables in there. But I'm actually not sure what is down as the biggest poker room in the UK. Obviously, when we got the Goliath, it's a different part of the casino that we use for the room with all the tables. So, guessing that's going to be out of the question. Super. Pamela free betting the ladies here after under the 1+1 open from Glenn. Dennis Shaw got me, and Ian Roberts got me as well. Re-entries, once they get through a certain amount of re-entries, when they've run out of all the small chips, they then start giving like the back end of the re-entries. They just get 4 or 5Ks, don't they? All these extraneous variables we forgot about. It's so your guess is actually probably not too far off. Now I'm running it in my head.
I feel a lot better now.
When you think about that, and this is pretty brutal for Pam. Glenn choosing to peel the 7s here after opening +1, and then check ripping after Pamela bets 3k, and Pamela's going to make the call and see the bad news that she's up against the set here. Unfortunate for her, couldn't fade the 2 outer.
So just quads
again. just the 4th time today we've seen quads.
Just quads again. If you're going to win this week, you can only win by quads. I want the winning hand on Sunday night to be quads. Well done, Dougie. We are going to do another one in the next session. We are.
First half we were actually pathetic, and the second half we were still making it back to the fantastic. Lines at 2, 4, 4. Thank you for that. And now what's it like supporting Hearts, James? What's it like supporting Hearts? Is it like Everton this season? We just... Dave just fully went in. A Hearts and Motherwell mortal rivals are...
Motherwell are just a small, insignificant team.
You pumped. Did they beat you this week?
No, we let them win.
Oh, is that what it is?
It was a nothing game.
That's what it is. He let you win, Dave.
actually feel sorry for you because having talked to him when you're sitting there.
I'll be the conduit, I'll be the middleman. Check. Check. Just the bar, save. Cheers, that. $2,200. Half an hour, I think. 29 minutes.
29 minutes. Where have I got to go? What's that?
Just save your image like
YouTube. YouTube.
Not while you're on the same.
Come all the way fucking down here, fucking just fucking go in the chair. I just instead of fucking I'm doing it.
I was thinking that's my shocking plus in your mate, the table,
Who drove? You can't even walk.
You have to take their two
And you're on the pint.
you arrive at the night before you come to Edinburgh and play the midnight, it's a great idea.
No, it'll be 15.
Saving and bothering.
I did actually click on that just then as well. I was like, Fold.
I've been talking away to myself. I've been talking away to myself for the last.
Did you have it on chat? Did you have it on mute?
Must have been. Must have been. How long's that been for, Sabri? Thanks for that in the chat. If ever goes quiet for like 2 minutes, just give us a little nudge in the chat. It probably means that we don't realise the mic's muted somehow.
We had a misclick.
But we're back. Was just saying about Pamela opening the ace queen, and now Hakan has to call now, getting this price. Pamela could have potentially 3-bet a little bit bigger with her ace queen, but has incorporated a nice little check in on the flop here, and Jambo firing with top pair, top kicker. One job, I know, one job. Oh god, I've been blabbering away. And the only person that can hear it is Tower. King of clubs on the turn. Check from Pamela. And does Jambo ever think he can get called by it? Like some 10s, jacks here perhaps. That will be in Pamela's 3-bet range. Fires for 5k. Really tough spot. Right, Jambo could definitely have King Jack, King 10. Good bet on the flop with equity to a straight and an overcard. Then check the turn once making top pair. and then go for value on the river. Like, definitely could have King Jack, King 10 here, Jambo. Like, what are the bluffs though? Obviously, some ace-x and diamonds could be in there. Like, Jack 10 has completed on the turn. However, Jambo's probably just going to go bet, bet, bet with Jack 10, and does actually get Pamela off of chop here.
Amir Nuas, who bought us the chocolate, the Oreos and the Caramak, is sat drinking at the bar with the 4 warm beers he bought earlier because he bust. Unlucky man! And he says he's going to join Day 1B tomorrow.
Day 1B tomorrow?
Day 1B. Day 1...
Day 1C for the turbo?
Yes. Turbo tonight. Fingers crossed. If not, we will see you at the next one, Amir. Unlucky.
We might be a bit larger as well when you see us after all the chocolate you've brought in for us today.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, one's gone, 3 left. Half packets everywhere.
What are you saying now? I hope Jim wins.
So 2-4 with the 4. I've got the greatest question. I've already thought of it.
Oh no!
I've got the best question ever.
You're gonna make me look silly. I want to
No,
know
it's
now.
not, no, it's not bad. No.
I don't. Right. First of all, I don't want anything to do with Rotherham.
Why?
Nothing. Just nothing.
Do you know in the last 12 seasons?
I know nothing about
Do you know in the
Rotherham.
last 12 seasons of watching Rotherham United, we've been to Wembley 4 times, we've been relegated 6 times, we've been promoted 5 times in the last 12 years. That's not bad going for a little football club at the side of Sheffield that has a maximum value. What is it? A 12,000 all-seater stadium. That's not a bad effort. And it's nothing to do with golf.
Nothing to do with golf. Okay.
How many shots did it take me to get out of the bunker? I've got on the little montage that we did of North Berwick. I had a bunker shot that was sent to me by Jambo. Forgot to send it to PK. Pretty decent shot to be fair.
See, Valerie even says, "What team is that?" She's never even heard of Rotherham.
Oh, come on, Valerie. I've started following you on Twitter and everything. I might unfollow you now.
Towers beloved Rotherham, as Paul.
We're in the 3rd tier of English football. Soon to be in the 2nd tier.
So double check here from Paul. Flop trips, just playing in flow. Checks it over to the aggressor. It checks through, and then this queen rolls off on the turn and checking once more. And potentially could raise this spot now. I know we've probably got an absolute lock on the board, but we are out of position. We can get the bet and lead ourselves. As well as that, Ian can have some Queen X being the opener, King Queen, Queen Jack, Queen 10, Ace Queen. He might even have some checked over pairs potentially. I just like the decision to raise now from Paul, and that's exactly what he does. Other than just call in and getting a check back behind, trying to build the pot here now, and then we can go for it on the river too. And unaware of what Ian's holding here, but we can credibly rep some bluffs here as well as Paul defending out the big blind. 5-6, 5 deuce, some diamonds. And Ian is coming along for the ride. Six of clubs on the river. So now it looks like Ian is either going to have a Queen X type holding here, tower, or potentially some backdoor diamonds. So if I'm Paul, not going overly large, probably trying to get this hero from a Queen X type holding. I don't think flush draws are ever going to bluff if we check it over to them. So just lead. I hope our opponent has a queen that's going to pay us off. Obviously, from a range perspective, we are going to have most of the 4x defending out of the big blind. A lot more than Ian. Love to know what Ian has here. I'm guessing it's just like a queen, queen jack, king queen. Because he's not going to have like 5s through jacks here, because I think they're more inclined to bet flop, but you never know what he had, but may have passed a queen that.
Out come the cards again. Halfway through. Well, 5 to 8 is the next break, so 45 minutes to go until the next break in play. Here's king for Pam. She's not folded, that is for sure. 10s for Glenn. 10s for Glenn. There's going to be action. Pamela's got ace king, Glenn's got 10s. Raise and a call. Queen 7-7.
Pamela going to love to see that turn card. I guess it was a queen on the river, otherwise Pamela probably would have led.
I was good at it, so it goes everywhere, like, I don't trust it. I know, I should have. No, it's not the ball plan, I think it's a thing that's like, it tells you to go differently than it acts. It's quicker, but sometimes you can like beat traffic a bit faster, or the way you go. I think we're definitely going to avoid
Under the gun out of the way. Ian should be out of the way as well. Indeed he is. Shambo in turn, then Dan. Could come in for a race. Makes you 1,000. Glenn's out of the way. But Taggart's in with the old 5-3.
I missed the river, Valerie, because it didn't pick up on the action track and we never got to see the river. If it was any river but a queen, yes, I'd probably lead as Valerie. If it's a queen, I'd probably check, because our opponent can definitely have a queen after calling on the button and betting flop, then checking back the ace turn, king, queen, jack, queen 10, maybe even queen 9 suited in there, these type of holdings. So, depending on the river, if it was a queen, I like the check from Pamela. Most other rivers, I'm going to be leading for value. Oh, you mean the flop, the queen 7-7 flop? Could go either way. what was it was 2 hearts, wasn't it? Yeah, probably with a particular combination of Ace King. Like, we're not always going to see bet it. We're going to see bet like a certain frequency. With that particular combo with the Ace of Hearts, I'm probably happy to see bet like a third. But check calling is going to be fine as well.
All in for 6.4, Craig.
Just open rips for 16 bigs.
No action from the small, and won't be any action from the big either.
Ace King for Glenn in the low jack. Raises to 1.2. And Paul here with the 8's not going to be going anywhere, just chooses to call with position. And Ace Jack here for Pamela in the small. Probably going to be coming along as well. And Craig out the way with the old 4 deuce in the big blind, 3 way to the flop.
Queen, 3, 4, 2 spades.
So the 8s of Paul still out in front here. Glenn here, going to continue. 2 overs, backdoor spades. Paul's going to be calling once for sure with the 8s. As I always say, you can't just instantly fold because there's an overcard. Can't just give Glenn instant credit for a queen. Going to call once, especially with position as well, see what he does on the turn.
2 of spades, a 3rd spade on the board.
Yeah, and this is a really nice potential double barrel for us now as Glenn. Once we get this particular card, picking up wheel draw, flush draw, and still got the 2 overcards here, really start putting some pressure on some like 5s through 9s. As well as that, maybe set up some 3 barrels versus some king queen, queen jack, queen 10 type hands. Even better as well, we've got removal to some of the stronger queen X, ace queen, and king queen. And really like this from Glenn, firing for 4.1. Big fan of this double barrel, especially if he can unload it on the river, because we'll need to understand that Queen X probably not going to be folding to this second barrel. In this case, McTaggart sitting there with 8s is going to let him go, but if he did have a Queen X type hand, probably going to call once more with position and would have needed to unload the clip on the river as Glenn. Folded round to Hackal in the hijack. 400 to go.
What has he got? Oh, The ladies.
This is the ladies. Lovely hand to wake up with here. Raises to 1.2. Opting for 3x.
All folding round in turn to Ian on the big. Ace 10. Should see a flop, which he does.
Always defending here is Ian. Oh my word!
What a flop!
Where has this come from? And just goes check, check, snap, check. Behind! Oh my god! One outer!
Once again!
Oh wow! Ian just finds the one outer on the turn. Would have got stacked. And now Hakan's going to get himself in some trouble. Could we see it? Could we see a lady tower? Could we see a lady on the river?
Oh my days!
Oh, it says Hakan's drawing dead.
It's
Is
it not pink?
Yeah, the check mark's gone to Ian, so it must mean the
it's a king.
The other queen's in the muck, and
wow,
Ian here.
Better 5k.
And once his pot size here, I think Hakan might just flat tail now. Obviously worried about a 10. You've got to think as well, if we raise, what are we trying to get called by here?
Yeah.
If we raise, are we going to get called by Queen X? Probably not, and obviously we've got some removal to that. Like,
they just called. Yes. Unbelievable.
Yeah, what a run out.
I should have shown him. Has he shown him? He's shown him the queens. Oh. Wow. I thought he was going to muck the queens. Insane turn card.
Yeah, it's just down to check on flop. Hakan just checking back the boat.
Wow.
So you bang you under the gun, raise 10, raises to 1k.
Wowzers. How many times have we seen quads and full houses and... God.
So under the gun open here, probably going to muck this one as Ian, but looks like he wants to get involved out of the small with a 10-7 suited. On a high after the hand before. Jambo out of the way with a 10-3 of diamonds.
Excuse me, young man. Can we get some drinks, please? Yes.
Ace, Queen, 8, rainbow the board. Nice little flop here for Dan. Expect him to just come out firing here with the Ace 10, but he's incorporated one of these check backs in with top pair that we do need to have. I guess Ace 10's a pretty good one to do it with, in between that Queen and 8. Any King, Jack, 9, or any King, Jack or 9 would give us a straight draw on the turn, so maybe a nice little one to mix in a check with as Dan. As I always say, can't be doing the same thing in the same spot with the same hand all the time. Got to mix it up, make it really difficult to play against.
Blinds.
Oh, I'm going to be going up. We're going on break in half hour.
Yeah, just over 32 minutes.
And then we will have another token to give away in the penultimate session of the day, guys, when we come back. We'll be giving away another £110 closer ticket for Monday. There's Glenn going to be getting into the mix with the 8s under the gun. Should be opening. Valerie, wishing the mum well. Thanks for the stream the past few months. There's been a welcome distraction for me. Taking care of mum on the home hospice. She keeps saying, "Who are those Brits on your computer?"
Bless. All the best, Valerie. All the best.
Paul making it 1.4 after Glenn elected to limp the 8s. Wow. Chose to limp the 8s under the gun, so limp call him after a call from Ian as well. So 3-way. 3, 4, 5 rainbow. So Paul and Glenn both with overpairs here. Ian will draw 2 overcards. And a check from Glenn here. And Paul probably just happy to fire here with the 7s. We've got an overpair here. We're up against under the gun and button. A bit more wary of big blinds in the coup. But just happy to fire. Get some overcards out of there. Start ranging opponents that do continue. Glenn not going anywhere though. Has a slightly pit with the 8s. Wow! So limp calls 8s, flops an overpair, then just check folds.
Wow.
Glenn gonna have to at least call once there. I was obviously wary about 9s through aces, but
how many people are folding straight away?
Well, you got to understand. You think of all the combinations of hands we're still in front of their tower. The ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. That's 64 combos alone, and then add in some king queen, queen jack, 10-9 suited. All these hands, and yes, he can have the big overpairs, but that's only a small percentage of his range compared to just all the high cards. Maybe picked up on something. Ace 10 of spades for Craig, 16 big blinds, in they go.
Sandwich with tomato and onion. So what are you expecting in the fast
And down 16 bigs, king jack suited in the small blind. Probably wants to be folded in this one.
Slice, barely melted, and then just like a slice of tomato and some onion in it. So it was like an onion and tomato roll with a bit of cheese, a slice of cheese, like a cheese square.
16 bigs. Don't think Craig's ever going to have king 10 off in there, maybe king 10 suited, but we do dominate, but other than that, hard to have too many hands in a dominated spot. Just gets it through. I'm looking forward to when we come back after the break, Tower. I want to know what your question is.
Another £110 token in half an hour's time. It will be a 22-minute break again.
Like the cold macaroni, just like pasta with like drizzle cheese on it.
Queen jack of hearts for Pamela, offered 40 bigs, just choosing to limp in with this one. Yeah, going to make it 1.4 to go. Jambo peeling the 8s, pulls in with a 9-3 suited, still with Pan behind him. And we're going 4-way here.
8s, 10, 7, 9, 3 and Queen Jack.
9-7-5 rainbow the board, so the 10-7 of Ian catching middle pair. 8s for Jambo with a gut shot, and Paul has the top pair, no kicker. And Ian happy to continue here, it looks like, with the 10-7. Jambo makes a very good fold with the pocket 8s.
He's read it nearly spot on today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been, other than the 8-6 hand, which he would have lost anyway, but
yeah,
making a lot of good folds has old Jambo. That looks like paint on the turn. Heads up between Ian and Paul when we get there. And it's the king of spades and potential double barrel here now. Start turning our 7 into a bluff. Like we're going to get the 5x and some 7x, better 7x to fold, and 9x is going to be put in a tough spot. And then we do have really decent equity. King's supposed to be a lot better for us. Here comes a 6 of spades on the river. And if we're betting here, Paul, we have to go tiny as a little block bet with our 9. Which is 7.5. Actually goes fairly hefty here. Really around 2/3 from Paul. Maybe.
Seeing yet again, look at Jambo, would have got himself in the right pickle.
Yeah.
Backdoor spades, he'd have got the straight. Twice he's got out of it. Twice Jambo's got out of it.
Dodging some bullets today.
He is indeed.
Dan making it 1k with the King Jack of Hearts, and Glenn choosing this hefty 3-bet size. 4.2x here. Really big from Glenn. And Dan in the cut-off here, cut-off versus button. Like usually I'd never be folding this spot, cut-off versus button, King Jack of Hearts, but this sizing's not the sizing we expect to see here as Dan. It's still such a lovely hand and great playability, and obviously button versus cut-off dynamic. Doesn't necessarily mean that Glenn has to have it here, can have some bluffs, and Dan does call and see a flop.
Here's 5-8, 2 diamonds.
Not the best flop here for Dan. Glenn continuing. 2.7 into 9.4, so 30% from Glenn here. Dan's actually got, I don't think we're deep enough looking at what's in the pot already, but he's actually got a really nice float candidate here. potentially, but I just think with stack sizes in question, it's not really going to be plausible in this particular spot. We call here going to be 14.8k in the pot, effective stack of 13.4 around 0.9 SPR, but he still is going to float regardless of stack size. It's the 8 of clubs on the turn, and probably this is where we see check check. Glenn obviously in a 3-bet coup here, he needs to be wary about some ace-x that Dan could potentially have. Obviously could be some like diamond draws in there, and on this occasion like a king queen, king jack, jack 10 of hearts float. Well, Dan actually floating to lead turn, so had the plan in mind. 4.7k into 14.8. So third pot from Dan now on the turn, leading. And the 9s just rip it in. What is this? And just a snap fold from Dan. And he shows the pocket 9s, Glenn, which were actually good. Value shove there from Glenn. But I think Dan needs fold flop, or should fold flop. Like I get the float in a deeper scenario, but I just think we're too short in terms of what was in the pot and what was our stack size there going to a turn to be floating. Very nice hand to float with, but it just comes down to SPR we're working with.
If you play cash out satellite at GUKPT, do you only win a ticket for that main event, or can you carry it over to the Goliath GUKPT? I will ask that question because I don't actually know the answer. Quick wander while the staff are there. I think you can carry it over, but I'm not going to say yes. Prompt answer. Prompt answer. If you win a cash out satellite, you can use it anywhere you want. Anywhere. James, win a cash out satellite, you don't have to play that event, you can win it. You can play it wherever you want to play. That really like what? A cash out satellite. Basically, a cash out satellite is you start with 10,000 chips. The idea is to get to 100,000 chips, and then you win your seat to the event of that value. So if you're playing a £110 satellite into a £1,000 event, you get to you start with 10,000 chips, you get to 100,000, and you leave. You don't have to sit and wait till everybody else gets knocked out. So you cash out, basically. Great idea, great concept, and they've been very well received. But if you win one, you don't have to use it at the same event, you can save it.
Dan making it 1k, Paul calling, Stephen involved, and Pamela here in the big blind with 10-5 off. Looks like she wants to come along here with the old 10-5.
6 ace 7, 2 clubs.
Yeah, like usually a board we continue here as Daniel, but like the decision to check here in this multi-way situation, a lot more difficult to get a c-bet through when we do start going multi-way. A lot more hands out there, and Paul just firing here, and it should be 3 quick folds. Ian limping the deuces. Stevens in on the button with the ace-4 off. Pamela going to complete with a 5-3 suited, and Craig checks his option with the king-3 suited.
Six, Jack 3.
And not much going on here for anyone. The king-3 of Craig actually out in front. Checks through, 10 of hearts on the turn. Ace of hearts on the river. Stephen just chooses to check, doesn't feel like there's any merit in betting, and he's going to take this one. Ace 9 of hearts for Paul in the low jack. Makes it 900. Craig shoving for 16 big blinds, 16.5 bigs.
Mr. McTaggart, ace 9 suited. Right on the cut line.
Yeah, tower. I think Paul will fold though. It depends. Do we think Craig doesn't look like, just from first glance, the type of players are going to shove like an ace-5 suited here, or an ace-4 suited, or a king-queen? So a lot of the time it's just going to be in a dominated spot, and it's a good fold from Paul. We've got just over 10 minutes to go, guys, before another break. 22 minutes this one, so we're going to be back at around 20 past, quarter past. We'll say quarter past.
Yes.
Quarter past sounds good. And then Ricky Kebab's afternoon, lads. Playing with a massive hangover isn't fun.
Good to meet you, buddy. Good to meet you.
And down here with the ladies, raises it to 1k under the gun, and Jambo with ace king in the big blind. So this is getting in for 32 bigs effective. Going to see Jambo bump this up, and Dan's then just going to rip, and Jambo's obviously going to have to call it off. There is the free bet from Jambo. 3.5x, nice. Bigger sizing than most would choose here. Always good to go big. Can still go big up as Jambo, but better to go this size than like 2.5x that we've been seeing a lot out of position today. And now Dan's just going to have an easy rip here for just over 30 bigs effective. And Jambo will make the call, and we are off to the classic.
Best race there is. The best race there is. Queens against Ace King. Who wins this race? Jambo as the Ace King, but Dan is at risk with the best hand. That'll do so far, he says.
Yep. Clean as can be. No runners, well, running sixes, but other than that, just fading an ace or a king.
Yep, still the same. Ace or a king to fade, and we double up. And we do. Queen's double. Jambo drops down to 20k starting stack. Dan moves up to 28.6.
Queens for Glenn this time. They've moved the seat to the left.
They have indeed.
Now we're doing an Alex NFFC, Nottingham Forest.
Yes,
Good
big game
evening.
tomorrow if it's NFFC. Nottingham could only win Nottingham Forest, can it? Big game tomorrow for you boys.
So we saw Glenn limp pocket 8s under the gun, and now choosing to limp the ladies under the gun. And then Stephen makes it 1.1. He's going to get the bad news once it's back round to Glenn. Well, free bet here from Ian with the king 10 off. Don't mind this at all from Ian. We've already seen Glenn limp and not back raise, so if Ian's making the assumption that Glenn's never back raised in here, we can see he actually has a hand, which he probably is going to do. But if he makes that assumption here and thinks that Stephen's just trying to ISO Glenn heads up, then don't mind this at all from Ian. Little light free bet with the king 10, but we're going to get the bad news as soon as it's back on Glenn. The old cold back raise 4 bet.
Evening, Rob. Rob Franks playing Arbroath Golf Club today. What did he do halfway through the round? Half of his push-ups for the day.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good luck, Rob. Have a good round.
Half of his push-ups for the day, halfway through the round.
Did Rob back yesterday?
They're
It's not there. Not there.
Done you.
He'll tell us. He'll let us know.
I'm not sure.
Dealers, you have your plan levels for like 200 big line, 500 and 500 big line anti dealers.
Good effort, Rob. Doing it for charity. 100 push-ups a day, halfway around.
Yes, he did back up, says Dennis.
Awesome. Thanks, Dennis.
40k. He's king 4 Stephen under the gun +2, makes it 1.1. And Pamela here, ace 5 of hearts, looks like she wants to get amongst it. Definitely free bet this one as well at some frequency. They're just choosing to flat with position. And it's now on Dan in the small blind, who's probably going to come along. He's going to take the aggressive option here. 3.7 from Dan. It's tiny again after an open and a call. It's free, just under 3.5x, but with an open and a call here, just closer to that 5x remit is what you expect to see. And Stephen here just choosing to flat with the ace king, not coming in for a 4 bet. And it's going to work a treat because 4-bet would have seen Daniel fold the ace-jack, but now going to get the c-bet from him.
Ace king, ace jack, king out flop, ace of diamonds as a redraw. So Dan is still involved, and there's a redraw card, the queen of diamonds.
And yeah, king of diamonds in play for Stephen as well, so a little bit of action here on the turn. Dan was the initial 3-better, opted to continue, and this may be a decent double barrel candidate here, especially because we're not really worried about getting raised. There shouldn't be too many flushes, and especially we hold the ace of diamonds, the queen of diamonds on board, so like king jack of diamonds, king 10 of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds are our only worry, so 3 combos of flushes in this 3-bet pot. So fires for 4.4. Maybe setting up the triple. Is he going to set up the triple? Well, he doesn't need to now, because he just backdoors into the nuts, and Stephen is sitting there with the second nut, so this is a brutal run out for Stephen. And there's the all in from Daniel, and Stephen makes the call and sees the bad news. Obviously did work out well on the flop, getting the c-bet out of Dan, but could have definitely 4-bet there pre-flop with Stephen with the ace king, but chose not to, and got very unfortunate on the river. In Gafsky, we do. As soon as it comes up, we're on it and we get it off the chat boxes. But the problem is they keep coming up. Like people just keep making different accounts. So I don't know if they're bots. They're probably bots actually. So yeah, they just keep coming in. But we try and get rid of it as soon as someone posts something. It's only on YouTube as well, so you can always move over to Twitch or Facebook. It's a 22-minute break in 4 minutes' time. It's twitch.tv/GUKPT. I'm Gafsky. Twitch.tv/GUKPT. And if you've got a smart TV as well, you can.
It's an app, isn't it?
Just go on the app and watch it through your TV. I'll put the link in the chat box. That's what I'll do for you.
Done it.
Oh,
I'm amazing. I did it just like that. Not like that. Just like that.
I'm making it 1k. With ace 10, I'm going to go on +2 here. There we are. This is better. King Potato FPS, he says. That must be Gafsky joining us on Twitch now. So, three-way action here. Glenn with not a pill in the small blind. 7-5 isn't in this hand, guys. It's heads up between both ace-x hands. And Pamela going to get herself in a bit of trouble here, flopping top pair, decent kicker, but Paul actually has her out-kicked in this scenario. And 4 clubs on the turn, bringing him back to a club or for the ace-jack with Paul as well. Check, check. And the river is the 8 of hearts, and I think Paul might happily leave this spot now for value, knowing that Valerie's probably going to, sorry, not Valerie, Pamela's going to check back a fair amount of hands, like 10s through kings, perhaps, maybe some like 10-9 suited, and sees the bad news.
And then I drove down.
Bot spammers, that's what they are. Amazing. We don't like them.
I think it's a buffalo one. That was all right.
So down to 57,000, cheap lead on the table. Nothing worse than these made up accounts. Says fake account. Oh, love it. That's a beaut. Oh, brilliant.
Ladies for Jambo raises to 1k. Going in the cut-off here. 3 bets to 3.6. Much prefer this than flatted. Taking the aggressive route with the ace blocker in that. But going to get the bad news because Jambo with the ladies going to be re-popping it. And this is the last hand towel. Where has this session gone?
This is the last hand. The next session we're going to give another way £110 ticket for the closer on Monday. Oh yes.
Can you tell me the question now? Or
No.
we've got to wait? Oh.
No, just you'll start Googling.
Googling. Would you take me for? So I just think this is going to be 4-bet from Jambo and a quick fold from Glenn. There it is, guys. We are going to be on a 22-minute break.
Go on then, off to the bar, go and get a cup of tea.
So we're going to be back at 4:15. He's not calling to our
No, never. Go and get a cup of tea. We want one. Go, go, go. Get him in the muck. I'm turning off anyway.
That shows the ace. And Jambo gets that one through. And we are off for 20 minutes, guys. See you at 4:15. Make sure you're there on time because we got £110 voucher to give away. See you then.
See you then.
In the parking lot. There was press buzzing. The room was just buzzing with people. And there was Ben Affleck playing in the tournament. And I just went by and I said, hey, Ben, welcome to poker. And he said, what am I, Phil? He quoted me from my own book. First of all, he knows my name. How does he know my name? Second of all, look, am I a lion or I am a, like he had some really cute thing to say. And I was like, holy cow, Ben Affleck knows me and he's a fan of mine and he's read my books. I was a little starstruck. Michael Jordan, super starstruck when I met him the first time.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, it happens with some of the world's biggest celebrities. But now a lot of times I know that now all of a sudden I'm not a starstruck because I've met some of the biggest celebrities in the world.
Yeah.
But it's kind of fun. All right, is this person cool or not? Generous randomly, like a couple of years ago, randomly. And she loves poker. And she was just cool as could be. And so, I mean, she introduced me to Portia. Just randomly ran into her, and she's like, "Phil, oh, Ellen knows my name. That's cool." Meeting Tiger and hosting his event. And I remember the coolest I've ever been in my life. I can tell you exactly when that was. Maybe I should tell that story. I'm
listening.
Met the Aria Hotel, and I'd hosted Tiger Jam. I just finished fourth in a tournament, a heads-up tournament, or I guess officially fifth place in a heads-up tournament. And I'm exhausted because those heads-up matches just drain you. Exhausted. And I go up to my room at the Aria, and I tell my wife, honey, I want to order from Javier's Mexican, and it's the one place I had to go get the food. And I'd run into MJ on Friday. This was a Sunday. And I'm like, I told her, I said, honey, somehow I'm going to run into MJ. And she's like, what? What are you talking about? I said, I just have this weird vibe. And so I went down to pick up the food at Javier's. I did walk through the high limit area because that's where MJ hangs out. And then on the way back, I'm like, you know what? You're not going to, you know, whatever. I did ask if he was at Javier's. So I did look for him twice because I thought it would happen. And I said, you know what? Screw this. Just take the fast way back up the escalator. You're not going to run into many people. You won't have to sign a lot of autographs and take a lot of pictures. Let's just get out of here quickly. So my food arrives. I take the escalator up at the Aria, and now I'm at the top of the escalator. And who turns the corner? Boom! It's Michael Jordan. And he's walking with this guy named Pops, who's like in his 70s, and they're walking 1 mile per hour step. And I fly in the casinos, and I come flying up behind MJ with a bag of food in my hand, and 5 feet away from him, like, don't bother him. So I slam my glasses on, and I just decide to blow by him and ignore him because, you know, I mean, Michael Jordan, everybody in the world stops him, you know, give him some space. Because I know what it's like. I'm being stopped every day for, you know, a couple weeks by that point. And I look over, I look to my right, and I'm like, hey, MJ, good to see you. He'd already seen me on Friday and said hello. And he nods, and I'm walking 90 miles an hour. Boom, I take a left turn, you know, towards the steakhouse, but there's the private VIP doors there. I open the door, and I instinctively look behind me because I'm raised in Wisconsin. You want to be polite and open the door for people. So as I open the door, I notice MJ's running. I mean, he's with Pops. They're like running. He should just be turning the corner. And I'm supposed to pop in the elevator and be gone. But he's run. And now he's like only 10 feet behind me. And I'm like, oh my God. And so I knew what to say. I'm like, hey, congratulations on your marriage. He's like, thanks, Phil. How's it going? What are you doing? I'm like, holy shit. MJ ran to catch up with me and wants to and, you know, we'd hung out a couple times and starts asking me all these questions. We take the elevator up together. We talk the whole time. It was just really nice. And then, so fifth place in this tournament, in the heads up tournament, Michael Jordan running to catch up with me. I just hosted Tiger's event, and I wake up the next day, and my friend says, hey, President Obama, who's still president, President Obama was at my house drinking wine and was asking how you're doing in the World Series of Poker. I'm like, President Obama knows me? You know? Oh, my God. Michael Jordan ran to catch up with me, and I was a complete asshole for the next 2 weeks. All I wanted to do was tell everybody about how Obama was asking about me, how MJ ran to catch up to me, about how I was hosting Tiger Jam. I think I had 99 caches at that point, and I only needed one more, so the whole world was getting ready to announce Phil's going to be the first to 100 caches, and I'm just in the center vortex of, you know, of press and great things happening, you know, and I got so cocky I didn't even cash for the next 2 weeks, you know. I don't even think I had 100 caches the rest of the series. And I was just like, oh my God, Phil, what is wrong with you? You know, I mean, you couldn't handle your head blowing up. It's like my head exploded. Obama, Jordan, Tiger, like, you know, the vortex. People come up to me 100 times a day during the series, pictures, autographs. They want to tell me how great I am. They want to tell me that I'm their all-time idol who they aspire to be. And my head blew up. And I played like I lost focus. And the next time that happened to me is when Elon Musk came to my book launch party, but at least I started work. I had to work 5 hours a day the next 4 or 5 days, and my head didn't blow up. You know what I'm saying? And so you get better at dealing with stuff and better at dealing with stuff. But yeah, I mean, you know, the ego can seep in negative ways, and you have to try to avoid it.
Yeah, you touched on the online World Series and that you're stopping at the Aria and playing most of the series there. Are these going to be